this worked the correct way. Oh my god, it's the end of, oh my, I can't believe we're here.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh!
This is insane. They get it.
Oh, the weapons!
Awakening mighty weapons to stand against the celestial threat.
Oh fuck.
Now, hope endures.
Oh my god, it came. It came!
Oh!
Long story short.
Oh my god!
Oh!
So what are we waiting for? Let's give Sephiroth the beating of a lifetime.
They're doing it!
Oh my god! Ah! Oh my fuck! Oh, this is the gameplay! I'm gonna have to play cards. Oh my god. Dude, this looks crazy! Oh! Oh, the outfit! What the fuck?
New costume, too. That's crazy.
Oh!
Take your ball.
As far as I can tell, these things don't distinguish between friend and foe.
Save the planet by killing our protectors.
This is
Let us put your faith to the test, Cloud.
What is it?
FF7 Revelation! Whoa!
This far without you guys. And I won't let you down. I promise.
There's Noctis, there's Jean Q. They were both nearby. They're both nearby. What is going on, chat? Holy shit! Didn't do my theme song this week. Fuck it. We are just crazy this week. This is a crazy week. Gonna have to play Dirge. That's right. I forgot to bring that up. There's a couple things I wanted to do before we get into the craziness today, chat, where I wanted to also talk to you guys about like the predictions that we had, the bets that we had. I actually did not put that into my flow, even though I meant to. No, not this. Where's my stream mix? Here we go. That's way too loud because I was listening to it while working. Hello, chat. It has been so long since I have chatted with you guys. Although I saw MGS Master in here, and I literally chatted with him at SGF because he was there at SGF. So talked to him more recently than I talked to you guys. But what is going on, chat? Thank you so much for resubbing Puppy Chew. Hold on, there were a few things that came in on while I was like getting set up and getting ready. Puppy Chew, thank you for 11 months. 11 months. Have I been streaming for almost a year, chat? Yeah, because I started in July. Holy shit. Oh my god. Actually, hold on. Let me also do my window. Get some light in here. I always forget to do that because I work in the goddamn like a nocturnal bat. Sephiroth is going on. Janine playing Dirge is bad. The story of life, the mechanics. Oh, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough. That's why I literally had a bet for like I had a bet for, is there like, could I just watch Dirge? I forgot what exactly it was. Oh, I think if they showed deep ground stuff, I would have just watched Dirge. I got the opposite. They didn't show deep ground stuff. They just showed Vincent fucking gameplay, which is the best for all of us, but the worst for me. So hold on. Let me also catch up on some of the stuff that came in. Stalik with the gift subs, I believe. Shit, how many? Gift sub, thank you so much. Hold on. Red Sarge with some bits. Sephiroth with a 50 stream streak. Oh my god, there's a hype train apparently. We're at hype train level 2. Holy shit. Shackman, thank you for resubbing 5 months. Sprankadank, this trailer was better. Hold on, this is what Shackman said. This trailer was better than I could have ever imagined. Agreed. Like, they showed way more than I ever expected. Sprankadank, thank you for 2 months. Semiron, a 10 stream streak. Red Sarge with the 9 months. Val Powell, thank you for the follow. A whole bunch of stuff. Red Sarge also with another gift sub. Oh my god, and there's probably stuff happening on YouTube. I don't know. Because it doesn't track the exact same way. Oh, I gotta set up my YouTube. I just need to open up the back end real quick. We will get started. Hold on, I'm not just gonna do like stream stuff. Well, give me 1 second. I just want to make sure this stuff is here so I know the status of stream. That stream is connected, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, big stream time. Thank you so much for another MGS Master. My brother from another mother. Literally, he was like, he looked so much like my cousin when I met him in person. Sprankadank, Deep Ground is coming. It's inevitable. I mean, it is. We'll talk about that. El Tel, what's going on? Last weekend was the first Revelation trailer and the Vampire Lestat premiere. Shackman, Kafka, Nev, I'm just saying hi to people now. Farthers, we get Chrono Trigger as well. AJ, Bar Sugar, Grant, Tyler, Hepner, Aerith Lives or Else, with the threat in chat through their name, but what's going on? Red Sarge, I think I might have called you out already. Odie, Janine, not Dunrick, what's going on? Dunrick, don't you have a doc, by the way? I believe, I don't know if it was like that you had made it or if it was Jess Capricorns, but there was like a doc of like the upcoming events in like that still have to come in like Disc 2 and 3 from the OG. If you could drop that in the Discord, I don't know if you're in the Discord. I think you are, but if you could drop that, I don't know if we'll cover it this week, but I do want to like do a stream probably next week, maybe this week. You know how I go. I could just yap forever. Where we go through, it's like, where do we think this will happen or that will happen? But I know that doc exists and it might be helpful. Nato, what's going on? Cammy, what's going on? Odie, Odysseus, you say that like playing Dirge is a bad thing, dude. It is. Jack Jean, Labib Zahid. Oh my god, there's so many people here. But thank you so much, everybody, for dropping in for the very first stream back from SGF. We have so much to talk about. Before we get into the actual craziness, let's do some of the fun things as well that I didn't actually prep, but I should have. Specifically, let's also talk about the bets that we had. I want to check out the bingo cards that we did in the past. Hold on, let me find that real quick. Yeah, I think it was in the stream before I left. We talked about it, and I had screenshot them. Here they are. I could pull this into today's thing. So we had 3. Oh my god. Thank you, Nick, for the $5 super chat. Shoot, here it is. We got way more information than I thought we possibly would. Just shows how not predictive all of us are. Well, the one thing I will say is that a lot of people, and you guys were here, you remember, a lot of people were like, oh, we're not going to get that much. It's going to be like a short little teaser. And I was like, no, fuck a teaser. I think it's been way too long. There's like there's way too many things to show. Like I was really hopeful that we would get, like at least a 3-minute trailer. I never expected a big ass blowout like the one that we got. But it was definitely welcome. Just getting the bingo cards set up here. So we can check these out and see what we got. See if we got anything right. I'm sure we got it. I'm sure we got things right. I don't know if we got any actual bingos, but let's see. It's here. Let me also, thank you so much. Oh my God. How to Dismantle an Atom. What an incredible name. $20 super chat. Was waiting for this. Excited to see your take on everything. Thanks as always for the stream and the time it takes. I'm ready for the journey to release. I know, dude. I mean, truthfully, I also wish I had more time to sort of like get ready, like do frame by frame with the trailer, and like we'll just have to do that live. I've watched the trailer several times, but I haven't like done like a deep analysis of like those bits. I've been mostly focused on trying to sort of like wrangle all the dev quotes and tell a bit of a story of like what this game is going to be like based on the quotes. Somewhat story, but even more so like even gameplay and like the way the game is going to like be. Though don't worry, the front of this is definitely like front loaded with like talking about the ending and sequel theory, literally Hamaguchi being asked that question and talking about it. So we'll talk about all that sort of like juicy theory stuff pretty early on in like the big breakdown, but we're definitely going to get into everything. I put Turquoise Hammer in the translation sweatshop. I did. So Turquoise Hammer, as you guys know, if you've been around the community for a long time, he's like the main translation, guy that we all turn to from Shinra Archeology department. And so, all the sort of like translations that you get from those guys come through him. And there were like several things that I asked him to see if he could translate, and he did. Thank God. Thank you so much, Turk, if you're in chat. And so some of those weren't ready before stream, so I had to use like sort of the Google Translate stuff for some of them. But we can actually go back to, because I know he was just updating the translations. We also translated the trailers, so I'll have that to walk through with you guys. There's a whole bunch of stuff to walk through, but first I also forgot my air conditioning because it is hot as shit in here. Hold on, give me 1 second. Thank you so much. Shoot, who was that? Finian, thank you so much for the follow, and Third Eye also thank you for the follow. Oh my god, we're at a level 5 hype train. Holy shit. Oh my god, Starbuck with the 5 gift subs. Oh my god, you guys are going crazy. You guys are going crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I've been gone for like 2 to 3 weeks. It feels like 7 weeks. But it's so good to be back, and we're going to dive into everything. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to turn my air conditioning on before I melt. Like 90 degrees here in New York. Oh my god, I got another alert. It sounded like Red Sarge with the 100 bits. Thank you so much. Silly Dabbit with the 5 gift subs. Oh my god, thank you. I definitely will keep reading these as they come in, but I'm also gonna get started with the chat. Sephiroth 5 gift subs. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the generosity, everybody. This is crazy. I don't think I've ever reached a sort of like hype train like this. I don't know what we're even at. We got a hype chest on the way. There's like things happening on Twitch that I don't even know about. But thank you. You can keep them rolling in, but I'm also going to. By the way, today's topics. That's it. That's it. That's all. No Nier. So next week we'll come back to Nier and all of that. Like I said, I'm definitely paying attention to everything you guys are dropping in chat, but I'm also want to have some fun with y'all. You guys are waiting for the breakdown. I can imagine. I've been waiting to do this stream too. I wanted to stream earlier. Fuck, I'm just like yapping, of course. I wanted to stream earlier than this, but I just know that you guys are also used to Sunday. So if I did like an off day, it would have been weird. We did stream FF8 on Thursday. So we did get back to our regularly scheduled stuff there. Oh, I got to bring up the bets too. Hold on. I got to bring up the bets. Bet list. Here we go. Oh no, that's not it. Prediction bets. Is this it? This is it. Okay. Talk about this in a second too. So much stuff, chat. All right, let me bring this up now. Browser. All right. we'll start with this real quick. So this is the first bingo card that we had. This is the first bingo card that we did for the Game Awards. Way back. This was like, when was this? This was Game Awards. This was like the hinged version. And then you guys had me do the crazy schizo 7x7 column bingo, kind of like a ringu type shit. But let's see if we got any of these. So icicle in / snowy terrain. I don't think I could count snowy terrain. Because we got like the whirlwind maze, but it wasn't really snowy. So I'm not going to count that one. Hold on. We'll create like a little thingamabob that we can just put over things that we got. One what the fuck moment that doesn't fit the OG. We did get that. I think Sapphire weapon dodging the attack definitely counts. A lot of other things do sort of fit the OG in some way, but I think that one especially is sort of a new thing. There was a snowy scene. Was there a snowy scene? What was the snowy scene? Pac-Man, what's going on? Because I don't know if they really count the northern crater as like this as a snowy scene. There was one snowy shot. I'm still not going to count it though. Oh yeah, Sephiroth holding the white materia. That also counts as a what the fuck moment. Handful of frames. Okay, well I have to do my frame by frame with you guys still. Didn't Sapphire dodge in the OG? It didn't. So Sapphire in the OG did this. Sapphire in the OG did not dodge, but there was a missed shot as it was approaching. So FF7 original playthrough, no commentary. Let's find it. It was... Where is it? 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, wait. There was, thank you so much. Call me Cruzzy for the 3 months. Shadows, thank you for the follow. Star Road Game Cafe. This bingo. Thank you for the bits. Let me see if I could find the exact. Because there was an initial shot at the weapon. Every time I like scrolled with my cursor, I went too far. We did an attack. We did an initial attack. Oh my god! Thank you so much. Is that a super chat? Hold on, let me check YouTube. There might be multiple super chats. Oh my god, I missed multiple super chats. Bar Sugar, Bar Sugar. Any theories on Genesis? Nobody has Revelation in the last chapter of the Bible. Genesis first. It needs the one thread coming from the compilation. I mean, I'm probably the worst person for you to ask about Genesis, just because I don't know how you fit him in naturally. Like, there's so much to cover. Like he might be there as like a extra boss, or something like that. Hold on, there was another one. Also another one. Any theories? Oh, that was the one I just read. Thank you so much for that. So yeah, optional boss. I mean, they could include him in this. I just don't know how you include him neatly in the story. That's always been like the struggle that I've had. Sleep Easy. What's going on? Prof Noctis. What's going on? Oh my god, I'm like, there's so many people, so much activity. I feel like I missed something and I feel like an asshole. If I missed something, just type it in chat, because I feel like there may have been a super chat that I may have missed. It's not showing up here, but oh wait. No, yeah, nothing there. I swear there was a sound effect. Do you know where to find a translation for the Japanese trailer? In my Google Docs, because I was not able to find one other than asking Turquoise Hammer from Shinra Archeology department to help me with it. Genesis mentioned in Sleep Easy appears in chat. That is so true. Oh my god, it's like summoning him. Oh, Stinky Duck, I missed your gift subs. Oh, so sorry. How many gift subs were there? But thank you so much. Well, was it? Did I miss it? Wait. Celestia, oh my god, the yappening, love for the first round table with the lore. Yeah, I wish it went longer. By the way, there should be a Nightbot notification that pops up. Oh, 10 gift subs. Thank you so much, Nicky Duck. There should be a Nightbot link that's like popping up occasionally in the chat for the conversation that I had with Max Dude, Shorting Just Baby Seal, Night Sky Prince, Sleep Easy, who's in chat, and Blitz. We all got together and talked a whole bunch. We only had 2 hours because people had some plans to get to. But hopefully we have a chance to talk some more. Yeah. There's also, damn, I also don't have, God, I was like sprinting between work and other things. I forgot to include the pictures from, I'll get them at some point, and maybe when I take a break at some point, I'll get the pictures off my phone and onto the thing of like the dinner that we had, but that was posted online, so you guys probably have seen it already. But yeah. So real quick, somebody asked about the missing shot. So it's like there was an initial shot that they took where they fire, right? And so it missed. But the weapon was it was a far out shot. It was a long distance shot. The direction of this is amazing, by the way. The silence of it. This is something that the OG did that remake hasn't done super well, is like letting a moment linger and sit. No music, no audio, no nothing except me talking. Get him? Seems so. Seems so, sir. Weapon approaching! We fucked it! And then weapon approaches. It does eventually get like... And it hits. And this moment actually did happen in the trailer. Stride Hero, thank you for the $2 super chat. Glad to have you back, SubTXT's. Thank you so much. And also, my God, we have 80 people on Twitch, I believe. We have 205 on YouTube. If you're on YouTube and you can hit the like button, that would be greatly appreciated, because that would also help people find this stream as it's happening and find the VOD. But this moment where Sapphire rams into Junon did happen in the trailer that we got. And then, you know, it stands up eventually, and then it gets shot in the fucking face. Right here. Wait. Maybe not right here. Hold on. If I use my cursor, I'm gonna go past the moment. I know it. Come on. Come on. Oh my God. This is gonna be amazing. Obviously, we got a shot of this. Her trying to escape. Basically, in the trailer, I know in the bingo card, we had a bunch of... Oh, wait. It was right here. Yeah. Boom! So when it was point blank, it just straight up got hit. So that motherfucker dodged it. He dodged it this time. He dodged it this time. So I definitely count that as a what the fuck moment. We also have the my trailer hot take is that the Sapphire dodge is a red herring to get fans to do exactly what everyone is doing. Speculating on changes and implications will ultimately amount to little when somehow it gets blasted anyway. I think the design of the weapon in the cutscene is way more elaborate than the rest of them we've seen. Okay, done, Rick, but I have a challenge for you on that, because at least in the original lore, like the reason why there's so much time between these two shots, like there was this shot when it was far away that missed, and then there was this shot that was up close. It took a long time because it takes the cannon supposedly a long time to recharge. So wait, when did this happen? Was it up front I think it was up close when it did this shot as well. So it was already up. So it was like rearing for a second shot when it got hit. But the thing is, the Junon cannon takes time to reload. So, like, that's established. That's why it took so long for it to shoot a second time. So I don't know if it's just going to be a second immediate shot, like right after shooting and missing. You know what I mean? And so the weapon's going to be there point blank with ability to wreak havoc. And a lot of people think that's where like a fight will happen with Sapphire. And that could make sense. You know what I mean? Is that it unlocks the ability to have to fight it. So maybe we kill it rather than the Junon cannon. But I don't think it's a situation where it's like blast, it missed, and then it's like, ha, got you, boom, and then just hits it immediately after that. Something's going to change with the scenario there, at the very least. Either way, for this bingo thing of like one what the fuck moment that didn't fit the OG, we got it with Sephiroth holding the white materia. There's like no version of that necessarily. So Wu-Tai, so we got Wu-Tai. Genova Death, we got Genova Death. Dark Buster, Bad Cloud boss fight, did not get that. Terror in Disguise, didn't get it. We got the weapon attack. Shocking. I thought they might hold off on weapons. Sorry, what was this? Shoot, I'm blocking it. What was the notification? Shit. I gotta move this so I don't miss it. Lazarus, thank you for 2 months. I believe that's what it was that I missed. Prime subscriber. Yeah, it was Lazarus. I just need to move things because still in my OBS. So in the OBS, it's supposed to have all the events listed, but it's like frozen right now. Like it's just not working for me. I wonder if I just close it and try to reopen it. Still not loading. I don't know why it's not loading. So it's hard for me to keep up with like the actual like actions that are happening. Arsomnia, what's going on? So weapon attack, that definitely happened. Highwind traversal, that happened. Meteor in the sky, we got it. More whispers, we got it. Early 2027, we got it. We got a lot on this from this original TGS one. Title is not return. I think I used that. I think I had that one multiple times. Zack outside of Midgar, we didn't get any Zack. Young Cloud livestream sequence tease, nope. Didn't get that. Advent Children things mentioned bait, nope. Northern Crater Cloud missing tease. What we got? The Northern Crater, technically. Sephiroth questioning what's real. Not necessarily. He does have that line in the English where he says, let's test your faith. But that line is actually different in the Japanese. It's literally a callback to the Edge of Creation where he says, the future is up to you, Cloud. Like that is the line in the Japanese version of the trailer. It's just the Edge of Creation line, which is crazy. Like in English, it's the line where he says like time enough for you, perhaps, but what will you do with it? Let's see. And in Japanese, it's like the future is up to you, Cloud. Like that is how the Japanese one ends. So yeah, found that out. I think some people have found that out earlier. I have the entire Japanese trailer translated too. Also, thank you so much. Is that Red Mage? I think it was Red Mage with the, oh wait. Yeah, it was Red Mage. Thank you so much for resubbing. We hear Reunion mentioned. We didn't, right? Rocket Town, still have not gotten Rocket Town. Actually, we'll count this. We'll count Whirlwind Maze rather than Northern Crater. Sid gameplay. Actually, I can't even count that one. But I said Sid gameplay, not Vincent, but we got both. Tease about Earth status, no. Medeal tease, we did. Revisit tease is Zack DLC ending now. The narrator said reunion. Oh shit, you're right. So on this board, we had no bingos, but we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Holy moly. Yeah, we had 2 very close ones. This one had 4 on this row. This one had 4 on this row. Shit. Now let's look at the unhinged bingo card. We got some of this stuff. This is the same one. So we got weapon attack, that, Under the Highwind tease, no. Let's Mosey, no. Teaser, yeah, Meteor in the Sky. We got this release date. We didn't get Tifa jumping off the cannon. I really thought they'd show that. We got every moment around the Junon situation other than Tifa jumping off the cannon. Young Sephiroth, no. Said gameplay, we did, but it did. We also had Vincent. One what the fuck moment. We heard Reunion mentioned. No Rocket Town. None of these. I mean, in interviews, we got a mention of Knights of the Round at least. Genova Death. Northern Crater. Titles Not Returns. Whirlwind Maze. No snowboarding, no whispers, no cloud missing teas, no gas files, no submarine. We technically got Ruby. Tifa and Gas Chamber, we got that one. Tifa Party Leader, I think that counts. I don't know. Smoking Sid, no. Gold Chocobo, no. But Pico was getting pretty close. Highwind Traversal. Returns to Forgotten Capital tease, technically, like with the flower moment. It seemed like it was in Forgotten Capital. Wutai, we did. Return to Midgar, technically not. Oh yeah, sorry, we got Whispers. You're right. Oops. Hey, Jesus. No Genesis. Yeah. So still a lot on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We also got Cloud missing. We did, but we didn't. You know what I mean? Like, he's not there, but it wasn't like a moment in the trailer. Like, oh my God, where's Cloud? It's like, I guess it counts. We'll count it. So we got like 17 of these things. It's crazy. Hold on. Snowboarding was in interviews. I'm definitely not counting interview mentions. I'm not going to count interview mentions. This because these bingos were just for the trailer. Yeah, no, technically, Pico was doing something, but Pico wasn't gold, so I can't count it. I need Pico's feathers to glow. You know what I mean? At the very least, I need Pico to glow. I need Pico to go Super Saiyan. That's the only way I count that one. All right, and then this was the most recent bingo card. This was for State of Play in February. Black Materia, we didn't get. Hear the weapons, not see them. God, I was so conservative. Whirlwind Maze tease that looks new. Potentially that's where the white materia thing is happening, but I can't really count that. Dialogue from live stream sequence. I can't even count the hear the weapons, not see them. 7 seconds reference. It's close on the Japanese. It's close. Meteor for sure. Starts familiar, ends weird. How did the trailer start exactly? It was like the reunion, like hands lifting up. Would that count as similar? I don't think that counts as. I mean, it's just an artistic expression of the reunion. I don't think that counts. That was pretty weird. What is the Japanese text from the trailer? Okay, we'll look at it in a second. We'll actually do that first, maybe. We'll probably watch the trailer first too. I was thinking of like, let's go through the interviews, let's get all the context, and then we'll check out the trailer. But as things happen on when you're live, things flip on you. Reference to the Fate debate? No. It sounds like Zack's talking to Aerith? No. Tifa running on the cannon? No. At least 90 seconds with new gameplay for sure. Yuffie Betrayal tease? No. This is a crazy board. Vague reference to Aerith's status. We don't see. Nope. Reference to the execution. Yes. Got that. Midgar Parachute. No. Dark Puppet. No. Space Tease. No. Rift. No. Highwind Flying. Yes. Genova Death. Yes. Titles Not Return. Yes. No clear exclusivity. I mean, this is no exclusivity. Sapphire Weapon. Yes. Vincent gameplay fake out. Got more than a fake out. 3 discs, basically. I don't know how it's going to be less than that. Tifa slap fight. There was a mention of it. Genesis cameo, no. Intro to Cloud. Boss fight, no. Oh my god, thank you so much for the super chat. Well, let me pull this up. Winkle Abiding Yosef just wants to show some appreciation for your work. Hype for Revelation, but also really hyped we get FF Resonance before it too. We're eating good. Yeah, we should maybe check that trailer out too, because I checked that out on Thursday because I hadn't seen it yet. But we did check it out on Thursday. It looked cool for sure. Thank you so much for the $10. Sid lighting a stick of dynamite with a cigarette. Well, that didn't happen. Safer Sephiroth tease, not quite. Drink your goddamn tea, no. Zach Disney, no. Shirtless Sephiroth, almost. They definitely had some loving shots of him. Gilgamesh, nope. Knights of the Round tease in interviews. Highwind gameplay mechanics, I think that counts. Flying over new area. Did we get flying over new area? Technically, maybe. I mostly remember seeing grasslands, like flying over grasslands. Yeah, maybe we were over Medial at some point. Unexpected world traversal mechanic. I mean, technically, like parachuting. Technically, Pico's abilities are kind of new. Full Vinny or Sid gameplay moment. We did get it. Black robes / Roche. Didn't get Roche. We did get black robes. Fusion Sword gameplay, no. Live stream sequence tease, no. Revamped Queen's Blood, not in the trailer, at least. So even on this one, quite a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Fuck. Oh my god. Call me Cruzzy. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Welcome back, sub. Crazy to think we're under a year for Revelation and looking forward to future streams and FF7 yapping leading up to it. You know what's crazy, Cruzzy? Is that we actually got, also thank you, Pip Squeeze for the 5 months. We've been yapping about FF7. We've been yapping FF7 for, did you miss the dare list? No, not yet. We've been yapping FF7 forever. And without any kind of trailer. So now we finally have information. We finally have multiple trailers. We finally have dozens of interviews. I still haven't gone through all of them, even though I really wanted to. That said, let's also check out the prediction bets. So, time to cash in, right? This was damn near close, chat, because we got the window, but no date. Although otherwise you guys would have seen me play all of Kingdom Hearts on stream, which would have gone alongside that Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer, which that was a fucking surprise. Dialogue from live stream sequence, we did not get 7 seconds till the end reference. Which would be a Chadley cosplay. But hold on, chat. Does this count? Okay. Does this count? I don't think it counts. It's like a line right after 7 seconds to the end. So close, chat. So close. So very close. 7 seconds too late. Yeah, literally the dialogue. This dialogue is 7 seconds too late for that bet to work. God damn it. You've never specified which language a reference had to be in. Have fun, Chadley text. We call it Chad text. Book that Chadley costume. We'll see. This one's a technicality. I don't know if I can count it. I don't think I can technically count it. It's close. It's close. Starts familiar, ends weird. No. I mean, no. That one didn't happen. Dialogue sounds like Zach's like an Aerith. Nope. At least 90 seconds with new gameplay. Yep. So we got to do this one. This is finish all the VR fights. Tifa running on the Junon camp. I wanted this one too because I do want to play 13 Sentinels. Drink your goddamn tea. Nope. AC Fusion Sword. Nope. One WTF moment. This is one that it didn't count because people gaslit me, like directly coming out of the trailer. But as we discussed, there's definitely at least one thing either between the white materia moment or the sapphire weapon dodge. So we're definitely gonna get the new threat playthrough, which I'm excited for. Tear in the Sky, nope. Though that would have been sick. Getting Tyler to do something. Zack outside of Midgard, nope. Let's Mosey, nope. Release date announcement, nope. Oh, did I just have that twice? Wait. Why was this here twice? Release window. So we got to finish the Rebirth playthrough in hard mode. Medial tease. Technically, yes. And no specific story context, yeah. So Slay the Princess. Revisit Teased Zack DLC ending, no. Sid gameplay, we're gonna get Chrono Trigger. I'm excited to finally play Chrono Trigger. I've never played Chrono Trigger, chat. Tease about Arid status, nope. Titles not returned. So gonna do a boss fight tier list. I was excited for this one, actually. Why is it not letting me? Hold on. It's being funky. Dude. I don't know why it's being funky. There we go. No clear exclusivity. Sephiroth is going to be pumped. Vincent gameplay. Yep, we got both of these. So we're gonna do some T-Lu 2 and some chatting on it eventually. Vincent gameplay, we're gonna have to do a Dirge of Cerberus playthrough. That's gonna be interesting. Weapon reveal. So I gotta do the bonds of friendship. Fuck. That's gonna take like 8 weeks worth. Like, with considering I only stream once a week, I might have to add in some special streams just for bonds of friendship. Why did these like repeat? Knights of the Round reveal, no. New playable character from the core party, nope. Supposed turn-based mode, remember that, chat? Fuck, I want to pull up the stupid ass leak again. Do you have a freeze frame set? What does that mean? Oh, on like on this table? I don't know, maybe, apparently. It's acting funky. Playable Chadley, nope. Black Materia, Dark Cloud, nope. Fighting Summons in the Wild. Actually, kind of, right? Didn't we kind of get that? There was not a turn-based mode, Roland. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Alex. Pimple Popper has lied. I don't believe it. Well, because we kind of got like the medial when the water weapon shows up. Roland, there's no fucking turn-based mode. I've watched the trailer. There's no turn-based mode. There's tactical mode, which has existed this entire time. Oh, so what? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. Not a summon. Deep ground appearance, nope. Multiplayer, nope. Triple synergy, nope. So almost surprised, no triple synergy. Heaven appearance, nope. Portrayal ends with Highwind flying. Did it end with the Highwind flying by any chance? No, it didn't. It ended with well, I'll check the gameplay one too. Because the regular one ends with Flower Moment and then Sephiroth before it. FF7 Revelation. Gameplay. I forgot how this one exactly ends.
Long story.
Oh, the weapon emerging. Sapphire sort of emerging out of the water. That's how it ends. Yeah, the main trailer, and I also was going to count the gameplay one if it had it. Let's see. I don't know why these are like frozen on top like that. Highwind combat. Nope. Actually, does it count that it was shooting at the weapon? They're shooting at, I think, ultimate weapon. It was more CGI though. It wasn't gameplay. Although I didn't technically say gameplay. Huh. This I'll just have to amend some playthrough. If I get super into it, we'll finish it. But I'll count it for now. Trailer shown at SGF. Nope. Actually, yeah, duh. I was thinking state of play. So this one we gotta do. FF7 remake, but Discord chooses the mods. Again, chat. Nothing inappropriate, chat. Nothing inappropriate. Also, thank you so much. Was that a... Shoot. Can't see the alerts when they come in. Exactly right. Was that a super chat? I could have swore it was a super chat. No, it doesn't seem like it. This maybe just a follow or something. Sound effect is always the same. Alex? Wait, nothing, there's nothing new in either. What did I miss? Oh, it's just a sub. Okay. Thanks so much again for the sub. Oh, I think it's that YouTube subs have the same sound as the YouTube super chat. That's why I get mixed up. That's what it is. No shirtless Sephiroth chat. It's more like the, like, all the women in the game have like naked mods. It's like, bro, no. Street Fighter 6 Tifa. God, why did I add guys to this? Holy, I'm an idiot. Fuck. God of War remake gameplay, no. Witcher 4, no. GTA 6, no. Crazy Taxi, yes, it did happen. It took a few days, but it still counts. So we're definitely gonna, oh dude, I'm so fucking pumped for that one. Oh my god. Release and announce. I don't know why he keeps doing that. Parasite Eve, SH1, no. So pretty good list though. Pretty good list. Altogether, we have finish all the VR fights, OG New Threat playthrough, finish Rebirth hard mode, Slay the Princess playthrough, Chrono Trigger, boss fight tier list, start T-Lu 2, and do a little chat on it. There's a Cerberus, Bonds of Friendship stream, Ace Combat 7, FF7 remake, but Discord chooses the mods, guys, and some SF6, play Crazy Taxi. We'll plan this one around the time, obviously, when Tifa drops. This is a lot of shit, chat. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 of these bets cashed in. Damn, 13 of the bets cashed in. Jesus Christ. When I originally did the, because I did like a little bit of a tally right after, and I had counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I undercounted you guys. Fuck. Holy cow. Crazy. All right, so let's get into everything. How long have I been streaming already? We're actually getting into started. This is like par for the course. If you don't tend to come to my streams, it takes a while sometimes. We're an hour in. Fuck me. All right, so let's get into the festivities. So yes, breaking down every single detail. Asterisk on this is that I didn't actually get to every single interview. I got to a lot of them, but not every single one. And plus, it's like if I genuinely did every single one, we would be here for like a 48-hour stream. It would be ridiculous. There's been so much, and not every detail is like as interesting as others. So this is more of a curated step through on what I've read so far. There's still more for me to read. So let's keep that in mind. So many interviews where there's a new one every hour. It's crazy. What was really crazy too is that I was in LA doing Summer Games Fest stuff. And yeah, I got the forum link. If you mean like the Kim forums or whatever that has like all the links. I did do that. And actually, you know what? I'm such a petty fucking asshole. Hold on. Reset era. Leak of 7 part 3. Where is it? The fuck is it? All right, this is not the actual thing, but it's close enough. I just want to dunk on this real quick because I spent an hour dunking on it before. I don't need to anymore. But the title, Return, launch window early 2027, close. 3 new permanent party members, 1 completely new. Yeah, that happened. New optional combat system, the active turn action. Pimple popper, fucked up. 3 times more cinematic content. How the fuck was that ever going to come up in a trailer? 2 times larger world. Remake triple pack, which will definitely happen at some point. Stupid. So stupid. There was even more details I could dunk on, but I don't need to. But I just always thought that was crazy, and people took it, dude. People were really like on top of it. Anyway, but yeah, new interviews keep dropping like every goddamn week, or like every hour. It feels like it's insane. I was in LA with everyone, and we were doing like some games fest. We were like playing games. There were games that I did play too. I don't have a chance to. I can tell you real quick what I played, but I'll do like a little segment on it next week. I just want to focus on Revelation. I played the new Alien Fire Team, which for me is actually cool because me and my friends, we play like a lot of multiplayer shooter stuff. We play like Battlefield. We play why am I blanking? Helldivers, but we always need 4 players. And I actually do remember Alien Fire Team being played on like Yo Video Games. And this new Alien Fire Team is 4 player. The last one was only 3 player. So I did get to play it. I actually played against Steve from Yo Video Games. He was like on the, well, not against, but he was on the team that I played on at the thing. Because like Max and Blitz and whatnot played before me, like the slot before me. So that was fun. The only challenge is that I'm a weirdo and I play with inverted vertical sticks because that's just what I'm used to. And in the demo, they didn't work, so I just had to play regular like a normal human being, and that was tough. I had to like try to unlearn like 30 years of like how I control controls. Tomb Raider, I got to play that. I can speak about it too. It's still early. There's still a lot to be done with it. It is cool. Like it looks nice. I feel like the animations could be a bit smoother. The puzzle solving and stuff was cool. I'm looking forward to that. There's a really cool like focus mode in the action where like you dodge these dinosaurs and you like slow motion, you know, shoot them and shit. And that part was fun. There's still a lot of work to be done on it. It feels like relatively early, but it was pretty cool. Galactic Racer is probably the one I want to talk about the most. And they have the craziest embargo. Thank you so much, Sephiroth, where they have the craziest embargo where I can't talk about it. Like I can say I played it, but I can't even say an impression. I can't give details. I understand that. It's like maybe they're setting that up to go along with another press release or something. But I can't even say my general feelings on it, which is crazy because anyway, Lost Wilds was this like game. It's like an Alien Isolation, like dinosaur type game, which is kind of cool, but I don't know. I don't know if it's for me technically. It's called The Lost Wilds. It's before that it was Galactic Racer I was talking about, but in a little bit, in like another week or 2, I could talk about Galactic Racer. But Lost Wilds is kind of cool. I just don't know if the Alien Isolation thing works as well with such a big enemy like a T-Rex. There was like another scenario where like you're more in an inside location where I would assume it'd be more like a Velociraptor or something. That could be kind of cool. Phantom Blade Zero, I finally got a chance to play. And that was very fun. It's very stylish. They were like warning me. We tell everyone like play on easy. Play on easy because there's a lot of content and we don't want you being stuck on like the same boss or the same like enemy encounter. sort of thing. And I don't play like a lot of Souls games. I play some. Like I played some I have not finished Bloodborne, but I've played some Bloodborne. I've played some Sekiro. I do like parry sort of mechanics. I played some Neo, like, but I'm not like an expert at these types of games. It's not really like any of those games. It's like, it's almost a little bit more Devil May Cry. Not exactly, but in terms of like, you just feel like you're doing cool fucking shit. It's very like, very fun, very stylish, not as punishing as I expected, despite all their warnings. The animations are incredible. I do wonder if it will hold me for that long. I think I'll have to play it on a harder difficulty, than just normal, and there will be one. So, intrigued by it. I really wonder what the critical reception will be, because I wonder if it'll have as much depth as people want. Because there is depth. There's like a lot of stuff in it, but I don't know if it'll be. I don't know. It's harder to say without playing it on a harder difficulty, maybe. So I feel like I was mowing through some stuff, but people will love that too. People will love that feeling of like, it's like if you usually are turned off from those kinds of games because like they're too difficult and too punishing, then Phantom Blade Zero, you'll just feel like you will feel sick as hell. You will feel like a badass. Stranger Than Heaven was one that I was really looking forward to. Like, I haven't played the Yakuza games. That's why it was in my list. And I did want to, but Stranger Than Heaven's been on my radar since like the first trailer when it was like Project whatever. And like the vibe of it's very cool. The style of it's very cool. I like the idea of like playing through multiple decades. Now the Tupac game. Yeah, very strange announcement there. So I finally played it though. And it has very interesting mechanics where the right shoulder buttons, these right shoulder buttons, hold on. Like the right shoulder buttons control your right hand, the left shoulder buttons control your left hand. And so, for example, there'll be times where an enemy will even like grab your right hand and then you use the left hand trigger to like punch at them, since your right hand is sort of like being held. You can use your left to sort of like hit him on the head. And then sometimes the second guy will come up and then you'll bash their heads together. So there's like cool mechanics. Like the concept of it is very cool. It felt pretty slow and sluggish. It felt a little bit unintuitive, partially just that's because I'm not used to controlling that way. But even when I got used to it, I then just wanted to feel like I moved a bit smoother and quicker. Like the trailers make it seem like it's moving really smooth, but it didn't really feel that way yet. There's still a lot of time before it comes out. It comes out in like February. But everybody who walked away from it, like Max and Nico and everyone who touched it, Curious Joy, everyone I talked to who played it felt it was strange. Stranger controls than heaven. Yeah. I want it to be very good though, and there is still time, so I don't want to like talk too much on it. And there is a good development team, so we'll see where it gets to once it has more time. But I think the feedback was pretty unanimous when it came to it. And then the last thing that I saw was Wolf Among Us Remastered. It was the remaster. I couldn't really even like compare it to, like, it's been so long since I played Wolf Among Us that I couldn't even tell like the difference really. I did talk to them a little bit after to try to like probe on it, and like there is like audio updates, and there's like now it's in 4K versus I assume the older one was like 1080p. So it's sort of like scaled better and stuff. If you haven't played Wolf Among Us, then that is probably like the best way to play it. I don't know if it's like essential to get it. If you already have it, I think buying Wolf Among Us Remastered is more of a vote with your wallet sort of situation, where it's like, if you really love those types of games, if you really love Wolf Among Us, and you just want to like financially support them as they try to develop and get the second one released, that's really what that purchase is. It's going to be the same game. But yeah, what was cool though was that it's been so long since I played it that it felt like I was making new decisions. Like I'd forgotten what I had chosen in the past, so that was kind of cool. And then the last thing I did not get to play was Control Resonant, and like everyone is talking about Control Resonant was like amazing. But I didn't get to play it. They were like completely booked up. Max tried like late. He didn't even get a slot with them. So like it was the hot ticket of Summer Games Fest, and apparently for good reason. Like I was talking to Susie Sphere Hunter after she had played it, and because I was like, I liked Control, the first Control, but it's a shooter, and this one's all melee. So I was like, oh, how is that going to be? She was like, it still feels like Control. So I don't know if any of you guys have played it, but even with the switch to like melee, apparently it still has that Control feel. And it's like, it was like the hit of the show for sure. So Control Res, Finnish electro, folk song from the trailer was amazing. Was dancing immediately. Yeah, I really wish I had a chance to play it, but I just didn't. But it's coming out pretty soon. When's the release date? Does anybody know? Is it like September? October? I still need to beat the first one actually, because I never beat Control. I played like half of it. September 24th. Yeah. All right, so let's get into it. Thank you to patrons, for the patrons on Patreon. Stalwick, Spartan, Rayleigh Criterion, Oz, Sephiroth, Ben Bolton, and The Last Belgian. If you want to join them in the ticker down below all throughout streams, you could go to patreon.com/subtext and subscribe. That's for all tiers, by the way. Get their name listed. So I wrote this before I envisioned talking to you guys for an hour and a half before getting into it. But I was going to say, anything new, chat? Haha, joke. As you know, I've been away. First, there was a wedding that I was at. Then I was in Chicago for work, so I just haven't had the chance to stream. And then some more shit happened, which was... Oh, wait, where's my... No! What happened to my... I added some slides with like... Oh, this is the old one. This is the old one. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I don't have a Patreon link in my info. I think there might be on the... I'll have to add it if it's not there in the little description info. Should be. But if it's not, I'll add it. I'll have to add it after stream. So something else happened, which was last night. Distant Worlds was here in Carnegie Hall in New York City, which was incredible. Fucking Nobuo Uematsu sat 4 rows ahead of me, chat. This is like, I took a shot actually, but it was a bad picture. But my friend next to me got a picture. This is her picture. Bro, fucking Uematsu was right there. It was crazy. I was like, I just could not believe it. Like the legend, the man was right fucking there, 4 rows up, like 4 rows and like 3 or 4 seats to the left. But my God, fucking boy, like I was like, I couldn't believe it. I just couldn't believe it. And then right behind, like in the balcony, right in the middle of the balcony, I can keep the music going. Right in the middle of the balcony was fucking Sakaguchi. He was there too. Brown Loaf, thank you for the sub. So he was in the house. Just like, you know, to be fair, it's... Oh, and there's Philip Hartshorn right next to him, and Aaliyah. I didn't realize that they were sat right next to each other. But crazy. It is part of the privilege of being in New York, like being a New Yorker, is that a lot of people want to come. There were so many guests. Like the guy was like, we've never had so many guests for a show. And there truly was like everyone humanly possible that you could want there. Like Uematsu, like Sakaguchi. There was also Amanda Aiken, who does all the 14. And I've seen Amanda perform a lot of things. I've seen her perform like Answers and the Shadowbringer song that I'm blanking on the name on right now. Like I've seen her perform a lot of songs, but she also performed Dragon's Song last night, the Heavensward song. And I've never seen that perform live, especially because it's like an older expansion. But this was all Uematsu's playlist. This was like Uematsu selections, and he chose Dragon Song. So I got to see her perform that. Also, the original singer of the track from FF10 was there and performed. So the FF10 track, the FF10 like performer, the original performer was there and performed. I don't know how to pronounce the song title, but you guys know the song, which was insane. Yeah. Unbelievable, right? That was the OG singer. Ricky? Yeah. And then Suteki Dana. Yeah. And then also Lauren Allred was there. I saw her perform in the Rebirth World Tour here in New York. I assume because she's in New York. So she did get to perform that. It's technically not exactly kosher, but I had to just grab a little clip of it. Crazy. Crazy. But obviously I didn't want to like, go too crazy with recording it and stuff. But I was like, I feel like chat would be mad if I'm like, oh yeah, I got to see his performances and at least give like a taste of it. You know what I mean? So there's that. And then, yeah. And then also, oh wait, hold on. Wait. Where's, it didn't come in. Hold on. There was one more thing. This one.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one-winged angel.
So this happened. I tweeted this, so you may have seen this already on Twitter, but.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
So Uematsu got on stage.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one-winged angel.
We're looking for one-winged angel. And he just jogged back to the choir. Look how happy he looks yet. He's so adorable. He is. He was so excited. And just the way that he like zoomed back there too, like he ran back there. He's 67. Bro, like just he just scooted back there. You saw him move. He could move, man. Yeah, I looked it up. Supposedly he's 67. That's what Google says. Yeah. So he's still in top shape. Our boy is still in top shape. So crazy. So cool to see. Did you see the 90-second? Yeah, the hollow thing. I did. I was actually thinking of like, I had this plan chat where I was like, I was going to cut together like a little super clip of like, stuff from, the Revelation trailer with like the new like hollow riff thing. I was gonna do all kinds of stuff, but obviously like just the best laid plans. I just didn't have time. I can turn off a couple of these timers too. Hold on. I don't need the FF8 spoiler one. And then I don't need that on Chrome either. Hold on. Nightbot. FF8, FF8. Oh no, I don't have it there anymore. All right. So let's get into it. So obviously, Summer Games Fest happened. I've already talked quite a bit about it. Here's me in Sleep Easy. And then this guy in the background doing something crazy. I just noticed it when I posted the picture in here. Obviously, you guys saw Sleep Easy clinging to me for dear life as that Revelation trailer happened. If you wanted to see what it was like in person for at least a bit of the announcement,
I'm truly delighted to unveil
this is my view.
Final Fantasy VII Revelation. I'm truly delighted to unveil Final Fantasy VII Revelation, which is launching simultaneously on all platforms. And we've only been able to come this far thanks to every single one of you who continue to believe in the story and waited for this moment with us.
So it's a little snack of like what that was like. Also some other cool things. Got a chance to stream with all the boys. We did that massive stream with the FF7 people, aka now the Warriors of Hype. We did that merging. I don't know how many caught that, but that was fun. That was like a last minute thing, like the night before, because I knew we wanted to like stream before SGF, and then I hit up the Warriors of Hype guys and I was like, how about, because I knew you guys are streaming, how about we all stream together? So that was cool, even though I think it was like just way too many people. It's just kind of hard for everyone. Like Excalibur barely got to talk, which sucks. But that was fun. Oh, it was exclusively on Twitch. Yeah. It was especially because well, it was on the Warriors of Hype Final Fantasy YouTube channel. It's just that Sleep Easy hadn't set up like multi-streaming on his computer until just recently. So it wasn't ready to stream via YouTube. Sleep Easy is not tall. Sleep Easy is like the same height-ish as me. Maybe, I don't remember. I don't know exactly if he's at all taller or shorter. Seems about the same from what I remember. Then I also met Mighty Keith and Jess Capricorn. So that was super cool to meet both of them. I've been following Jess for so long too. Mighty Keith, I've been watching his stuff forever. There was like all kinds of people there. I saw Jacksepticeye. He was like walking around. He was like near me. He was like in the media center, like in the creator center. He was like a table over talking to somebody at one point. So very cool. So the deep dive. So we have a lot of things to talk about when it comes to Revelation. And actually, let me start recording too, so I can get this stuff at a good quality. So to start this like deep dive, where we have a lot of stuff to talk about. We have title explanation, we have trilogy reflections, how much closure, the ending, approach to feedback, Sid and Vincent, expected moments and locations, journey of choice with a singular end. These are all, I need to like break down all the quotes into like categories of things to talk about. And so we have all of these, and that sounds like a lot, doesn't it, chat? It does sound like a lot. Here's the thing. It's just the beginning, because we also have character stories is another topic. We have Highwind details. We have exploration and discovery. We have mini games and extras. We have the job system. We have weapons. We have post-completion world, which is an interesting one that if you didn't catch, I just caught like last night. And then loose ends. So there's a lot of things here, but it might be best. I was thinking of saving it for after doing all the dev interviews, but it might be cool to start with just watching everything. Let's watch both of these trailers. Final Fantasy VII Revelation trailer. All right.
Long ago.
And actually, let me do this. I can pop my camera back.
Oh, a shadow fell upon our planet. Long ago.
Oh my god, this is another crazy bit of it. In case you didn't catch this, you guys were instrumental in this, actually. let me share this real quick. You may have seen it because I did tweet about it. Where was it? So a few months back, after the State of Play, and we did get a trailer, we did a stream where we talked all about it. A lot of you guys watched it, but Sleep Easy, somebody in chat, OST said this thing in chat. Check this
Show us again the image that's in our head, the way that you showed us.
Oh my god! Can you read OST's chat? Do the honors, please.
The Gi speaking again about the world ending. Yes. Yes. Gi again. Do the Gi again. Bring them back. Bring back. You know what? You could even start bringing up the same dialogue. You could even elaborate on it.
What if they just remake the E3 2015 trailer as the Part 3 trailer?
Remake the trailer with that dialogue. And you know what? If you cooking off of OST, that trailer is about something returning. This needs to be about the same vibe, but it ending, being over.
Oh.
That is.
Oh, you're hurting me. You're fucking hurting me.
And it has the meteor doom attached to that, and then just the meta of the game ending, and it being the final time we do this. And that's what Square. My email is in the description.
Shackman saying, I was like, there's no way they're gonna do that, but it actually happened.
Long ago, a shadow fell upon our planet. Guided by calamity, one man sought dominion through reunion. By his will, a star fell. A meteor called forth to bring ruin to all. But our planet answered, awakening mighty weapons to stand against this celestial threat. Now, hope endures in those who fight. At last, the promise is fulfilled. The journey ends here.
The journey ends here. Like, called it like beat for beat. And this was back in like February. Crazy shot. But let's do it proper. And maybe we actually do a little bit of the frame by frame where we like point at things. People chat. If there are like things that you want me to look at, that's like right here. Look at, like, let me know. We'll do this right now. We'll do it live. Fuck it, we'll do it live, and then we'll jump into all the interview stuff that I have prepped. But I'm too hyped. I'm too fucking hyped. I was like gonna go through the interview stuff, and there's a lot of good stuff in there to get hyped about. But fuck, I just need to see it again. Am I right? Also, how many days? Okay, this is actually a bigger number than I hoped for. I don't know when the release date is. I'm just like guessing April-ish, but still. It's less than a year. Less than a year. All right.
Oh,
let me move chat over on top of this so I can see you guys in case you yell something out. I'm definitely hoping April for sure. Bro said Revelation is coming up tax day. Dude, I just literally aimed for the middle of the month. I didn't realize, but you're right. You are right. It is fucking tax day. Shit.
shadow fell
Use your refund on Revelation, chat. Use your refund on the fucking collector's edition that'll have whoever the hell it has.
upon our planet. Guided by calamity, one man sought to.
By the way, the correct answer is Chadley. It should be a Chadley statue. Okay, I'm done goofing. Highwind could be cool.
Dominion through reunion. By his will, a star fell. A meteor called forth.
Also, just like hold it. First of all, this shot is unbelievable. I actually wanted to use this shot as a thumbnail. I felt like I just had to go with the regular art. I feel like that'd be more noticeable. fuck. Jesus Christ.
Reunion.
Almost literally Jesus Christ type shit.
By his will.
And then, yeah, people have talked about this. I haven't really thought about it too much, but people have pointed out that it's technically seemingly like the traditional Genova, like mental flicker, but technically focused on Sephiroth. So I don't know. I don't know what that could possibly mean. And the vibe of this shot always felt like sort of a premonition or a dream, or it definitely didn't feel like it was a real, in the moment action. This feels like a stylized either like vision or dream or some kind of like thing. Right? And then I think the flash gives you that too. Potentially it's connected to the young Sephiroth flashback.
Through
possibly.
Reunion. By his will.
Because yeah, it does flicker into him, right? Maybe the opening cutscene. I don't know if it would fit in a recap. I've seen people say that too, but I don't think it really fits a recap because this hasn't happened yet. So it doesn't feel like it would really fit a recap, because like, for example, the remake recap at the beginning of Rebirth technically only included everything that we saw in
Man sought dominion through reunion. By his
people have said the zoom in is young Sephiroth. I don't know if I see that though. It just still looks like regular Sephiroth. Look at the hair. I can't currently see the hair. This hair would be shorter. Yeah, I mean, it's the same hair as like this shot. Yeah, it's still Sephiroth. I think it's still regular Sephiroth.
A star fell.
I'm very fascinated by the reflection in his eyes too. I can't really tell anything, but I don't know if it really looks younger though. I don't know if I agree with that. Because if you see it here, this is before the flash. And after, it's still about the same. That just seems like regular Sephiroth to me. It seems like a zoom in on his face. Just seems like a zoom action. He doesn't look younger to me now.
A star fell.
I think it's regular Sephiroth.
A meteor called forth to.
This is such a cool shot of meteor, by the way. Just seeing almost like the internal like roiling of it. Looks super fucking cool. I've seen people talking about his eyebrow color. Yeah, but there's also like the sepia-ness of like the flash itself. So I can't really take anything from that.
Forth
like,
to bring ruin.
This shot of meteor is sick. The shot when it's over Junon right after feels a little disappointing. I kind of get why it is the way that it is, and we'll see it in a bit or at the start of the gameplay trailer. But I assume it's to make it more realistic, like it's further away, so it wouldn't be like infecting the sky. But it doesn't quite have the same impact when it just feels so localized. I get that it's more realistic, but it doesn't feel as dramatic, expecting meteor to be more rocky like the premonitions. It feels like a sun falling, but that's actually a cooler concept and visual in some ways.
To all. But our planet answered, awakening mighty weapons to stand against.
This shot is most likely at the end of the game. You mean like when it's above Midgar? Well, yeah, it's closer to. I think it's probably closer to like Return of Midgar is when that shot is, when it's over Midgar.
The celestial threat.
Yeah, so there is a mention that it is from past tense.
Now, hope endures in those who fight.
So some people have wondered, is it even Red 13 chatting? Let's actually look at the Japanese translation. So the Japanese translation is, long ago, our planet was visited by a calamity. Guided by that calamity, one man sought the power to change the world. What was interesting about that too, because I can't even tell if this is like technically, because my first thought was, okay, let me zoom in a little bit on it. I can't zoom more on this. Can't zoom more. I can make it bigger. That's what I'll do. So long ago, our planet was visited by a calamity. Guided by that calamity, one man sought the power to change the world. So I thought at first, I was like, well, the calamity did happen. There was a calamity also that happened long ago, technically, when meteor first fell. When a meteor fell with Genova, when Genova arrived, that itself was a calamity. Visited by a calamity. Then guided by that calamity. So technically, it does count that it could be just Genova falling to the earth and then Genova eventually infecting Sephiroth. But then he called forth a meteor to bring, then the rest of it though is also like to the point, past tense, as if it's like from the future. So it could be, we've all thought of the voice as Ginatak, but it's also possible that it's, oh, good call. But it's possible that it's also, in that case, I'd rather the stuff sit on one line. He called forth a meteor to bring ruin to the planet, but the planet resisted. It awakened ancient life forms, their weapons, as its guardians. The fate of the planet was entrusted to those who fight. I mean, this is so, yeah, this is just flat out past tense about the events of 7. In which case, who the fuck is talking, right? Like, people have thought that was the Ginatak voice. I have heard people pitch that it could be Red 13's voice, like Red 13 500 years in the future. It still sounds way deeper than, you know, the faked deeper voice for Red 13. Still could be the Gi, but then the Gi are then still lingering, I guess. But it is an interesting thought, especially when you take into account the red. It can't be red though, because if that were the twist, I'm about to disprove it right here. Because if that were the case, then this would link up already. Then this would sound like that,
there
like
is
that,
so
right?
much to tell. Where should I even start?
Like this just sounds like the red that we experienced in the first, you know, before his voice change.
With all that we saw, what we heard, what we felt, this planet of ours, destiny, our part in it. Best to start at the beginning, perhaps.
Yeah.
Midgar, the city of Mako.
Yeah. Now this is red. Or Nanaki, sorry. I'm just so used to calling him that for 30 fucking years. Even the game doesn't change his name. I'm curious when they do that. Because only Barrett has called him Nanaki so far in the party. Nobody has done it yet. He hasn't asked people to call him Nanaki, technically. So I wonder when that'll happen. So that was the first bit of the trailer. So yeah, it's definitely past tense, which is interesting. It's about the events of 7, which is interesting, especially from the perspective that we've had, right? Oddball Theory, Sephiroth's new VA. Yeah. No, it's definitely different than that also. But
long story short, the world's in trouble. It has been for a while.
So what are we waiting
did some of the party? I could have swore it was just Barrett.
for? Let's give Sephiroth the beating of a lifetime.
The Gi wanted to summon the meteor. That was the intention of the Black Materia, Classy. Like, they created the Black Materia to summon the meteor to destroy the planet, but the Cetra took it away. So they never got a chance to summon it, as far as my understanding of things. I think we're going to learn about the last time meteor fell from the sky. That's why it's past tense. But it does. It's still like I thought that too, potentially Crash. But if you look at it also, it's not just about that calamity from long ago. It is literally about Sephiroth's actions. Like he called forth a meteor to bring the planet. The planet resisted. It awakened ancient life forms to weapons. Like all the stuff that happened in 7 is what happened here. Do I recognize the music at the beginning? I do not. Hold on. What did I just miss? I missed something. Thank you so much, Mr. J. Bentley, for the follow. Also, Zephiro, I think I missed your sub 37 minutes ago. Thank you.
Let's give Sephiroth.
Hold on. What was the song? Sleep easy.
Long ago, a shadow fell upon our planet. Guided by calamity, one man
Birth of a
sought
God?
dominion through reunion. By his will, a star fell. A meteor called forth to bring ruin to all. But our planet answered, awakening mighty weapons to stand against this celestial threat. Now, hope endures in those who fight.
Sleepy, what were you thinking? I know Delta Sin throughout Birth of a God, but what were you thinking? Because the opening music to me sounds like a rendition of Beyond the Wasteland, which they used in the original trailer as well. Oh, yeah. It does sound a little bit like the original trailer. Beyond the Wasteland? This is where Sleepy's is very helpful because he knows... I know some stuff, chat, but he knows all the obscure shit. It was like when we're on the... It's like when we're on the podcast with Max and he throws out like, dude, a fucking fight against the restrictors. I'm like, what in the fuck is the restrictors? And then I remember that's like a plot point from the Dirge of Cerberus multiplayer. I'm like, bro, that's such a deep cut. Beyond the Wasteland, FF7. Oh, yeah. Fuck. Oh, yeah, Patrick Greenville did that video, too. I gotta watch that. We'll watch that on stream, too. Dude, this is straight up the opening notes. Oh, yeah, this song. Which is what they used for the E3 2015 trailer. You're right. And then that piano riff, too. Sort of similar, right?
Long ago.
Oh my god, it's the same piano thing, too.
Long ago.
Oh my god, dude. How fucking Advent Children coded can this motherfucking trilogy be? Holy Jesus. Different key, maybe, but yeah. I'm waiting for the piano.
Long ago, a shadow fell upon our planet. Guided by calamity, one man...
These motherfuckers, dude. Oh my god. How in the fuck? How can they sneak more Advent Children in? Holy Jesus Christ.
Man sought dominion through reunion. By his will, a star fell. A meteor called...
What about that fucking riff?
A star fell. A meteor called...
That's probably in the song too. It was actually here. It is here. It's after this, I think. Right there.
Called one upon our planet. Guided by calamity, one man sought dominion through reunion. By his will, a star fell. A meteor.
Jesus Christ. Sephiroth, thank you for the $5 super chat. The shot showing the map when Highwind is revealed, North Crater to potentially Wutai is shown. So I'm worried about scale. I think that's probably fine. The shot showing the map when Highwind is revealed, North Crater is potentially Wutai is shown. Oh, got you. I'll definitely check it out. I also know another thing I plan to watch here on stream is Warriors of Hype. They did something about the map, and because Daniel over there is like obsessed with the map shit, so I'm looking forward to watching that too.
Called forth to bring ruin to all. But
all things cartography, I go to the Warriors of Hype. Anything related to cartography. Jesus Christ, chat. Holy fuck. Oh my god, 320 people are watching on YouTube right now. Holy balls. If you're on YouTube, hi. It's definitely the most ever on my streams. Also 82 on Twitch. So if you're on Twitch, definitely drop a follow, drop a sub. If you're on YouTube, just the easiest thing that you could do to help is dropping a like on the video, on the stream. That also helps with people finding it. Let's continue.
Answer.
Thank you so much for the follow.
Awakening mighty weapons to stand against this celestial threat. Now, hope endures.
Sephiroth saying yes, they had an excellent video regarding the map. It's worth your time to watch. Oh, trust me, buddy. Oh, trust me. What time is it? It's still early. It's still early. It's 2:20. Oh, we got hours of this. We got hours of this coming. Also, thank you so much. Why it's so small? Hold on, make it bigger. Who was that? Rentaru, thank you so much.
In those who fight.
Long story short, world's in trouble. Has been for a while.
So what are we waiting for? Let's give Sephiroth the beating of a lifetime.
I love the way there was also a mention in one of the interviews that, like, yes, Vincent has like his parachute connected to just like the straps of his outfit, apparently. And just like the way that he dives down, just like straight, is like all their personalities come out in these dives, right?
Beating of a lifetime.
We have Yuffie doing her crazy flipping and dipping. Master Materia, just like in sub, I saw you with Max Dude and watch your massive FF7 video for a while back. Thank you so much. Then we have Kate just doing like a I just love this dive. Unbothered, and I love it. Even though he hates being outside. He really hates being outside. If you saw this from Max's stream the other night. So funny.
Being outside is exhausting. I hate it.
I love the characters in this game. They're so funny. I hate it.
Being outside is exhausting. I hate it. So this is over the grasslands, obviously.
Long story short.
Sorry, first shot. Sorry, this is what Sephiroth is talking about. What is this in the distance? Like, what's this structure? There's like red land here. None of these feel like a familiar sight in a way. Like, technically the red terrain would be like Cosmo Canyon territory, but this looks different. There's a better shot of it in the other trailer. Yeah.
World's in.
Yeah, I wonder if this is new territory. I wonder if it's Wutai. If this is Wutai. Oh, Cosmo on the left, Wutai on the left? I think you mean like Cosmo on the right, maybe?
Trouble.
Oh yeah, this does feel more like Cosmo now that I see it better. This other shot of it.
Has been for a while.
So what are we waiting for?
I didn't realize it was that close.
Let's give Sephiroth the beating of a lifetime.
Be south of Cosmo Canyon. The map icon is not correct, actually, Alex. I went back, I showed it to the Shinra art guys, and they noted that it's literally the original world map, apparently. So it actually isn't the Rebirth map, or the remake map. Hey, SubTXT, I can't believe the end is near. I don't know if I'm ready. Can I tell you one thing I really hope they do? Sure, for sure. If I catch it, because obviously there's a lot happening in chat, but if I catch it, I'll definitely read it. Vertical pillars and Wutai seem to match what is shown there. Yeah, from the OG. God, look at this. So this is Medial, right? Love this sort of like jungle terrain. Oh, Yuffie smiles on the plane. Maybe that's because of her homeland. Oh, that's a good point. Also, this is amazing. The first time I saw it, I didn't even catch, again, grasslands and another shot of the grasslands. We'll look more at the grasslands later for sure. But here in Wutai, so I watched FF Union's video, and they pointed out a few things. That seemingly this is maybe like a welcome center, because you have this guy like waving like very welcomingly. Then also this might be like a front desk sort of thing. You have the Happy Turtle back here in the background, and like you could see sort of the a lot of the sort of like statues. I don't know if this is exactly the Chow. I can't remember exactly what the Chow looks like, but that's here in the background. I genuinely, I'm so excited to see Wutai and like really explore Wutai. They have so much to do with Wutai. Here we're seemingly Yuffie leading the party in this area, which makes sense. It's her town. Or she might even be here. Oh no, Kate's here. So yeah. Or I wonder if there is the opportunity to sort of like choose different leaders, even to this purpose, like traversal for like running around.
You're mine.
I could not believe they showed this in gameplay. Remember, I was like, they're gonna save that just like they saved Tifa. This is in Wutai, this combat. As you can see the steps here.
You're mine.
Like this is my first time really hyper looking at it like super detailed. I think they resolve I think each resolve we will pilot that character for the segments. Ooh, classy. That's a good call. That's a cool call. Yeah, we talked about that during the OG playthrough when we replayed OG and tried to predict how things would go in part 3. We talked about the potential for that when everyone splits up and you know goes to find their purpose and their reason for fighting before the end. Obviously we get Cloud and Tifa under the Highwind as we always do, but I wondered if they would at least like show some of the other scenes, like if it would show Barrett and Marlene, for example, or maybe Sid and Shira, or like, you know, sort of like what the other party is doing, maybe Yuffie reuniting with her dad. So like if they would show some of those moments so that we can also, because that was always like not shown. And so far they're kind of like, the way that they've approached this whole trilogy is that they give us a chance, they give us a chance to see what we haven't seen yet. We didn't see in the OG, Zack and Elmira. So we will, so like I think they were going to do that with stealing the Highwind, which we'll talk about. So all those things that happen generally off camera in the OG, I think are going to happen at some point. We're going to get a chance to like experience it. And they have talked about that moment of resolve and all of that before they go off to the final battle. So there's like a big thing on that. But the big thing also is like, apparently your choices will reflect what character moments you even get in that moment. So we'll see.
I'll make this quick. Good night.
The sky's the limit!
I can do this. I'll make you proud.
Just ain't your day.
Cloud outfits.
Just ain't your day.
Yeah, the Cloud fit is universally not beloved. Maybe they have time to update it. There will be other skins though as well. So they did talk about that already. I'm wondering what's happening here, right? Because you have an attack on the deal, it seems like. And they're fighting the weapons. So this is the weapon from Gongaga that took Tifa. Apparently now it's bigger. They did say they were babies in Rebirth, so it's definitely grown and has more going to it. You can see the arsenal on the left, the Shinra robots, by the way. So I wonder what exactly is happening here, because if it were a Mediel, for example, is it that this is replacing, I think it was Ultima weapon that attacked Mediel in the OG? Like, is this what's causing? Like, did they replace which weapon shows up in that moment? You know?
Weapon, I see.
Yeah, you could always have the standard outfits. All right. And then another thing is that this weapon is attacking, and seemingly even to the point of attacking Tifa.
As I can tell,
which you see Tifa get hit here.
Distinguished.
Which seems inconsistent with the way that the weapons have been acting, especially these weapons, right? And I think that is because Max has talked about this. He may have even mentioned it on stream, that it just seems like Sephiroth is controlling the weapons. And then another good example of like how that could be happening is in chapter 14, there was that weird scene, right? In the very, very end, where was it? Where all the Black Whispers were surrounding the weapons. And they sort of fight them off here. And I know the weapons attacked everyone in the OG, but these are different weapons. Like, these are unique weapons, and we've only seen these weapons so far acting in service of the party, right? Like, it helps Tifa, takes Tifa to see her memories. So I just wonder if they eventually do corrupt them. You know what I mean? I wonder if they eventually corrupt them.
Between friend and foe.
Save the planet by killing her protectors.
Like, even when Midgar, even when Shinra attacked it, it didn't attack it. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't even attack like Scarlet and stuff, you know.
Let us put your faith to the test.
I'm gonna sit here. I think they just attack anyone. Well, yeah, he's saying that for sure. He could be saying about any of the weapons. I'm just saying, like, yes, in the OG, you know, these guys, right? Like Ruby, all that, like Sapphire, they attacked everyone. But I'm just saying, so far, these more aquatic weapons were not dangerous to the party, at least. Why is it not loading? Josh C, I think these other scenes would be tied to the character's side quests, as in you only get to see characters who turn home if you choose their paths, assuming that is how the side quests work, of course. Yeah. Final Fantasy Files, we're just getting into, we're just like going through the trailer again, and then we're going to go through all the quotes and stuff. They all have this material like orb in the center. They also have it on their hands too.
I can do this. I'll make you proud.
Just ain't your day.
I know I'm being a bitch about the Sephiroth VO change, but in my opinion, it's like a George Lucas recast James Earl Jones. I mean, yes, right? I heard hearsay, so I can't, it's just rumors. From what I heard, it would just push the release ridiculously. So I was upset about it too, but I don't know. Like, I don't even know if I heard was accurate. What I heard was accurate, but it would have a major impact. So it sucks, but I also, I don't know. because a part of me is like, well, you've managed a schedule for so long already for all this time. And he's been running around. He's at like, you know, some events here and there, like a couple of like conventions and stuff. It seems crazy to recast the villain, right? Especially because he's been so good. But I mean, I don't fucking know. You gotta play in Japanese, don't have to worry about the recaster. That is true. I prefer the English cast overall. Like, I tried playing in Japanese, and that might sound crazy, but like, I just really like the English cast. I think they do a great job. So I have not heard really the Japanese version. I feel like I'll eventually get used to it. It's gonna suck. We've heard him talk for 3 games so far, including Crisis Core. Fucking, you know, there's really nothing we can do about it, right? Except complain. But it's crazy. Definitely crazy.
Oh my, is that a weapon?
Yeah, again, it has like stuff in its hands too, like almost. This is definitely the Magnus materia, but these as well.
Can I see?
As far as I can tell, these things don't distinguish between friend and foe.
Save the planet by killing her protectors.
Let us put your faith to the test, Cloud.
Never would have made it this far without you guys. And I won't let you down. I promise.
That definitely feels like, obviously,
Never would have made
Awaken
it this far
the Cloud post-live stream sequence. Like, this feels like a Cloud who's more at peace with what has happened to Zack and Aerith. Like, at this point in the game, almost like similar to in Advent Children, right? Sageless, thank you so much. Yeah.
And I won't let you down. I promise.
Just gonna pretend Sephiroth has a sword throat in Revelation.
At last.
Just rewatched the Sapphire versus Canon cinematic on Revelation. The Canon did hurt Sapphire. It cut one of its fins. Don't know if you guys already noticed. So we haven't gotten to that point. And I have to load up the goddamn actual stream because it's not in either of the actual trailers they dropped.
The journey ends here.
It seems like maybe Returns of Forgotten Capital.
And I won't let you down.
Because they are seemingly in the Forgotten Capital based on what's behind them. So post-life stream sequence, Returns of Forgotten Capital. There are White Whispers. Are there only White Whispers here? It looks like it, right?
Or without you guys.
Yeah, this is like all White Whispers.
And I won't let you down.
Wait, there's some black. Possibly. Yeah, there's a couple black. There's a couple black ones. SubTXT's about the new affinity system. Yeah, I do have that quote pulled. And I actually got a Shinra Archeology to do a more direct translation of that, which might help too. I haven't read the direct translation yet though.
I promise.
He's returned to say goodbye. Yeah.
At last, the promise is full.
You think it's right after Aerith died? I don't think so. Because this seems like he's totally in touch with what's happened. He's addressing more than one person, so he's not just talking to Aerith, he's also talking to presumably Zack. I think Audrey said that like it was potentially 3 people. I don't know how you get to that tally, but yeah. And then the Japanese for the rest of the trailer. Cloud's words on Trouble line. Since its birth, the planet has faced numerous crises, threatening its very survival. The Barrett's "So what are we waiting for?" line. So how about it? Let's go give that bastard Sephiroth the beatdown of his life. Vincent, an easy target, a brief farewell. Now sleep. This is like battle dialogue. Sid, let's blow past the stratosphere. Tifa, watch me, I've got this, which is also interesting because I noticed that people thought that maybe she was referencing Aerith in this moment. Because it does sound a little bit like that, like, I'll do you proud, or whatever she says. Where was it?
I can do this. I'll make you proud.
Yeah, I can do this, I'll make you proud. But in the Japanese translation, it's just watch me, I've got this. I guess watch me could be addressing, you know, for example, in Aerith. It's like, yeah, I'm doing my Black Mage shit. Cloud, here we go, it's even greater heights. Hojo, amazing, so this is a weapon. Sid, those things don't distinguish between good and evil. Barrett, so we're supposed to fight the planet's guardians, huh? Sephiroth, this is probably the most different line. The future is up to you, Cloud, which is, again, literally the dialogue. If you haven't seen it, you can pull that up too. This is literally what he says. Retranslated. In the Edge of Creation in Japanese. The future depends on you. But very similar. 7 seconds till the end, but it's not too late. Sephiroth flashes a menacing smile. If the two don't join forces, he'll have no choice but to lead Cloud by the nose, as he has up to this point. Sephiroth, the future depends on you, Cloud. So that's like a direct lift, pretty much, from Edge of Creation dialogue. And then it's Cloud. It's thanks to you all, I made it this far. I'm done losing my way. Let's save the planet. What's interesting is that reading this again here, like this way now, might actually not be connected dialogue, right? This is probably not even what he's saying here.
And I won't let you down.
Because he's not actually speaking, obviously. I thought it could be like a thinking line, but this could be maybe something he says on the Highwind, right? This could actually be something he says in the Highwind. That can make sense, like right before the final brah, you know? That's also, it's actually maybe more likely. Because they do that all the time, like out of context lines in the trailers. So yeah, I now that I'm rereading this, the Japanese version, it probably is on the Highwind before setting off. The fuckers, they're tricksy. They're tricksy. There's like a little bit of an echo too on it, which I thought was like maybe it was like
you guys,
like in his head sort of thing. But no, that sounds like now that I'm rewatching it with that context, I think it is in the Highwind. All right, gameplay trailer.
Long story short, the world's in trouble.
So what are we waiting for? Let's give Sephiroth the beating of a lifetime.
It could be that too, Romanus. I think it's definitely in game. It's meant to be that, but like the developers could have used it as like a double meaning of like, yeah, meta text to the audience of like, thanks to all you guys. Like that could have been intention from a marketing perspective. But I think it's more directly, obviously, to the party that he's standing with.
As we reunite with our heroes, the meteor looms in the skies above.
It doesn't quite hit the same. Like I know it.
Our heroes,
I know it makes sense. It's further out, you know, all that. But where's the OG playthrough? Do I still have it open? Yeah. The impact of this shit. I mean, the one thing it does accomplish, though, is now you will feel it. Like, you will feel the growing, like, impact on the sky. You also get to avoid the purple sky problem of FF16, which a lot of people just got tired of seeing the sky being that one color for, like, 80% over, like, half the game.
Meteor looms in the skies above.
But it does avoid that issue. And it would be cool like to see it sort of like creep and take over more of the sky over time. It's just like in the moment, I'm so wedded to the way it looked, the sinister look exactly of how it looked here. It's like hard to break that. It's like, oh fuck, such a difference. A lot of things we're gonna have to get used to. Apparently, we're gonna have to get used to Sephiroth's voice. We're gonna have to get used to the meteor not looking as threatening in the original moment. I wish it was like, yeah, you know what would have helped too if this wasn't a daytime shot, right? Like if this was more at sunset or, you know, sort of a night shot and it stood out more.
Constant reminder of your mission and the grave threats you'll confront as you embark upon your journey.
I don't know if the cannon is physically capable of turning. It seems pretty static. But
and face the epic conclusion of the
it should have the ability to turn. It's otherwise kind of flawed if it can't turn.
Aboard the Highwind, your very own airship and the pride of the Shinra fleet, you'll take to the skies and witness our most expansive open world yet. From the outskirts of Midgar to the sun-drenched Medial Archipelago to the warrior nation of Wutai. Simply pick sun-drenched most expansive.
So we're finally able to get closer to Midgar. We've never gotten this close. Like, this is basically the end of the highway that we didn't get that we never got to run up to. Now we're gonna get to it. There was an interview. Like I said, I didn't get to pull every single thing, and there are things that I remember reading that I don't know where I read them. But one of them is that the Midgar area has more they talked about.
To the sun-drenched.
This looks, oh my god. Oh my god. People have noticed this. People have definitely noticed this. There's no way people haven't noticed this, but I'm just noticing it. You can tell me I'm late to it, chat. It's okay. It's okay. I was traveling. I was doing work. But I'm definitely late to this. It's just straight up from this, isn't it?
Our planet was home to a people we call the Ancients. Many millennia before we discovered Mako, these precursors were already pioneering.
Oh, Jess noticed it? Nice. Yeah, I haven't seen her reaction yet. I mean, I saw her reaction, but I don't like her breakdown.
Somehow they learned of the great reservoir of energy pulsing beneath their feet.
It's a little bit later. There it is. Very cool. Very cool.
Medial Archipelago.
And the fucking tree, which does connect to like Temple of the Ancients tree, probably. World tree type shit.
Nation of Wutai. Simply pick a.
It's not the same. It's a very similar structure. It's like overgrown though now. Like there now is like a tree growing on top of it, right? But like the actual like that like this more like white structure underneath it is somewhat similar.
Undrenched Medial Archipelago to the warrior nation of Wutai.
Oh, now this definitely connects to what we saw from the Highwind's perspective, like the big craggy like rocks. Kind of bittersweet the last time it's theorized. I know.
Simply pick a direction.
Oh yeah, so there's Nibelheim, right? Oh my god, yeah, you can see everything. I think this is like the Nibelheim area, the Corral. This is Cosmo Canyon.
Set sail. But
could be that they're going to change the location of a deal, making it closer to the City of Ancients. So it could be one of their structures.
You'd be expected to protect the whole world at once. You'll need to cover ground fast.
I am not jumping. No way, no how.
Don't worry. These parachutes are top of the line. Pull the cord and pop. You'll be floating through the air like a feather.
At any
This is Leader Tifa.
moment in the open world, simply pilot the Highwind to your destination and take a leap of faith. With the wind rushing past, you'll descend seamlessly from the sky above to the ground below. Where will the winds guide you first?
Need to watch the map video? Yeah, we'll definitely check that out. This looks so fucking cool. Yeah, because there are sort of these, like, Medial kind of has some of these built-in things in the OG, but this is definitely
freedom is in your hands.
a new look. Was Shinra and Medial in the OG? That's a good question. I don't remember. I don't remember seeing them much. It was mostly like villagers.
Where will the winds
There's a heavy Shinra presence here.
guide you first? That freedom is in your hands.
Oh my god, the happy fucking turtle. I'm so excited for the happy turtle. I am like, weirdly, chat, this is one of the things I'm most excited about from the trailers.
But no matter your destination, to defeat your enemy, you'll need a fighting chance. And that starts...
Also, what is this?
No matter your destination, to defeat your enemy...
Seems like a platform landing for like a helicopter or something.
You'll need a fighting chance. And that starts with your trust.
Oh, FF9 Leafage Tree. Where do we think this
your
is?
enemy, you'll need a fighting chance.
There has to be theories already. Central Shaft. I'm like, is this under Junon? Like the water like the reactor? Central Shaft could be could just be Midgar.
Starts with your...
I also thought underwater reactor, possibly.
trusted allies. At long last, with the world teetering on a blade's edge, everyone assembles at Cloud's side, forming an epic ensemble of heroes.
En route to deep ground? Ooh. No, I think it's more underwater reactor. This definitely feels like maybe where the submarine and stuff is.
Each with their own story that brings you closer together than ever.
I'm very excited about this. There's a quote about this too. One of the things that literally I think that Matt Mercer says here, in terms of like the character stories, and there was another quote that we'll read at some point about how like so far the games have been really structured around Cloud. Obviously Cloud is going to be away for a while. And so we're going to, inside the Highwind. That's a good call. There is there's gonna be a lot more emphasis on really getting to know all these characters. And I've been talking about this for the longest time. Obviously we know these characters like we do, but I want quality time with each of the characters. And my biggest wish, actually going into Rebirth, but I'm hopeful for part 3, is, and it doesn't have to be exactly this, but there is a in Ghost of Tsushima, which they already stole a lot of stuff from Ghost of Tsushima, like the bird, the little chocobo that leads you to the chocobo stops. That's basically like the foxes in Tsushima. One of my favorite things in Tsushima is also the character side quests. It's called Tales of Tsushima, where sort of like each of the main cast has like dedicated quest lines that have their own stories that like span from the beginning of the game to the end of the game. But they're like clear narrative arcs. Like in Rebirth, there were like character little side quests that you could do. It's like in every region there was like something for Tifa, there was something for Barret, there's something for Red, and you got like a little bit of their personality and like a little bit of, it was mostly like you just fucking around and having fun with them. But in terms of like really diving into like a genuine character story and arc on the side, like I would love like side quest lines that, as Matt is saying here, you know, connects to every character. We really
Everyone
go deep with
assembles
each.
at Cloud's side, forming an epic ensemble of heroes, each with their own story that brings you closer together than ever. But a good unit needs more than friendship to save the day. It needs a disciplined combat regiment.
Yeah, I'm just very curious, Classy, how they even do the huge materia, because the huge materia is so significantly different from the way that it is now, right? Like, for the way from it was in the original. Like the original, they were like slightly bigger ones that you could store in Bugenhagen's like attic. These are like, they're massive orbs connected to the weapons, right? So I don't know how they do it exactly. I think the one that they could do is one that they could do would be like they could have Scarlet synthesize one. Like remember if in Remake she's trying to make some kind of materia, and so I think she could make one, maybe like in the underwater reactor, like in the OG. She could make one that's smaller. It's not the big orb like the weapons have, and maybe that's the one they try to take to space even. But But
hybrid
yeah.
battle system established in Remake and refined in Rebirth is perfected in Revelation, putting even more power in your hands. In fluid, real-time action, seamlessly switch between party members to even the odds. Then, when the fight calls...
So this little bit about the combat system, how it works, is literally definitely just for newer players who don't really know, because it's all the same like mechanics
strategy.
that have always
Enter
existed.
tactical mode to unleash a suite of powerful new spells and abilities. Activate devastating synergies with your companions. And of course, call on mighty summoned entities that can turn the tide of battle.
I won't return to my coffin until we've put Sephiroth in his.
Vincent is a different.
I already need the Revelation. I already need the Revelation OST. Because I need that updated version of fucking love this song. Song has an arc. Like the song literally tells a story within it. Good shot or whatever. I didn't expect to play the whole thing, but fuck. And she would burn the world down just for him, yeah. I didn't realize there's another like 2.5 minutes to it. God, it's so good though. It's so fucking good. And when I first heard it like pop in here, I was like, oh godly.
I won't return to my coffin.
It's slightly down tempo too.
Vincent.
That's such a hard line. By the way, this is an example because I know there's a lot of like conversations about localization. There are times where it's annoying, right? Like I am somewhat mystified by the idea of not using the Edge of Creation dialogue in the Japanese version of the trailer, but not in the English version. But this fucking line is way better in the English.
I won't return to my coffin until we've put Sephiroth in his.
I won't return to my coffin until we put Sephiroth in his. In the Japanese, my nightmare won't end until he's dead and buried. It's the same line, like the same core thought. But like, I won't return to my coffin until we put Sephiroth in his. It just to me is even it's fucking it's good shit. This is hardcore too, till he's dead and buried. But like, fuck. I love this line.
Vincent is a deft gunslinger.
It makes it like more poetic, yeah, more, you know, definitely cooler. Yeah.
Slinger, capable of delivering precise, high-yield shots.
By the way, thank you, Square Enix. I just noticed it. I actually didn't have it like this, but like they have the trailer in 4K. Thank you. They were so bad at this. I'm gonna bump it down just for my so I don't like mess up stream. But like, none of the Rebirth releases were in 4K, and it drove me nuts, especially when I was trying to make videos.
But there's more to this secretive former Turk than meets the eye. The result of experimentation.
I love this move. I feel like none enough people have like reacted to this move.
But there's more.
It's a very minor thing. But in what I've seen, at least, it's like the shots up and then they land where the enemy is so fucking sick.
Former Turk than meets the eye. The result of experimentation at the hands of Shinra.
Just like not looking, the fucking aura farming of just like literally not looking.
The result of experimentation at the hands of Shinra.
Oh, it's so cool.
Vincent can transform into the Galleon beast at the press of a button, gaining tremendous.
It took that from Ever Crisis? Really?
This power.
Gunfu moves,
while transformed. Yeah. And when combined with the skills of a certain ace pilot, their high-impact synergies disrupt the fight with ferocious results.
The leap and land.
And then Sid's moves. Look, I get it. Vincent is incredible. Everyone's going to want to play Vincent. They're going to want to keep him in the party. But his moveset is also incredible.
Sir, the Dashing Dragoon, the one and only.
Oh, that's a good point. 84 Rin. I don't know how to say your name, but the thing with the Japanese lines is they sound good in Japanese. Two literal translations, sometimes not the best course. Yeah. That makes sense.
Sid Highwind,
the cantankerous pilot extraordinaire.
Like there's a poetry to the sound of it in English, and then I'm sure there's a poetry to the sound of it in Japanese. That obviously, because I don't speak Japanese, I can't appreciate.
Sid Highwind,
the cigarettes
the
back.
Cantankerous pilot extraordinaire joins the party and their mission to defeat Sephiroth.
Like this move, this combo is insane.
Sid Highwind,
like after the hyper, after that, watch it in slow motion a little bit.
Pilot
so the dive forward, the flip, the dippity do, the launcher, the away, and then he throws it. He's away, throws it, comes back, fucking sick, and then his limit break. Such a cool combo. In English, he does call him cantankerous, which gave me hope on his personality. In Japanese, doesn't say that.
Extraordinaire joins the party and their mission to defeat Sephiroth. Sid's command.
They said Sid has more complicated gameplay. Which interview was that in? Because there's just been so many, I definitely missed that. But that could make sense, right? It could feel a little bit like Kate Sith. Takes some getting used to. Awesome.
Command of his lance allows him to rapidly close the distance for powerful strikes, or engage in sweeping area of effect attacks to bring a whole host of enemies to heel. But to fully control the battlefield, skill with a weapon only gets you so far. To further augment your combat capabilities, try this on for size. Function Integrated Tactical Suitwear, or the...
Ugh. Yeah, this one getting another higher res look at it. Ugh. But at the very least, they do have, you can change it for a different skin. You can even go to the normal
fit system for short. Allows you to further customize your...
This outfit looks sick. I like this one on Tifa. I do think they're going to have, more for sure that are unlockable through minigames mostly, apparently. But I'm also looking forward to, are we going to get the Advent Children ones? Are we going to get the Advent ones?
Playstyle with new uniforms imbued with unique moveset.
Probably not, but I would love it. Just Hylian, thank you for the follow.
Alongside your equipment and materia, Fitz gives you an extra edge in battle. And to face what's coming, you'll need all the strength you can muster. Sensing its fate hanging in the balance, the planet itself has unleashed its last line of defense. The weapons, ancient beasts that...
I may be overreaching again on this weapon, but I'm very curious. Very curious about something. Weapon delivers Tifa. I want to see its eyes. They're not lit up. Could just be like a graphical change from one game to the next, but you see how they're like almost matte. They're not lit up. Versus like here, they're like glowing. It could be part of its evolution, even, to be fair.
It's unleashed its last.
They're like glowing like a motherfucker. Check if it has a scar. That's a good point. Right there, maybe? I don't know.
Last line of defense.
The blue one saved Tifa, the purplish pink one swam next to it. Oh, good point.
The weapons. Ancient beasts that are larger than life and capable of untold destruction.
It just seems like it's out of control. You know?
Will you be enough to stop them before it's too late?
Like they seemed in control before. Kofi, thank you for the $5 super chat. Happy Knicks Day, dude. It was crazy. Last night was crazy. I was out for a bit of that for sure. And it was fun. It was a lot of fun. Like, oh, there was so much happening. So much happened last night. I had that concert, the Knicks one. Wild. $11.99 is the max. But where we start at? That's a good question. Because in Rebirth, we started at what, 25? So it could be even 50, possibly. It is kind of low. But the HP levels even here are not super high. There's a barricade health meter. We have to protect that 55, 50-ish. Yeah. These HPs seem kind of low for 50, but I could be misremembering. Level 30 for the 30th anniversary. That does work, actually.
As the world is torn apart, you and your friends must unite. In Revelation, we come to the thrilling conclusion of the Final Fantasy VII saga.
So cool. I can't wait for this. It's a little... I do... How do we feel about not being able to, like, just get the key with their foot?
In Revelation,
it seems like it's going to be a different minigame to, like, unlock her shit.
Conclusion.
That's fine. I did like I just kind of do like getting the cuffs. Yeah, I wonder how they make it. Just because it seems like a faulty design if you could just like
the Final Fantasy VII saga, and your mission is clear. Take up your Buster Sword, equip your materia, and stand together. One last
Genova Death.
Last time.
Pico doing her thing. By the way, the environments look so fucking crispy. Granted, this is PC. I know Max said he thought he was PS5, but again, they keep saying they said PC at the bottom. So, and just how crispy the environments look, I am assuming it is PC. Which is everything looks like all these areas that are like very lush with like greenery and stuff. This looks so good. Gameplay trailer was PS5? I'll have to see what it said at the beginning. Attacking the weapon. Oh, does this count as Dark Cloud? No. Not quite. Damn. Doesn't have the narrator on it in this version. Does it say anything about that?
Long story short, the world's in trouble.
No.
So what are we waiting for? Let's give Sephiroth the beating of a life.
tough.
I don't think it does. Development footage subject to change. No platform mention. Josh Cole, it looks like Sapphire nuked Junon. Predictions. Yeah, that the attack on it is pretty wild. Maybe in the description. No. Okay, let's check Summer Game Fest 2026. Just to catch the final thing.
Really ruin your summer vacation.
$10 super chat from Graph's Tube. The recasting of Sephiroth is very frustrating. There's 10 months until release, and you only need to provide the disc. Sorry. The disc data 1 to 2 months in advance for manufacturing. They can make it work. Another to know is if the new VA could land the voice dynamics and relationship dynamics, it'd be fine. But in the trailer, the VA completely missed the feel of Sephiroth and the relationship dynamic with Cloud. Yeah, I mean, I talked about it a lot. Day of. I don't know if I'm just like over it because I'm sort of a person who's like, oh, it is what it is. Like with a lot of shit, it's like, well, what am I gonna do? But I talked about how like I do miss how almost like seductive Sephiroth was toward Cloud, right? That it's like it sounds like he's like the new one, you could just it sounds a bit more like just threatening way, like almost like threatening Cloud versus like this slow sort of seduction, not sexual, but like maybe, but like this like slow seduction of Cloud over time, where it's like get him on his side, because that is literally what's happening throughout that whole throughout both games, and that's part of the video that I'm working on for Sephiroth. Granted, yes, it is a line out of context, but like what he's saying, like let's put your faith to the test. Like it sounds more threatening versus the way that Tyler had been doing it, which is like, for example, when you reach that point in the chapter 14 scene where you're like in between spaces, when you're in that in between space, I'll play it real quick. Sephiroth explains the world, like in this section. It's like listen to the planet Cloud.
To her ecstatic cries, her rapture.
Screaming! It's screaming!
Oh, Cloud. I thought you might finally understand.
Like he's been slowly like the script for remakes is leading him by the nose in a way where he's slowly like sort of bringing him to his side, right? He's like, I thought you would finally see, you know what I mean? And the actual Japanese dialogue, I think the line is, Cloud, it seems we still see the world differently, right? Like he's almost like exasperated by the fact that Cloud hasn't come around to his side yet. And he's just been doing this like slow walk of like getting Cloud to sort of like understand how Sephiroth views things. And so you get that in Tyler's depiction really well, I feel like. And so yeah, it is a big question of like whether Travis can do that, right? Changing the voice changes the character, period. Having multiple Sephiroths doesn't make it easier either. Yeah, the fact that there literally are like 4 different Sephiroths, like canonically within the remake. But we don't know. We've only heard one line. I mean, that's the other thing I will say. It's just like, we've only heard one line. So I don't know. I'm just as disappointed. It was one of the first things I tweeted about. Right? It's like one of the first things I talked about after the trailer dropped. Or was it? I think it's like the first thing I said about like after the trailer happened, other than just like excitement. What was it? Yeah, shocking to change the VA of the lead antagonist of the game after 2 games. I am not a fan of that choice. How severe were these scheduling issues? It's such a different sound. Yeah. And it sucks for consistency's sake. Yeah. Especially like if you picked up the trilogy and like, or if you go back and you like binge all 3 games together, it's just like a completely different voice. So it just blows. It does. Like, I wish it was Tyler. I will say that. You've heard it was due to the strike. Oh, interesting. I didn't even hear that. Like the like, because there's no current strike, but a past strike probably shifted a bunch of productions that impacted this one too. From what I heard, it actually is scheduling issues. And the timeline that I heard is, if it's true, I get it. But
Sam.
But it just sucks because he was an active working actor for so long, for all this time. Like, he was Superman, like, on TV and shit. So I'm like, what the fuck is he doing now? Actually, I don't know if these are always super up to date. Tyler Hoechlin. What is bro up to? Why can't I put this tab in here? What is bro up to? Tyler Hoechlin. Upcoming. Fucking It Happened One Summer. Look at all this shit that was produced over this time. Well, it was mostly FF7. But Superman and Lois, he was shooting this whole show during this whole period. The fuck is this piece of shit? It's fucking this up for us, chat. This is barely a thing. It has 3 actors. Come on. You better have just a very under the radar scandal that like makes it so toxic to work with him. Because you're telling me we're losing out on it because a Hollywood it girl was cut off from her wealthy family and exiled to a small Pacific Northwest beach town where she butts heads with a surly, sexy local who thinks she doesn't belong, based on the #1 New York Times best-selling series. This is #1 best-selling series? Starring Nina Dobrev and Virginia Gardner, where our boy Brendan Taggart. Come on! All right, now I'm starting to not believe the fucking scheduling thing. Granted, I don't know if the IMDb is completely up to date on everything that's like upcoming, but come on. You're telling me you could do this whole series, 53 episodes of Superman and Lois, and the Teen Wolf movie, and whatever Palm Springs is, with this one project? Come on. Hamaguchi. Don't do us like that. Maybe something unannounced. Maybe. Fuck.
I think I speak for all of us when I say we cannot wait to play it.
But, Mark, I think we...
Well, that's a weird thing, though, Classy, is that he hasn't talked about it until recently. Like, literally recently, he started to show up. He was at that Phoenix thing. He didn't stay for the whole panel, but Phoenix, what's it called? Phoenix, Tyler, Hoechlin, Sephiroth was there. I think Sephiroth met him. What was it called? Phoenix Game On Expo? Like, they were promoting this. Game On Expo. They had the Sephiroth picture on it. Granted, some of these things apparently are booked like super in advance, but like, he was showing up. He was starting to show up. He was supposed to be on the panel with the whole cast, and then he had like a scheduling issue, so he didn't make it to the panel with them. But then there was another thing happening. It was the Anaheim. It was an Anaheim. Anaheim. Tyler Hecklin. It was like a con. Why did it search Bing? Nostalgia Con. Nostalgia Con. Sephiroth. Hi, I'm here. June 20th to the 21st. Hey guys, I'm Sephiroth. Something happened. I don't know what it is. Ricky Dicky, $10. I think what really stings about the recast for me is at least Tyler really is perfect for the role. New guy sounds more like a mustache twirling villain, which really isn't how I picture Sephiroth. Yeah, I mean, again, I haven't heard much Travis Willingham in my life. I know he's on like Critical Role. I know he's a popular voice actor. I know he's had a lot of big roles. So he probably can pull it off, and we've only heard one line of dialogue out of context. So, and we're so used to Tyler that it was just never gonna hit. You know what I mean? Like that, like it was never gonna land. Everything works against that line hitting us the way it should. Because we're all like, who the fuck is that? Like literally, I was Sleepy Z, if he's here, can attest. I was like, it was after the show. We ended up at a bar to get food and have like a couple drinks before like meeting up with friends. And I finally like I put my AirPods in and I like watched a trailer like at the bar, and I heard that line and I tapped Sleep Easy and I was like, who the fuck is this talking? Because you couldn't really hear it in the theater. You know, like you could, but you didn't really, there's so much happening. People are clapping, that's loud, like you couldn't really hear it. And so when I showed it, I was like, who the fuck is this? He was like, it was like, we were like, he was like, maybe that's Gina Talk. Like we both generally thought like maybe Gina Talk. But yeah.
Andy.
Crazy. Sorry, there's another super chat. Where was it? Ricky. Oh, I think I read that one already. Yeah, I read that one. Was there another one? I felt like I may have missed one. Oh, here we go. Josh C with the $5 super chat. Essie does this all the time. They've replaced Cage female actresses left and right. Really? Wait, what did Blitz say? I got us to just see visually the lips flapping and Travis's voice coming out before I judge. Yeah. Yeah.
The video 2
It's frustrating.
I hate to leave a story.
Let's watch this part at least.
Finished.
Is that right?
Well then, we better take a look.
All I can say, here's the one thing I will say. I feel somewhat vindicated because I have been saying that Tyler is a really good Sephiroth, and like people keep talking about how like they're like, oh, like people really like the original, the Advent Children. Why am I blanking? I've said his name a million times now. George Newbern. Like people are like, oh, I love George Newbern, yada yada. And I've always felt George Newbern's Sephiroth was kind of flat. It's just kind of a deep voice, in my opinion. Maybe it's an asshole point of view, but I just never really thought he was that great, Sephiroth. So I've always been a Tyler stan when it comes to his Sephiroth performance. And so now that everyone's up in arms about Tyler getting recasted, I at least feel like I was like, okay, my ears weren't deceiving me. But yeah. And we will be able to, this is all on Square Enix. Like at the end of the day, it's all on Square Enix. Like you can't blame Travis for it. You can't blame Tyler, hopefully, depending on what the situation is. All this is on Square, and that's kind of par for the course, right? Like Square always like lets us down in some way. Let's check out this ending of this trailer situation.
cannon back online! Now!
Yeah, Japanese is the same voice. This is such a different design for Sapphire, like from the side. It's like definitely gone more sort of alien. I'm not against it just because the weapons are supposed to be kind of crazy. And in the OG, if you really look at it, it looks a little like Power Rangers-y, right? It definitely looks just Godzilla in the face. Somebody said he got injured. It looks more organic. Yeah. It may have skinned him, possibly. It also feels like there's an edit here, right? It definitely feels like there's a bit of an edit. Because it seems like the shot almost seems kind of sudden from when Heidegger says his shit. Oh, the wing gets blown off. Yeah. So he gets clipped, but then he does a fuckload of damage. So that's definitely the shot that frees Tifa, I think, because it seems like the location where it is. And it's like a fresh thing. $5 super chat from James. Thank you so much. He sounds like Zenmus and Kingdom Hearts 2. I have never been happier. Watch out for Tell Cloud. We shall go together in next game. I have never been happier. Have never played Kingdom Hearts than in this moment, because everybody has mentioned sounding like Zemnis. Is Travis Zemnis's voice actor? Either way, I'm very happy I've never played Kingdom Hearts because I do not have that tainting my experience of it. Because I can understand if you have that voice buried in your brain, it's going to be hard to untrain that. Thank fuck I never played Kingdom Hearts. Because it sounds like everybody has said that. Every Kingdom Hearts fan has mentioned that. So I'm very happy that I don't have that. Not done, Rick. For sure, in this specific, I get 100% the way subtext was describing people lamenting the change. The Tyler originally, oh, you're just replying to something else. Yeah. What is getting exploded? Thanks so much, Graphs, for the $5 super chat. Hot take, love Matt Mercer and big name recognition, but if you gave me a trolley problem of Matt or Tyler being out of part 3, I'd take Tyler over Matt. Yeah, I mean, yes. I mean, the Tyler VA is... I mean, Tyler did amazing. Because, like, what's on top of the mountain? It seems like the top of the mountain is what really gets hit. Because this is like Junon proper is like directly in front, right? Like this is literally where you walk around in Junon. Mithril Caves. Interesting. It's a hell of a shot, though. It is now in point blank position to like do some damage though.
At last,
they get attacked in the city.
Fulfilled. The journey ends here.
You could disregard it. You could, like, I've seen people disregard the fact that he dodged it, but it is crazy. That is the thing that they end on. Like they end everything with that moment, and they know people like us fucking lick this shit up, and like, and the Sephiroth music plays. Fuck. Fuck. I don't know. It seems like Sephiroth is having an impact.
At last, the promise is fulfilled.
That theme was always part of the weapon attack theme? Was it? Where would that have played? Here? Attack of the weapon. It was in Rebirth's version of the song? Was it in the original version of the song? Yeah, I did see that interview that like supposedly he was controlling them in the OG. It was like it never really felt like tremendously like a big plot point. I could sort of hear it. Not here, but earlier. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is there. Yeah. It's there. It's not at the same moment as the thing. Yeah. They got us by the balls. There's like such plausible deniability to every theory. You know what I mean? Like you could point at something and say it's fucking music. But yeah, it's also there. It's in the Rebirth version of the song as well. All right, here. Crazy. Oh my god, chat, so much. All right, let me run to the bathroom and then we'll do, because where are we? We are on slide 23 out of 141. Obviously, we didn't start the breakdown of like the dev interview stuff, but we are yeah, it's gonna be a time. So get settled in, get your popcorn, get your shit, because we still have a lot more to talk about, but I also really need to use the bathroom. Just give me 1 second, chat. No more coffee craving. That was Thursday. Okay. Okay. So, you guys have about a week head start on me, by the way. Because like I said, I was away. Ever since I even got back, like, it was hard to keep up with things when you were just like out and out at Summer Games Fest and you were like playing games and meeting people and chatting. So it was kind of hard to keep up with everything, and everything was dropping like while that was happening. And then I got back and I was like in a work crunch, like a crazy work crunch, because I was kind of irresponsible with work while I was away for Summer Games Fest. Like Summer Games Fest dropped in probably the busiest period of like my job of the year so far. And so it was like I was then sprinting at that. I was like in the media center on Monday at Summer Games Fest, like had my laptop open, trying to do some work, like sitting with Max and everyone, which is incredibly difficult to do when you're just like, you want to be in the moment and like hang out with people. I work in like marketing. Yeah. So it was like, it was very difficult. So I was working like on the plane, on the flight back, and then in the morning crunching, like, cause I had stuff due on Tuesday and I got back Tuesday morning at like 7 a.m. on like an overnight flight. So I was like doing that work stuff on the flight home. Got home at like 7 a.m., passed out on my bed for like 3 hours, woke up at 10, worked from home that day, and just like grinded to get shit done in time, which I did, but it was it was risky. I was 7 seconds to the end was a real thing for me. Anyway, so let's dive in. So starting with this first section, title explanation. So like, you guys have probably heard some of this already. I tried to organize it in a way that like might bring some like structure to it, where even if we review things that you've heard before, hopefully this is like, there's a couple new takes here that you haven't heard, or different ways of thinking about it. And then obviously you guys will have input in chat on things, some subtext to it. Exactly. So I also tried to make them, you will see progressively as we go through this, as I was running out of time. These are nicely laid out quotes for us to really like take in, and there's like pictures to go with it. As it got closer to the deadline of eventually 12:30 today, I just had to start pasting them in. I couldn't do all the spiffing up of them. Obviously all of the quotes are from Hamaguchi, because he's the only one talking right now, which is actually kind of nice to have like just one voice versus sometimes the conflict that you get from having, you know, Nomura and Nojima and Katase and all of them saying stuff. Hold on. This taskbar should go away. Why is the taskbar still showing? Automatically hide. Okay. So this first one was in 4Gamer. The subtitles for this remake series are chosen by Nomura, the creative director for the entire FF7 franchise. I'm also torn on what I want to do with, hold on, give me 1 second, chat. I'm going to try to do something. I'm going to stop this recording real quick. See a dev with the €10 super chat. Can we have a look at the screenshots on the SE Press website where they parachute into the grasslands? I'm sure you can see the Chocobo walking wall. Yeah, we're going to look at that actually later, Sia. But yeah, there is a Chocobo walking wall that you can see. I know Max noticed that in the stream, or somebody pointed it out. But we do have a moment somewhere in this where we are going to look at it. I just want to see if I could... Because here's the thing. What I want to do, just so you know why I'm delayed for a minute, is I want to see in the settings if I could just have it record my voice on the output for like the video. Because I would really like, I don't know how to, damn, I didn't set this. I think I need to set it earlier. Because I would like to play music in the background, but I also think I might use this to like edit a video out of it. But we'll get some music. I think we need the mood music. Let me actually do this FF7 playlist just to stay in the FF7 zone. All right. So, you can separate audio sources by recordings. I know you're supposed to, but it's not showing me an option. I think it's because I started stream already, that the audio output options are grayed out on recording. And it might be because I already started streaming technically. I thought that maybe if I wasn't recording, I could do it, but it's fine. It's fine. I might end up just making like a more dedicated edit video, because editing this like several hour stream into something would probably be too much of a hassle anyway. Yeah, starting stream, you can't do it. I know, I thought about it, but then I was rushing to actually get live on time, so I just forgot to even check the settings, but it's fine. So the subtitles for this remake series are chosen by Nomura, the creative director for the entire FF7 franchise. We basically said, we'll leave the final decision with you. Additionally, including the mysteries we have posed to players through Remake and Rebirth up until now, it felt right in the sense that everything will finally be gathered and resolved here as a conclusion. So this is, you know, there's several different quotes that say this, or a version of this. And you'll see that he sort of also fluctuates between the definition of resolve, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But the next one for the title, we went through a lot of hoops to make sure it didn't get leaked beforehand. So when you look at the wider development team who worked tirelessly on the third and final installment, there are actually only about 4 or 5 people who knew about the word Revelation being in the title. There were hundreds of developers who found out about the full title at the same time as the general audience. What's really funny about this is that I had people sort of DMing me over the months claiming they had sources, or like, I've heard the name is X, Y, or Z. Not a single one of these people were right. Not a single one. And that makes sense, since only like 4 or 5 people actually knew. And this is a recent quote that just dropped. This is in the Bloomberg report that came out, I think, Friday. So kind of wild just how much they had to sort of like keep things locked down. I'm just gonna move chat over here, because it was actually not working out on the side there. So a video might recommend. Oh, you're replying to Sephiroth. How can you say he's leaving the final decision to us if it's only going to have one ending no matter what? Well, no, he was saying he was leaving the decision for the title up to Nomura. He said he was talking about Nomura. He was saying the choice of the title was left up to Nomura. He said we said to Nomura, we'll leave the final decision with you. It wasn't to the player. That's not who he was addressing there. Yeah, my dad John Enix told me the title years ago. Yeah. So this next thing, so the title of Liberation, it also has a dual meaning, apparently. I took this from Reddit, but I've seen it all over the place. But it was about like the double meaning of rebirth, right? How you had in Japanese rebirth, and also meant reverse in the katakana. So it could be reversal of certain elements. I talked about this a lot in my video in terms of like the reversal of that initial premise, right? That in Remake, it presented the idea that fate can change, and then Rebirth essentially says the opposite, that fate can't change, seemingly no matter what. And you see Zack go through several different scenarios where they kind of end up the same way. Obviously there was the one where he says like, I'm sick of fate shit, and like jumps to the side, which does kind of conflict with just facing the same exact fate. But that is the thing. Strife, thank you for the follow. So as you see, Audrey posted on Twitter an hour ago regarding Cloud and Sephiroth fighting together again in Revelation. I did not, but I can jump on that live. Let's see. Twitter, Audrey. Let's see. Shit is happening during stream even. I was surprised no one on the Western media outlets asked Hamaguchi about Sephiroth in the press about FF7 Revelation, but thank God China locked in and asked so many questions about Sephiroth in the FF7 remake series. This Q&A is made for Sephiroth's fans. Interesting. Billy. Oh, Jesus. But it's a video. Well. I'm not gonna be able to do anything with that. If she translates it, or if somebody translates it, that would be good. Can you give us some cliff notes, Audrey? Because so are there like English subtitles as an option? Yeah. Links are blocked in chat. I don't think they are. I think links should show up. They should definitely be coming through on Twitch. Maybe they're not on YouTube for whatever reason. Hold on. So I think Nightbot has the permissions. Links are... Hold on. Maybe you could try now. I think I had them... This filter allows you to time out or whitelist links. Is this allowing links now? I just flicked the switch on Nightbot for links. On YouTube, I think. So maybe they can come through now. I can't tell if I enabled links or I disabled them. I feel like I turned the filter against links on, is what I did. But didn't go through. Yeah. I don't know, YouTube might be more funky with it. Oh. How come this didn't show up then? Oh, maybe I looked at the most recent, but not this. So it's answer from Hamaguchi about whether Cloud and Sephiroth will once again team up to fight. Cloud and Sephiroth will once again team up to fight in FF7 Revelation. They never teamed up before, though. Oh, just YouTube never allows links in general. Will Cloud and Sephiroth team up to fight it? Team up? Team up language feels weird, though, because it's like, will they fight again? Yeah. Team up to fight again. They've never teamed up to fight again. Oh, in the beginning of Rebirth when they were... Oh, literally the fucking screenshot staring me in the face. That is quite a difficult question. I unfortunately can't really speak much on the story at the moment, but what I can say is that since this is indeed the conclusion of the remake series, how Cloud and Sephiroth will be portrayed, it will probably go beyond your expectations, so please let your imagination run wild for now. Okay. I mean, that's not really an answer. Like, you could take the non-answer to mean yes, but he also just wants you to sort of like portray stuff, or just like think crazy. I wouldn't be crazy though if they did team up at some point, especially to fight Genova possibly. Like if that's where things go, or if it's like Dark Cloud type shit, who knows? I'm not gonna put too much stock. Is there more? Hamaguchi talks about the difference between... There is one thing about Sephiroth in another interview that I'll play on another video that I have supercut, where basically it says like maybe we'll see another side of Sephiroth, is something Hamaguchi said. So there is that. Hamaguchi talks about the difference between FF7 OG Sephiroth and remake Sephiroth in the Q&A session in Square Enix Shanghai. In the FF7 OG, Sephiroth and Cloud seem like arch rivals. However, in the remake series, it seems more toned down. Why is that? I don't know if I agree with that question, even. Like, Sephiroth has been antagonistic as fuck throughout this game. Granted, yes, there are moments where he is like seducing Cloud, and there's maybe more of a conversation happening, like a two-way dialogue happening. But Cloud and Sephiroth are actually never really portrayed as rivals in FF7 OG, because Kasase often says this. That's also true, right? Like they're not really rivals necessarily. Cloud and Sephiroth are actually never portrayed as rivals in FF7 OG. Kasase often says this, but Sephiroth was a fearsome character in FF7 OG that you can't really see, but you can feel his intimidating presence, kind of like the movie Jaws. However, the Sephiroth in Remake is different, as Sephiroth has a lot more appearances in the game and he feels more real. Since it's been 20 to 30 years already, people already know who Sephiroth is. However, in order to make it more dynamic or dramatic, in Remake we want to bring out more about his character. For example, what are his true intentions? So in Remake, you can easily see how Sephiroth truly views Cloud. Yeah, I mean, we kind of know this already, right? Like, we already know there are like multiple forms of Sephiroth, including Travis Willingham, apparently, so I had a fifth one. But that's already confirmed in the Ultimania, so we already kind of knew that. You could imply this, we have already, that like having, like, since he's been around as a character for so long, they're adding more context to it. So not surprising. Hamaguchi, even though he admires Sephiroth as a hero, Sephiroth was also the person responsible for destroying his family, so he does have strong resentment towards him. It's a very complicated feeling. As to what exactly those feelings are, as much as I know you would like me to talk about it further, because like that's what the focus of this interview is. Unfortunately, I don't think I should say too much about it during this Q&A. I guess I could put it this way. Do you remember what Aerith said to Cloud at the church toward the end of Rebirth? She says there are different meanings to the word like. That's what we want to convey between Cloud and Sephiroth. I hope my answer makes sense. That's a hell of a pull. Okay. I did not expect the answer to go that direction. He does want to fuck him. That's fast. That's hilarious. Okay. I would have never expected that. There's different meanings to the word hate. Yeah. That's funny. I did not expect that reference. Hamaguchi says in the Square Enix, Rebirth is the goal of the remake series is not just recreate the OG FF7. Rather, it is a new work meant to combine elements across the entire compilation of FF7. Okay, so it's a new work meant to combine elements across the entire compilation of FF7, such as Advent Children, Third to Cerberus, Crisis Core, and other spin-offs. And regarding whether Cisne will appear in FF7 Revelation, well, he can't exactly talk about it now. However, FF7 Revelation is a work they hope fans can enjoy to see how the characters they like turn out, such as, for example, Cisne, or even other compilation characters. He also knows that Cisne is indeed a super popular character that a lot of media always ask him about. Yeah, that makes sense. Enemies to lovers confirmed. Why Sephiroth has his shirt off at the end. He wants Cloud to go to his treehouse. Jokes aside, I think it's a play on Cloud's admiration of Sephiroth and why his hatred of him is complicated with that dream to be as strong as him. Yeah. I mean, that's a good, probably, way to read that. This has been referenced a few times. We have a quote that's similar to this. This is another Rorschach test, though. This is another one of those statements from the devs that people take to confirm both sides of the debate between like sequel or like remake, right? Because like I take this to say my standing belief, and as we'll talk about in the slides, is that the remake trilogy gives an opportunity to take everything that has ever been with FF7 and have it in one project where people can experience kind of the highlights of everything related to the compilation, and also tie together all of those plot threads in like one project. So you don't have to go and you don't have to necessarily go and watch Advent Children and then Dirge or play Dirge afterward in order to sort of like see where the story goes from there. It feels like a tying a bow on FF7. And Nomura, I didn't have this in my slides, so let me pull this up. But Nomura basically had this in his statement last Friday when they did the trailer. It was like the dev quote. A ways back. Or the dev statements. Here it is, developer messages. It was this one from Nomura. See if I can get it closer. Too close. As creators, we have carefully built and nurtured the Final Fantasy VII series over many years, expanding it through the numerous spin-off titles along the way. Over time, we believe each fan has developed their own unique interpretation of the story, and our goal has been to bring all these Final Fantasy VII stories together so they can ultimately converge in the final chapter of the remake series. While there may be a mix of excitement and uncertainty, we are confident this journey will remain an unforgettable experience for years to come. So people can take that. People can take the one we just read. Where was it? Where was the Audrey one that we were just reading? Oh, they can take this one as well, and they can say like, oh, this is just a way to make the elements of the compilation make sense if you were to play it all together, right? If you were to play Crisis Core, to remake, to watch Advent Children, to play Dirge, there would be a greater integration of all the like compilation plot points so that it all like hangs together more cleanly. I don't think that's necessarily true even now, because I'll be reminded for sure when we play Dirge on stream, but my understanding, what I remember, is that when Yuffie meets Nero in Dirge, she sort of makes a comment that he's a weirdo. And there isn't seemingly any understanding of who the hell he is. And so by introducing Nero to Yuffie this early and like having it be a core like backstory moment for her, to like have this trauma with him that he killed Sonon, like that's like a core memory type shit for Yuffie. So her reaction to him in Dirge doesn't really hang together anymore, unless she seemingly just had amnesia for whatever reason. I was thinking so on our way back, and you feel how to confront that. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a plot point there for sure. They were teasing that in the temple. But it doesn't really connect to Dirge cleanly now. They've complicated that connection. I definitely think it's a way to combine everything and get rid of the things that a lot of people didn't really like about some of the side stuff. And I kind of align with Max that I wanted to end in a way that avoids Advent Children. And then people bring up like that language, right? Like voids Advent Children. It's not going to void Advent Children, even though he did say those words. But like, it's more about that the next step after this trilogy isn't just connecting to Advent Children directly as like the next step in the story. Advent Children does exist. It is canon regardless. Like even if that happens, it is already established within the end of Remake that you fight the Advent Children and you like sort of face moments from the future. And you literally fight, like I said, the entities of Advent Children from a future timeline that aims to protect it. Like it says it in the battle intel, right? So it's like it just like it's yeah. Lizzie is already like expressing the frustration, but there's that. Is there anything else Audrey shared from this interview? Hold on. Already read that one. Funny response to Shanghai FF7 Revelation meet and greet. How come there's no canon romantic ship for Cloud? Yes, anyway. Answered it like I would answer it. Hamaguchi answered a question, meet and greet. Shanghai, it's the same thing. And then whatever that is. Love in Deep Space, I don't know. All right, let's go forward. Oh, this is where I was. Sia with another $5 super chat. I also think in the raid of Midgar in Revelation, the party will split up. Some will go after Hojo. I totally agree. Yeah. I think Vincent has to go after Hojo. Like, you have to have the conversation between Vincent and Hojo for sure. Like, I think the party that goes after Hojo is Cloud, Vincent, and Red 13. Because they all have the most direct history with Hojo. Yeah, so there's a double meaning here. So Revelation. God, that we sidetracked hardcore. Revelation also has a similar double meaning, similar to like Rebirth Reverse, where it's revelation and liberation. And even sometimes if you like look up one of the articles from like one of the Japanese articles, a lot of times it actually comes back as like in the title, it'll say FF7 Liberation, right? So like both titles are like coming through even in like the auto translate that Google will do. And I think a couple of the interviews might even have that. But here in this interview from Den Feminico Gamer, which was a Japanese outlet. So this is using, this one in particular, I think is using Google, like translate. To put it simply, this is about addressing the expectations of those who have followed us through the second installment, wondering what kind of ending will it be. The answer is what was hidden will be revealed. That's the meaning of liberation. Again, this one says liberation because that's how Google translated it, but it does mean both things. And then Famitsu, there was this response where Famitsu asked, the word revelation carries the meaning of hidden facts being brought to light. It feels like an incredibly fitting title for the conclusion of a story. Nomura, and this is Hamaguchi saying, Nomura believed that a word with a certain degree of clarity would be best. Oh, sorry, I forgot to say the other thing. Here in this Reddit thing, we aren't just getting, it's possible we're not just getting a revelation. We may also be reaching a finale centered around liberation. And that actually does make sense in terms of like Cloud's point of view as well, where once he's like freed from the sort of like the misunderstanding of what he believes himself to be, once he realizes who he really is and what his true backstory is, he's freed, right? He's no longer under the control of Sephiroth, and he's also not under the control of like his misperceptions of himself or like his insecurities of himself. Like all of that stuff gets wiped away because he comes to terms with it and he faces it. Similar thing happens in Advent Children once he comes to terms with the grief that he faces. Even though grief does linger, that does happen. He does sort of him smiling at the end of Advent Children is sort of a symbol of being liberated from the guilt and the grief to some extent. So Nomura's response, I mean, this is Hamaguchi's response. Nomura believed that a word with a certain degree of clarity would be best. It directly expresses the position of this third game, what kind of truth will be unveiled, including the conclusion of the story. And that's something I talked about on the podcast with Max and everyone, was I love the thing I like about the title most is that it does convey you're gonna get fucking answers after like 2 games of almost being frustrated by the amount of mysteries. To have a title that at least signals, hey, you're gonna get some fucking answers, is the best thing they could have had, right? Like if it were Return or Reclaim or any of these other renames that people were throwing out, it wouldn't convey that. Even Reunion wouldn't convey that, right? And I always wondered if it would be something like Resolve, weirdly enough, which is like a keyword now for like their development. But I think I had that one. I had Resolve as like an option at one point when we did the sort of like name walkthroughs. I was sticking more to like 2 syllables. Because I thought they would just stick with that. I thought I'd consider Revelation. People had brought it up in at least comments and I think in chat a couple times, and I just thought it was too long. I just didn't think they would do something that long. Not to mention the re sound to it instead of re. Oh, at least in English. But they did it. They went with it. And so I do like that it actually gives an answer. Not Requiem or any of that shit either. That would have not carried this meaning, right? That like you're gonna get the answers at the end. And then Nomura there was an editorial note on the Famitsu article where Nomura provided a statement himself, where he said, those who have followed the previous 2 entries in the FF7 remake series are likely anxious about the deepening mysteries. However, even within the original FF7, there are still mysteries left that have yet to be uncovered. As the FF7 series, all of these represent the single proposition of bringing the truth to light. So this was interesting too, in terms of like, there is such an awareness that people are anxious about getting answers. And you will see there's like even more quotes that we're going to read in a bit when I get to the chapter all about like conclusiveness and closure, where they are very much like directly aware. They know that everyone is frustrated. They know that people are frustrated, that don't have answers. And so it's a bold and good move that it's like, dude, we get it. You will get answers. In fact, there are still some mysteries, even in the OG, that have not been resolved. And that's interesting too. Even for people who are not sequel coded, even if like your belief system is that this is just an interesting reimagining of things, this is promising to give you answers to things from the OG that you never quite understood or never quite got. So regardless of which camp you are on that side of the debate, that is an exciting proposition, as Virtua J is saying. Like, we're going to give you some answers, even answers to stuff in the OG. So I really do like that bit about what this thing means. We're not going to get the answers we want until at least March. In reality, everyone needs to accept that. I mean, yeah, it's going to be obviously next year. Bringing the story to a close is obviously one major theme. What other themes or concepts were there? Everything from the story to the game design is built upon the foundation of that word resolve. It signifies the resolve of Cloud and the others as they face their respective feelings and preparedness heading into the final battle. And it also encapsulates our resolve as creators to firmly bring this series to a complete finish. Just again, all the words, all the verbiage you're using is like complete finish. Like, you will get all the answers. In this case, resolve, they're using a different definition of it. And this whole project is like dripping in double meaning, right? Between rebirth, reverse, revelation, liberation, resolve in like these 2 ways, which I'll just jump to. It's like there are 2 different definitions of resolve. If you use it more as a verb, it's more of like to successfully deal with things, clear things up, finding answers to something. If it's uses more of a noun, it's like this fixity of purpose, right? Like unshaken resolve, newfound resolve. Even though we can't do anything to stop a hurricane, with resolve and collective action, we can greatly mitigate its destructive impact. Like they use both within this. Within all these answers, there's resolve as like getting a resolution. And then there's resolve in this sense, where it's more about like their resolve as they head into the end. And even the developer's own resolve to reach the ending. So I believe that bringing the series to a proper finish is a demonstration of good faith, sincerity toward the people who have followed us this far. Then 4Gamer said, so you mean you will basically resolve all the foreshadowing and mysteries you've left behind up until now? And Hamaguchi said, the entire game has been structured with exactly that spirit in mind. And in this case, the auto translate sort of corrected, like said determination. So I do think I may have gotten this translated by Shinra Arch, so I'll have to check the doc for that. But either way, like the entire game being structured to sort of like resolve all the foreshadowing and mysteries, like structured to do that, is odd. It feels good. It's such a relief. And it's such a relief when you combine it with things like this, right? Where they outright say, we know people are anxious. We have answers coming. You're going to get fucking answers. And then this next question this next statement, in that sense, I should have mentioned this from the beginning, but the concept of this game is determination. Here, this could also be another mix-up in terms of the translation, but in the story, Cloud and his friends face their final battle, confronting the burdens they carry and making a firm resolve to face it. For us creators, this is the finale, so we approach it with the determination to bring it to a definite conclusion. they can't do the ambiguous shit. If after all of this, they end up giving us like flashes of characters' faces, and the ambiguity of the original, that would more directly conflict with this statement than these statements, than the whole thing about like, is it going to change or is it not? You got to head to a meeting. All right, thank you, Classy. Thanks for hanging out. And I know you sent some super chats and stuff and all that. The VOD will be up, so you can always check it after your meetings. But so that's all really interesting. There's another section where we talk about closure, and then a lot of these questions or a lot of these interviews where I have these more directly translated from Shinra Archeology. So we'll check that out after I get through that section, where we get to read some of these quotes with like with an even clearer translation. But the next one, trilogy reflections. Do you have any regrets about the trilogy? Oh, and the thing about Resolve, I just want to say this too, about like them having the determination to bring it to a close. I think he talks about it a little bit later too. I was also thinking about it from the developer's perspective. Like, you've been working on this for like 10 years, to sort of like, you would probably need some resolve to like push through. Chat, I do not know how the fuck you're making this game in 3 years. Like, that's a very fast development and like modern game dev, where like, you know, Tears of the Kingdom from Breath of the Wild, it's like 6 years. God of War Ragnarok from God of War 2018, I think it took like 4 or 5 years. Horizon 2 took like 5 years. Like, they have had the benefit of like keeping a team together, which is what they've said. But I think it's probably more than that. They're probably working like hell. I kind of feel bad for them because, and probably a part of that is trying to reach the anniversary. This is a very, very fast development, especially with how much content they have to cover and how much they apparently have in this game. I couldn't find the quote, but there was a quote at one point that was talking about how much content is in Revelation. And I read it while I was in LA, so I just couldn't find it. But they said, because we'll talk about it later, but apparently the character choices you make have an impact on like certain things to be locked out. So you literally can't play everything in one playthrough. Thank you so much, Rob, for the follow. So you can't play everything in one playthrough. And the thing that they said to like clarify, because they asked, is it the same amount of content as Rebirth or not? And Hamaguchi said, like, if you were to include everything, like absolutely everything, including things that you won't be able to see based on choices that you make, there's overwhelmingly more content. But considering how it branches, it should be about the same with maybe a little bit more content than Rebirth. So apparently the things that exist in it is like an overwhelming amount more than what existed in Rebirth. And I think we all felt like Rebirth had an insane amount of content. So that's shocking. I think it's a mixture of them working like hell and also being in a very unique place to make essentially all 3 games at the same time. Like, while they were building 2, they can be making assets for 3 for sure. And they've been working, like Nomura mentioned a while back. Like back in 2022, Nomura said that he had started doing some stuff on part 3 back in 2022. So there were definitely some team members who were already working on stuff. It's great that FF7 received this level of treatment, having a game developed over 3 years, considering how long it takes to release games in the industry. 100%. Oof, my throat. First, I was sad that Bone Village wasn't in it, but if there was something I could have selected for leaving out, is Bone Village. Yeah. So let's jump to the next section, Trilogy Reflections. We're on section 2 out of like 16. So, do you have any regrets about the trilogy being 3 separate games, or do you think it was a successful experiment? We'd love for players to see and decide for themselves once Revelation comes out and the trilogy is complete, but I myself think it was a great idea to split into 3 parts. I don't know how you guys feel. And I know there are people who wish it was just 2 parts. Like, I've heard that repeatedly from like Night Sky Prince, for example. I was not happy about the idea of multiple releases, like the episodic thing when they first announced it, like back in 2015 or 16 or whenever they said it. I was like, oh fuck, I was pissed about it. And I really didn't want it to be multiple games. Partially because like the weight and all the stuff that we're experiencing now and potential bloat. And I think there is like a bit of bloat for sure. But they have led to significantly better video games. And I've said that consistently. Like, if they only had one crack at this, if they only had one crack at remaking like FF7 and it was just one game, I don't know if they would have done all the plot beats justice. I think the combat system would have been like the version 1 of it, right? Versus like, we're going to get version 3 and it's going to have job system in it. It's going to have like, as a video game, you know, like maybe it has some impacts on story, but as a video game experience, they are significantly better video games than what Square was capable of producing back, you know, in 2017 to 2020. Like, I just feel like this whole process of them remaking this, they've kind of recaptured a little bit of the mojo. I think partially like literally going into and having to remake this thing and having to sort of like directly face what made this game so great, even if they botched a couple things. I think it's kind of been a learning lesson all throughout on like how to make a good video game. It was the right decision. I think it turned out really well. Midway is my least favorite part of the OG, so part 1 only being that had me worried. I couldn't imagine it without 3 parts now. Almost feel like it could be 4. Yeah, especially given how much is left. If there was only one game, the air combat would have sucked all the way through. 100% Sage. I think we all were before seeing Remake. After that, I was cheerful. I'm just wondering if it was just 3. Yeah. It doesn't help that Essie's reputation was in the dirt and no one had confidence in them. The team legit turned it around 10,000%. Automaton quote from Alex. Hamaguchi, in terms of volume. Oh, you found it. Hamaguchi. This is from Hamaguchi. It was an automaton. In terms of volume, I'd say they're roughly the same. Perhaps FF7 Revelation may be a bit larger. Since each player's experience differs, it's impossible to see everything in a single playthrough. When you consider the total volume of all possible experiences combined, it's honestly hard to say whether FF7 Rebirth or Revelation contains more content. That's how substantial FF7 Revelation is. I'm just gonna drop this in here for future reference also, myself. Cool. We got to theorize all this time. Yeah. I recall some content creators being upset when it was first announced. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like Telltale style almost. I thought they were gonna like chunk it out and like microtransact the fuck out of us. All right. Revelation has to be disc 2 and 3. Why did it end up so lopsided? This is a good question from Restart Run. It's a little, I kind of truncated some of the questions a little bit because some of the questions are long. So I kind of like cut it down a little bit. So I'll lower your content. Sorry for my outburst earlier. Oh, it's all good, Lizzie. I know you're just probably frustrated about the Advent Children debate or the sequel debate, which there will be more of it. But we want to include all this content in the third title. But it's more so like they knew that with the second title, oh, I have this, I typoed there. That they knew with the second title, they wanted to make it to the Temple of the Ancients, and that was for sure. And everything else that comes after would go into the third title. It was interesting too for him to mention Temple, because he mentions it later too. He said something about like revisiting Temple, and I'm like, how do you revisit Temple? But I kind of get the feeling that Hamaguchi sort of like wraps the temple and the ancient city together in his head, because he said it multiple times where it's like, I mean, it doesn't end at the temple, but I think it's because he sort of like combines them in his head. But yeah, I mean, this is the biggest question that I have in terms of how they could get everything in and it not feel rushed and everything have the time that it needs. There's a lot of storylines to wrap up, so we'll see. Played 40 times. Is it already in a state of play completely? That's right. The game is now playable from start to finish, including side content. There's still some temporary 3D assets and other things. So he's saying it's totally playable, including the side content. There's like some unfinished assets and stuff, but This is exciting. We had this question, right, in terms of like, when you say 40 times, how complete is the game, all of that. The Northwood was before the ancient city, not the temple. He talks about the Northwood too as like a separate thing. So he says like Northwood and Temple of the Ancients. How much closure? This is the one that connects a little bit with the title conversation. I think there are a lot of unresolved narrative threads and just as many unanswered questions in Remake and Rebirth. We could say that all of this will find closure in FF7 Revelation. Thank Christ. There's more. As for possible connections with the various spin-offs and compilation titles, from the very beginning of this remake project, our goal and vision was to create a new reinterpretation, a new story of Final Fantasy VII that would be connected to the various spin-offs and connection title and compilation titles. So yes, I believe there could be some connections. This will be the final chapter of a very complex saga and the culmination of a long development journey. So obviously there's some bias that I have in terms of like feeling that it is more of a on the sequel end or requel end or whatever the hell we want to call it. Like the words don't really work in a lot of ways. This is almost like a totally its own thing in a way. But I did find it interesting to imply also that there's like there will be some connections. And that this is a new reinterpretation, a new story of Final Fantasy VII. They've mentioned that before. Again, though, this is Rorschach test number 10,087, where like people who are on the other side of the camp will read it a different way. People who are more on the like the sort of like sequel-ish side, meta sequels, pseudo sequel, requel, however the hell we want to call it, continuation. We're gonna read it this way, right? There's a word we don't use it, reimagining. Well, the thing is, like, reimagining is also what the other side uses, right? Like the people who don't believe it's a sequel call it a reimagining. But even that sort of like adds a different. I would say probably reimagining is. I don't know if reimagining quite envelops the sequel theory though, because reimagining does still imply it is the same core thing. Whereas I do think my perspective is that it is a step further, right? Like it's a step further than just reimagining what it is. Like it is a new story of Final Fantasy VII. But yeah. This might be a repetitive question, but the story truly, this is like an amazing question. Because like I think this person had already asked kind of this question, or they're referencing like other interviews that he's probably done. But it's like, this might be a repetitive question, but the story truly, completely concludes with this title, correct? He's like, he doubled down as much as humanly possible on like, you're not going to make this ambiguous, are you? Of course it concludes. It is a conclusion I've so much confidence in that I can truly, genuinely feel I am so glad that we were able to guide the story to this end. This is also super interesting to me. I forgot to pull in the quote, but there was a Nomura quote. Nomura nervous FF7 Rebirth ending. There was this quote from Nomura that he was nervous about the ending of Rebirth. We talked about it a few times, where he said, where's the actual quote? Where's the actual quote? This person didn't put the actual quote. Is it here? Nope. What the fuck is it? We've talked about it before. Playing through FF7 Remake, you probably have small questions back in your head. As for FF7 Rebirth, I don't really have a good read on how the audience is going to react. What I can say is that the ending will certainly have a rather different impact than Remake. I'm way more nervous this time around on how everyone will handle this ending. However, before getting into any spoiler territory, please play the game to find out for yourself. Obviously, this is Nomura, not necessarily love this track. What is this? Yeah, this is the Mako Reactor from Rifty Beats. Mako Reactor from Rifty Beats. So obviously, this is different people, right? This is Hamaguchi, not Nomura. But there's like so much confidence about how people react to the ending. But even Hamaguchi at one point had a quote, and I had it in my video, of like they expected positive and negative reactions to Rebirth. He seems pretty confident it'll be positive. I think he's counting his chickens a little bit, because if we know anything about FF7 fans, they are all gonna have different opinions on this shit. So who it appeases is gonna be an interesting, the real test, right? I honestly think Revelation will be way bigger than Rebirth. There was no way in hell you can include all of Rebirth zones and new content and then add Northern Continent with the Inn, Crater, Rocket Town, Wutai, Mediel, Midgar outskirts, maybe Midgar, maybe Underwater. I think he's very coy about it, which SE has been a bunch of times with the series. I mean, he'd probably be smart to be coy about it, like if it is ridiculously more, especially because like people seem like overwhelmed by how much there was in Rebirth. Hey, what's going on, Oshana? The whole team seems wildly confident. They almost seem like too confident, if I'm being honest. They're pushing so hard that please don't fret. Yes, this is indeed the end. Even with the Matt Mercer trailer, poor guys at this point are considering the end neon sign. Yeah. I believe everyone is highly focused. Oh, and then he directly addresses this point. This is all still before the more direct question about it. I believe everyone is highly focused on whether it will go exactly like the original version or if something will change. However, as the conclusion to a series that took over 10 years of time, I believe I can offer everyone an ending that I myself am entirely satisfied with as a director. As for what kind of conclusion it turns out to be, I absolutely want you to play it and experience it for yourself. As a concluding entry, we are also highly anxious about whether this is a question from anytime you see like the text being more like not bolded, this is coming from whatever outlet is interviewing them. So in this case, it's Famitsu. As a concluding entry, we are also highly anxious about whether the many pieces of foreshadowing scattered up until now will all be resolved. And Hamaguchi said the word revelation includes the nuance of truth being made clear and brought to light. It embodies our desire to firmly present our own singular answer to the questions we have posed to everyone up until now. So there is no shortage of quotes that are deep in this, like, we are going to end it. It is going to be an ending. There's going to be a singular answer. You'll get all the answers. Like, they are repeatedly saying that, so they better fucking live up to that. This was Famitsu. They asked, because there were so many mysteries after finishing Rebirth, I was thinking, can they really make everything clear in just one more game? However, will there still be room left for players to speculate and theorize? Hamaguchi was like, who knows? Laughs. This is exceptionally difficult because the specific points that users focus on differ completely from person to person, don't they? Therefore, even if we clearly present an answer from our side, individual opinions will inevitably pop up saying, I wish you had dug a little deeper into this specific part. So I think he's very aware of the way the internet has responded to this game, because he's like, even if we give the exact answer from our perspective, we do expect people to probably take it out into their own, however way they take it, or feel like maybe it's not everything. I just love, who knows? I actually I deeply relate to that expression. Whether absolutely everything has been resolved is something you will ultimately have to play the game and judge for yourself. However, as the creators, we believe we have firmly given shape to the things we wanted to express through this trilogy and the things we wanted to convey to all the fans. And then RPG Site also asked this question that exploded the internet. Back in 2023, Nomura said FF7R will link to Advent Children. Is that still the case? I'm glad that this person just straight up asked this question, because I don't think I've ever seen it asked straight up like this. I don't believe we've publicly claimed or stated it's going to be exactly that, so I'd like for players to play Revelation and see for themselves what the conclusion of the journey holds and see about that. He could be not totally remembering what Katase said. He could be, you know, pushing against that statement, but this was his response. I will leave it at that. I know people have already fought about it endlessly. The Hamaguchi Solas, with the more recent question, where they also asked directly about the debate. Since the release of FF7 Remake, there have been many debates about whether the trilogy is actually a sequel to the original Final Fantasy VII. We're not going to ask you if it is unless you want to tell us, but we'd like to know if Revelation will put an end to the debate. First of all, regarding your question about whether the remake saga is a sequel to the original FF7 or not, obviously I think it's best not to answer, confirm, or deny anything for now, as we will be releasing Revelation, the final chapter, next year. Fair enough. What I can say is that the overall concept, the idea behind the Final Fantasy VII Remake saga is to create a new world, a new narrative, Final Fantasy VII, that includes all the elements previously shown in the FF7 spin-offs. So again, you could take this both ways. You could see it as like a new story that's just inclusive of everything, so it all hangs together more neatly, or it's some kind of new resolution that ties all the threads together. In that sense, whether the Final Fantasy VII Remake saga has any connections or links to the original FF7 story is a difficult question, because the answer is both yes and no. Both answers are possible. This sounds familiar. I think I edited something, or I meant to. Oh no, I was just gonna have it open. I was gonna play it, but this sounds familiar, chat, doesn't it? My voice needs a rest also, so I'm going to play this from one of my videos. Well, from the video. It was at this moment.
Don't blame yourself.
It's right here. Hold on. This sounds so much like, again, take this answer again. Whether FF7 Remake Saga has any connections or links to the original FF story is a difficult question. Because the answer is both yes and no. Both answers are possible. It was at this moment that I felt most confident that the grand conclusion of this trilogy would end up, at the very least, in a slightly different place, even if just emotionally. Just as Cloud is in a much different emotional state after Aerith's death in Rebirth compared to after her death in the original, I think that even if events largely play out the same way for the rest of the trilogy, the emotional state of the characters and the final endgame of the story will be notably different than in the original. After all, what's the purpose of manipulating live stream realities to finally tell Cloud? Wait, this is a different point. Hold on, I think I have this later. Because I think it's for a different point that I wanted to make. Was it here? No, it wasn't there. This was about the Katase quotes. Actually, hold on. Let me get to when we get to the Katase quotes, because that's what that connects to. That's what it was. Sorry, I just forgot in my head where I had these things connecting. Personally, as director of the remake series, my focus isn't so, but basically to say what I was going to say, at least for to this, that was sort of the thing I had in my, that I mentioned at one point in my video in terms of like the thesis, antithesis, synthesis thing, where it's like, it is like the question of like, is it different or is it the same? Effectively, it is both of them, right? Like it is the merging of those two ideas. It is the resolution of those two ideas coming in conflict that leads to a new thought. Personally, as director of the remake series, my focus isn't so much on how Revelation connects with the other titles and the original, but rather how we can deliver a satisfying conclusion to the saga, especially considering that next year marks the 30th anniversary. So all I can say for now is that I hope the fans are eager to discover the big reveal at the end of the story and the answers we're going to give them. Are Vincent's backstory elements, like in Dirge of Cerberus, something we're going to see in Revelation? We can't delve too much into the storyline just yet, but thinking of spin-offs you mentioned, like Dirge, our overall concept for Revelation is to pick up from those stories as well. So with the characters like Vincent and Zach, those are explored. We can't say just how much yet. It's also interesting too, because it's like he's saying to like pick up the stories. But these are stories that haven't happened quite yet. So, but it could just be the backstory stuff, right? Like the stuff that is told about like him and Lucrezia, and because that stuff isn't really explained in the OG. You kind of get it a little bit, like there's a little cutscene where Hojo shoots at him, and like, you get a little bit of the sense of like what happened, but Dirge expands it a lot more. So I think we'll get all of that stuff here, and I think you kind of have to, because that stuff is like core to Vincent's character. Like everything that happened between him, Hojo, Lucrezia, like all that stuff has to be included in here, to like make his character work, right? I hope they only pick up the good parts because Dirge is a clusterfuck. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, too, Dirge wasn't definitely written by Nojima. I think he might have had like some impact on like the outline, but he didn't write it. So we're also getting Nojima's take on Dirge content. That alone, it's like a big upgrade. What's up, subs? Hey, what's going on, Matt? Possibly for some of the individuals related to Deep, possibility is asking about the possibility for some of the individuals related to Deep Grounds to make an appearance. He says this time the Midgar area also appears and can be explored. Within that, let me turn the music back on. Within that, regarding the characters of the names you just mentioned, I have a desire to meet the fans' expectations. It was interesting too, because if I remember correctly, the question actually didn't specifically mention any character names, but he referenced it in the answer. But again, this is an auto-translate. But it's saying that yes, there will be potentially opportunity, like if the expectation of fans is to see Deep Ground, which he's implying here, then we will run into obviously Nero and all that, and possibly even others from Deep Grounds. I hope not too many. I really hope it's pretty much just Nero. Vice, maybe. I don't think I really need to meet. I don't think I need to reunite again with. Why am I remembering their names? But there's like, it's not Rhonda, but there's that that lady. The other's Fietz. Why can't I remember her name? Rosso. Yeah. I don't need to meet Rosso or the big bull guy. Rhino. I don't know what his name is. I'm just Azul. Yeah. I don't think we need to really meet Azul, aka Rhino, and all them. So the ending. What sort of legacy do you hope the trilogy will have? What kind of feeling? What kind of feelings do you hope players have? What kind of feelings do you hope players have? As you know, FF7 has these iconic and such beloved characters, and fans may be wondering about the fate of certain characters within the story. But I truly wanted to make a game where, upon playing through the story, they would just feel glad to have been on this journey with these characters and just have that feeling. And there's one more that's relevant to this. This is like in the middle of the Famitsu interview. He was kind of talking about the end. What's going on, Mio? And then he said, and regarding Aerith, naturally everyone is worried about what became of her fate. We will keep what kind of role she will play under wraps. Does that mean, this is the interviewer, does that mean it is safe to interpret things positively and look forward to it? And then he says, saying that it would, to take it positively, would make it sound like I am confirming the end of the story will be a happy ending. Rather than focusing on the plot details being this way or that, we want to make a work where the fans who have supported these characters can finish that final chapter and genuinely feel, I am so glad I kept chasing and following this character all this time. I think I might have this retranslated through a human, so we could check that in a second. But between these two, when I first read these, and I mentioned this on the podcast with Max and everyone, when I first read these, I was like, this seems like it's kind of lowering expectations, right? In terms of like, I know everyone's worried about the fate of Aerith and Zach and everyone, but like, and they're wanting a happy ending, but I'm not sure, it's like, that's not really the focus. The focus is more on like having felt that the journey was a good one and you had all this time with the characters. Like that was how I first interpreted it. Then there was also this quote from VGC. Obviously I can't share the actual details on how the story is going to end, but in terms of how we envisioned the conclusion, we did have some sort of idea of what we wanted to do at the end. Was it this one? Yeah. So we did have a kind of direction from the early days of development. They're talking like way back remake. The same goes, because they said this before, the same goes for the producer, Yoshinori Kitase. He has his visions as well, and some of that is applied to the conclusion that we're telling in FF7 Revelation. To be completely honest, I think we're pretty confident and happy with how it's turned out. We're very much excited to see how fans will react to the beginning of the story. So this is also interesting to take into account because Kitase had all these quotes, which I mentioned in my video, of the more I work on it, the more I start to feel like I want to make all these characters happy. I want to give them a happy ending. And that's where my video reference was going to be, because that's where I had all the Kitase quotes together.
Not to blame himself, if he just ends up still blaming himself 2 years later in Advent Children. It would seem pretty damn pointless. But I asked that, not just because of the strength of the question itself, but because of a few other quotes.
To be fair, it said Kitase had some of his ideas.
Developers that people have potentially overlooked. In an interview in February, just before Rebirth's release, producer Yoshinori Kitase talked with the Spanish outlet Vandal about his mindset heading into the closing chapter of the FF7 Remake trilogy. In it, he said that after spending 30 years with these characters, he realized something. Quote, "The more I work on it, the more I start to feel like I want to make all these characters happy. I want to give them a happy ending. Knowing that the end of the..."
Oh, trust me, I know about grief resurfacing. I've lived with it big time. But I'm not going to get into the conversation.
The original is fairly ambiguous, and Advent Children doesn't exactly depict the characters or the wider world as being very happy after the events of FF7. This is one hint that there may be an intention to do something different. In fairness, I also have to point out that in the same interview, Kitase noted that it's not only up to him. Quote, "The rest of the team also have to be taken into consideration, so it won't be all happiness and rainbows. But I just want to make them happy."
This is what effectively I was quoting on the podcast too. I was like, I don't want it to be all happiness and rainbows. I was enthused to see this because I don't want it to be all happiness and rainbows. I think that's too far for what the story is. But anyway.
Just like I don't believe the FF7 Remake trilogy has backtracked on the idea of changing fate, Kitase didn't backtrack on this idea when he once again reiterated this hope for the end of the trilogy in the official Rebirth Ultimania published.
This is the wrong Ultimania image too, by the way.
2 months later in April 2024. Quote,
I mixed it up.
"On account of my age, this next game will probably be the last FF7 related work I'll be directly involved with. Of course, there's always a chance the world of FF7 will continue on in the future, but for now, this is the end of it. With that in mind, I hope Cloud and all the other characters will finally find happiness. Though we won't know how the story ends until it's actually finished, I'm personally wishing that it will conclude without any unresolved feelings remaining. That note about not leaving these characters...
And unresolved I'm very happy about. I think, is there one more?
Not to mention like the Clef Aerithal, which stays... Does it? Days before we quote the original game. A new now 20
Is this Kitase too? Yeah, this is Kitase
Anime
too.
News Network, where he said this, quote, "We've always kept the original in mind, and I don't think it's going to be a storyline that will betray the fans of the original game. But also, at the same time, it's been 27 years since the release of the original Final Fantasy VII. There are these things that we feel we can only do now in the remake project that can bring a new happiness, a new sort of feeling of satisfaction to the players playing this game now 27 years later. What this will entail exactly is something we hope players will experience soon."
So this one is like, but also at the same time, like the bit about not betraying fans of the original game. I think, because they've also said they don't want to break the themes of the OG. That's why I always have struggled with any kind of pathway to reviving Zack or Aerith, because it feels like loss is fundamental to the themes of FF7. You know, like life and death and loss and dealing with grief and, you know, dealing with reality, right? Like embracing sort of reality and coming to terms with reality. Even if this version also has so much of the Crisis Core coded like dreams conversation and like dream worlds and like your dreams can potentially become real sort of thing, or like Zack talking about, you know, like clinging to your dreams, and that could be, you know, you have to sort of like have that belief, and seemingly that has some impact on like the world that he's in when the flower starts to grow in the garden with Elmira. But I still have always struggled with any way that you could sort of like stay to what FF7 is if you were to go that far. They've definitely played with the concept a whole lot. And so like even the 2019 like commercial where it's like the guy who's like an OG fan is like talking to the younger people in the bar, and he's like, they're about to talk about Aerith's death, and he's like, no, don't say that. That was the 97 version. This is the 2020 version. And like kind of hoping that there could be some difference. And like Zach saying like, you got to save her, and Marlene bringing it up. But they've definitely played with it a lot. They've put that hope into the ether. But like that's why this video that I made try to find like some way to sort of like bring a new feeling of satisfaction to some degree. I don't know if my idea brings a new happiness would bring a new happiness to people, but some kind of way to cut the difference in a way. The argument I heard recently is that it's a remake, so they have to bring her and Zach back. They set up Fate too much. I don't know if they'll go that far. My personal stance is I don't think they're going to revive them, but I do think they could have new scenes with them, where the party, has some additional moments with them that helps bring some additional resolution for both them and for players. So I think they could explore that, but yeah. So that was what was relevant there. Let's actually look at some of the quotes, because a lot of those quotes that I just pulled, I had asked Shinra Archeology to translate them, and they have. I haven't read their translations yet until now. Oh, and let's also look at the trailer, the gameplay trailer translation. So with a planet-destroying meteorite approaching, Cloud and his companions begin their final journey. A tale of fates that circle the planet draws towards its conclusion. This time, an all-new method of travel. Oh yeah, that's just the Highwind stuff. I didn't even ask about this, but they added it anyway. Save the planet, all of your companions. Rally to Cloud's side. This time, each of their stories will be depicted, allowing you to connect with them more directly than ever before. Vincent, my number one instance, dead and buried. No point in hiding the world. Oh, this is somewhat sort of interesting. Like Sid referred to himself, by the way, in the gameplay trailer. It's like, no point in hiding that world famous spear slinging Sid ain't no other than yours truly. So I don't know if there's like an actual world lore about some sort of spear slinging Sid, or if he's just talking himself up, because he does that, right? Like he's very confident in himself. He almost sees himself as infallible. Like he's an infallible pilot. He's the best pilot ever. So he could be just saying the same, like talking his shit, basically. The developer description: the veteran pilot of the airship Highwind, Sid will be joining the roster of playable characters. Interestingly, they didn't mention Cantankerous here. That was just something in the English version. So we'll talk more about Sid, but there was that. Let me catch up with chat. I don't think she'll be revived. I think she'll continue to exist part of the world and live stream, and they'll explore that more instead of directly bringing her back. Or possibly just explore that more than leaving it. We kind of insinuated it, right? All the way through Advent Children. Like we saw her and Zach at the doorway. So we sort of understand that they're around, but we never really understood what that reality was like. So they could be exploring that too. Gordon, what's going on? I think the only way to make Zach and Aerith happy is a bittersweet end and afterlife that we see at the end of the game. It's possible, yeah. I don't think people like the theme of acceptance. People don't accept things. They want it their way, so it makes sense why there's arguments to accept the fact Expedition 33 is my favorite character. Yeah. I mean, it's something that The Last of Us 2 really focuses in on a lot, which is why I like it so much. But it's not a pleasant feeling, right? Counter the threat of the weapon, the planet has awakened ancient life forms called Meteor. The illusion life forms question, the Cloud and his companions, starts magic. All this and more will be depicted on an unprecedented scale in FF7 Revelation, the final chapter of the trilogy. I thought it was interesting that they didn't translate this part of it, where it was like, whether you've played through the series or are just now joining in, your mission is the same. Take up the Buster Sword and prepare yourself for the final fight to save the planet. I just thought it would be smart if the English also said that to people, but it didn't. So this is my note to Turk, because I was like, bro, can you, like, sorry, can you also translate this stuff, please? I know it's like last minute, because I had the idea yesterday and I dropped these questions in. So I'm sure this has been asked a bunch of times, but the story truly will conclude with this game, correct? I believe this is a Famitsu one. Hamaguchi, yes, it absolutely will. It's an ending I'm confident about, and one I'm honestly grateful we were able to bring to such a solid close. I think people are very much trying to figure out whether things are going to go like they did in the original, or whether something will change. This is going to conclude a series that's taken over 10 years to make, and I think we've been able to wrap things up for players in a way that I personally feel satisfied with as a director. I hope everyone will play and experience the game for themselves and see just what that ending is. The next one is a question. In the last game, events would vary depending on the parameters of the affection system. Has that been implemented this time around as well? Hamaguchi, there are some differences between Rebirth and this game regarding that. We put a lot of thought into design choice in the last game, so I'm really fond of it, but I don't think it's true that just recreating that for this game would garner the same reception with fans. It's precisely when you change and evolve things in a new way that fans are able to feel you've made a challenging game. So I think the fact that we landed on a good format once doesn't mean that sticking with it is the best choice. The affection system we used in the first two games essentially focused on Cloud and the way it influenced the story and the game experience. The affection points referred to how much affection a given character had with Cloud. But in this game, although Cloud is an important protagonist, our approach was to focus on each and every character to some extent, not just Cloud, and to present them with due diligence. I'm really fucking excited about this. And obviously, like, Cloud goes away as a protagonist for a bit after the events of the Northern Crater. But I'm just really glad that they're taking this opportunity in the last part of the trilogy to fully give time to each of the characters. Because I love my boy Cloud. I do. But I do also want to get that time, and you really need it, especially with Vincent, who we haven't gotten enough on, Sid, which we haven't gotten almost anything on. Like, both of those characters need to be explored, and you need to resolve all the other characters that we know. So I'm really excited about the opportunity to deep dive into all of the characters a lot more. Whether or not we have some numbers-based feature like affection, where the player can actually see those values, is a different matter. But the side content this time really is about delving deeper into the characters you want to learn more about. This is where I think the choice is. This is where I actually struggle, because they've talked about this a lot, right? You'll see it more in some of the other quotes that we bring up, but they've talked a lot about, like, who you decide to dive deeper into. It's like, bro, I'm going to dive into all of them. Like, I want to know about all of them. So they're kind of presenting a binary choice, or like a choice where I can lose out on certain characters, or that where I might have more interest in certain characters than others. And that's not true. So I wonder how, I don't know. There might be some people who definitely, like, dive in on a couple characters they're super interested in. That's not my approach necessarily. So I wonder how this is going to work for somebody like me, or if at a certain point you genuinely have to choose between spending time with certain characters. I mean, it'll be fine because I'll replay the damn game anyway. But yeah, the gameplay is set up around how those preferences get reflected in the game. So I think players can look forward to a somewhat different experience than they had with the last entry. Things could change based on whether Cloud is back yet or not, maybe. I think it'll be more than that, though. I think they have to do that for replayability, and so people stop saying there's too much bloat, for sure. I just don't know how they're going to get me to choose one character over another. It's going to have to be a hard choice, because like a hard set choice. So, like, you either go this way or you go this way, because otherwise I'm going to want to see all of them, you know? I'm going to want to spend time with all of them. With each character delving into their own preferred characters I get the sense that the ending will resonate differently from person to person, but are we going to get something like multiple divergent endings? Are we? I don't think including the story with multiple different endings would give players what they're looking for in this game. 100% fucking correct. God, I've ranted about this for so long. I know we've all talked about this. This news has been out for like a week at this point, but just to say it, thank fuck. I did not want multiple endings. I have had that idea pitched to me multiple times, some from good friends, and I'm like, God, no. I don't want multiple endings. We already fight enough over like what is canon, what is not canon. Like, fuck, dude. Could you imagine doing that with the ending of this game? That would really, really suck. So I'm glad no multiple endings. Our approach as creators is more so to give players a single ending that we've deemed to be the conclusion to the FF7 remake series. So we don't want to muddle major parts of the story by having them change depending on the player's experience. However, we do want the side content that fleshes out the ending to change depending on the player's experience with the game. After all, if you can eventually just do all that stuff later, it doesn't really matter how you choose to do it the first time, right? That's interesting. So he's saying like, you could always, like, even if you have to choose, I guess, you could always do it again a different time. You could play it a different way and get sort of like a different path that you may not have gone the first time through. And it's trying to force that choice to some extent. Therefore, that side content that helps to flesh out the main story might change how the story gets told, depending on what decisions the player makes, or it might alter what strategies you take with the game. That's about the extent of its impact. Each player strategizing will change accordingly, and as a result, the story experience itself will vary from player to player. That's one clear difference between this game and the previous one. This is one of those dynamics, because I've read multiple quotes, I'm sure you guys have too, but multiple quotes like diving into this, where I still can't 100% picture what this will be like how this will work in practicality, especially for what I said of like, I'm going to want to spend time with all of them. So this is something that's going to only make sense probably afterward. Like after I play the actual game, will I understand, oh, that's what they meant by that, right? Multiple endings seems to be pushed by a vocal minority. I'm glad it's not happening for sure. That was the best part about OGs. There's so much missable shit. I do want missable shit for sure. It's just that the character missable shit was question mark. Like missable shit in terms of like, oh, I didn't realize that dungeon was there. That's one thing versus like additional backstory with, you know, Nanaki or Vincent or Sid or whoever. One of these moments could be when you have to choose which character you give the black materia to. When the trick happens, you learn more about said character via illustrations. I don't know if it'd be via illustrations, but yeah, that's an interesting thought. Like maybe who you put your trust in certain moments, you get a little bit more with them or something. I think it's probably some side stories we got locked as you unlock others. That's kind of the vibe that I've heard on some of the interviews. I wonder how many people saw it. Never saw the wedge cut scenes. Oh yeah. Oh, illusions. I see what you mean. I was like illustrations. It's like drawn scenes, like hand drawn scenes. Oh yeah, that's right. Cloud is hiding the black materia. So I don't even know how that works. I can imagine a middle chunk of the game where several locations objectives are given at once and can be done in any order, maybe. Yeah, I thought about that with like the attack on the, somebody mentioned it earlier in terms of like the order in which you do the huge materia stuff. Like maybe you have to choose, or maybe there's like a conflict where like multiple things are happening at once and you have to like choose between save Corel or save Gangaga. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like there could be something like that also. I'm not necessarily saying one approach is better than the other. Really, it comes down to differences in how the games are conceived. In the previous game, you could do things in whatever order you wanted and come out with the same gameplay experience, and the game pushed this idea that you could take your time and do things how you liked. But this time, we're really trying to emphasize resolving yourself to the decision you make, meaning that deciding on your choices where there may be certain stories you never get to see or events you never get to learn about. By committing to making the game this way, we've changed how players experience the mechanic of choice this time around. Conceptually, I think this is super cool. Conceptually, I think it's interesting to like Because you do have that moment in the original game where everyone has to sort of like find their purpose, and sort of like it is like the moment of resolve, or it could be even later, possibly. It could be the moment of resolve could also be when you're facing Sephiroth in the at the very end, and everyone's sort of like resisting, like the force is like pulling them apart and they're like resisting against him or whatever. That could also be technically another moment of resolve. But this concept that the characters have to really like stand by their choices, and then to make that a gameplay experience for the player, that where you have to stand by your choices too, is an interesting concept. Like, I really like it in theory. Like Mega Moore is saying, I like this in theory, but I don't really like replaying long ass games, so I don't know if I like it in practice. Yeah, we'll see how it plays out for sure. I'm just catching up. That sounds so cool to me. It's basically a lesser form of multiple endings, though. If your choices flesh out the ending, and actually, I think it's maybe the way that they sort of like try to cut the difference between it, because they probably didn't want to give multiple endings, but they did want to sort of like give some multiplicity of choice, but without it actually impacting the final thing, you know? I wonder how it'll impact the Huge Materia mission, like which one you go to makes a difference narratively, how characters develop. I do think that will be one of the moments for sure. Mega Moore, this is why there are streamers. Yeah, you could just watch a different playthrough, or a different path. I'm sure people are going to make videos of like the different pathways, so you just watch them as like movies almost. Finally, have you got any last message for the fans, for all the fans out there looking forward to Revelation's release? The theme of this third game is, as I've already mentioned during the interview, resolve. You've all been faithfully following Cloud and his crew on their adventure for nearly 10 years, and now as we head for the finale, there's a strong sense of determination that I think everyone must feel. And likewise, I and everyone on the team are also feeling this intense resolve to deliver fans the title they deserve. So I hope everyone will resolve themselves to play the game and see this journey off together with us. And then there was a different Famitsu article. This is like my notes to the guys. I know you guys like summarized the Famitsu article on Blue Sky, but here's a different one. Question. Revelation carries this meaning of uncovering hidden truths. It certainly seems like an apt title as we head for the conclusion of the story. We did read this one earlier, but this is the more direct translation. There were a bunch of proposals for what the title should be, but ultimately Nomura said he wanted to go with Revelation, so the decision was made. It's a relatively well-used term in the world of entertainment, but I think Nomura's logic is that at the end of the day, it's better to have a word people can easily understand. It's a word that directly communicates where the third game is coming from, what truths are going to be revealed heading into the story's conclusion. It's definitely better than the Google Translate. And then the Nomura statement was, I'm sure those who follow the previous two entries in the FF7 remake series are curious about the various deepening mysteries, but the original FF7 also has plenty of its own mysteries that have yet to be uncovered. Revelation promises to bring all the facts of the FF7 series into the light. Fascinating. Also fascinating to kind of like talk about. He talked about this earlier we saw this in the Google translation as well, but this also kind of makes it even clearer. It's like he's like, there's not just one set of mysteries. Remake isn't the only part of this that has mysteries. Also, the original does as well. And so this is bringing to light all of the mysteries of all of it, you know? Which also means that a lot of people are going to be pissed if there's nothing about Genesis and Vice and resolving that goddamn dirge scene, which I can live without, but he better address it if he's going to say this shit. Question. So I assume it was a plan all along to use a subtitle like you did Remake and Rebirth. Yes, that much was plans. If we were to change it, we'd have a good justification. With this being the final chapter in the trilogy, I'm sure one big theme is wrapping up the story, but can you tell us about any of the other themes or concepts in play? Hamaguchi, when creating a game, we like to decide on a clear keyword so that all the team members can easily feel aligned in terms of direction. This time around, that keyword was resolve. From the story to the game mechanics, resolve served as a foundation for our work. You've got resolve in the sense that Cloud and his companions are all heading into the final battle with their own thoughts, wishes, and convictions. And then you have the resolve as we as creators are feeling as we finally bring the series to its conclusion. So the concept sort of baked in a variety of ways. Finally, you share closing remarks. Nearly 6 years have passed, counting from the FF7 remake release in 2020, and we're set to conclude everything after 7 years. 7 years, FF7. It's beautiful. From where we're standing as developers, this project has already spanned more than 10 years. At last, the finish line is finally in sight, and there's both this sense of happiness and a feeling of sadness that it's all ending. As I related during the interview, the theme of FF7 Revelation is resolve. This time, we've manifested that sense of resolve in the way players' decisions are directly reflected in the gameplay experience. Just like Cloud and his crew must resolve themselves as they head into the final battle, we wanted to design things so that players themselves would have to make judgments that impact how their experience changes in the moment. And I personally have had to resolve myself to developing this game in a way that delivers a fitting finale for the remake series. And then this is the point about like Aerith and the optimistic ending. And then regarding Aerith, I'm sure everyone is curious about her fate and worried about what's to come of her, but at this point, I can't touch on whether she'll appear in the game or what kind of role she'll play. I hope everyone looks forward to discovering how it all turns out. So is it okay if we look forward to it optimistically? Well, it's tricky because I feel like if I say be optimistic, it might sound like I'm guaranteeing the story will finish with a happy ending. Rather than saying the story is this or that, I want to focus on making the game where fans who've been rooting for these characters will finish the final chapter and think to themselves, I'm so glad I have kept with these characters to the end. With this being a self-contained trilogy, I'm curious to see how all the foreshadowing you've sprinkled throughout the games will be made good on. Nomura has been the one responsible for the subtitle, Revelation, Message of Truths. Says he is we want to offer players our own cohesive answer to all the questions they've lobbed our way. We're left with many mysteries. We resolve all these in just one more game. We've covered all these, but this is some more direct translation. I wonder, it's a really tough subject. Even if we give our own clear answers as creators, there's still people out there wishing we dug deeper into certain things. Someone who just read. I think that's it. Yeah. Fascinating. Fascinating. All right, let's see what else we have here. Because we have stuff. Oh shit. But it's a little bit lighter touch stuff. Thankfully. And then we have some videos to watch. So there's still plenty to cover here. And but we'll move through it much quicker than probably the last bit. This is where we get into the fun shit. Finally. Also, by the way, I love talking theory stuff. I love talking like where the story will go. And there's still stuff to talk about that. But I'm also really excited to talk about gameplay stuff and all that. Approach to feedback. However, despite Rebirth sales falling short of its predecessor and Square Enix pushing for a broader multi-platform, this is the VGC talking here, and Square Enix pushing for a broader multi-platform future, FF7 Revelation isn't pandering to new players, Hamaguchi indicated. When I asked the director about his thoughts on topics like bringing in new players, there's almost an admirable determination evident in his responses, as if he's an auteur completing an art house series rather than some corporation chasing trends. I hope so. I really hope so. I haven't really felt that. I know people really bag on the remake series for that. It's like, oh, they made it 3 games, they could sell more. And they're kind of just stretching things out and it's all going to be, whatever. I do feel like they're taking a lot of risks with it though. And so I personally am appreciative of the risk they have taken, and it doesn't feel like just an easy cash grab. If they just wanted an easy cash grab, they could have made it 1-to-1 straight up, released it over 3 games still. Like, they've taken risks to the legacy of FF7, to their legacy as creatives. Like, there's at least some risk taking here. So, and thank you so much, Adrian, for the follow. When you look at all the critiques, the criticism, negative feedback, and try to understand what the most common criticism is, what the median average user is saying, and try to address that and adapt your product to it, it is questionable if that approach actually leads to a better product. If you were to address all the negative feedback and even take positive feedback into account, sometimes it's a case that you're seeing two sides of the extreme opinions, and by applying all of that, it's possible that you can come up with a product that doesn't really have character. It's just a blank slate that doesn't really have any strong appeal. I can even feel this content creators sometimes, right? Like there are people who like either really love or really hate the shit that I make. And, you know, if you listen to either a little bit too much, you could be too much up your own ass, or you can also be like too much trying to placate people that just can't even be, that would never be satisfied. You know what I mean? So you do have to be like choiceful with how you like handle all this feedback stuff. And I think so, a lot of the choices they've made with feedback that we'll talk about in a second seem like the right way to do it. So for example, what I can say for Revelation is that it will feature as many minigames as it did in Rebirth, if not more. I did not want to make a cut on that aspect. I didn't want to reduce the number of minigames. We'll see how it turns out in terms of fan feedback, but I will take that responsibility depending on what happens. This was my decision. Love that shit. I mean, personally, I had so much fun with the minigames. There was like a couple that aren't that great, but like, I always equate the FF7 experience to minigames. In fact, where the fuck is my basketball game? Hamaguchi. Where's the basketball game? I gotta play FF14 to get the basketball game. Give me the basketball game. You're missing some, brother. You're missing some minigames. You somehow added a ton of minigames or you missed the basketball. Was the basketball good in FF7? No. No, it was not good. It had the physics of a rock. It made no sense. The timing sucked. It was a piece of shit. Give me NBA Street and Revelation. But I want it. I wanted it. Bring it back. Yeah, no arm wrestling minigame. What is this? Atrocity. So they have more to do. Actually, I didn't I had it, I was gonna mention it later. I don't have the quote. I don't know how they feel about like how they said, because in one of the interviews he talked about how they took the area of Gold Saucer that had like the bike and even the snowboarding and all of that square, the Wonder Square. They've apparently turned all of that into Queen's Blood. But then I also know that they're going to have snowboarding. So like, did they move snowboarding to a different locations, like a different square? I'm just curious, like, there was like more than one interview where apparently he said like, it's going to be all over that area. That whole area is just dedicated to Queen's Blood. So I'm like, okay, but what, I mean, you guys are making the snowboarding. You already said you're going to have the snowboarding in Gold Saucer. So I'm just curious, maybe it's just expanded. Maybe it's like a translation thing where it's not coming through the right way or something. Or a new square. Yeah. Maybe a new square. That actually makes more sense. The Blood Square, you know? It's going to be in Speed Square? Huh. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Snowboarding is fast. Bike is pretty fast. I didn't like quite a few mini games, probably mostly because of a skill issue, but it was your choice to do them. I feel people complaining about them. I mean, we've talked about it before, not to linger on it. I do think like Costa del Sol throws many mini games right at you, like in the middle of the story. And so I do think that wore down on people, especially because like everyone wants to see like all the outfits. Pretty much everyone does, I assume. So everyone had to do all the mini games to get all the outfits so they could see all the outfits. So I think that was part of it. I think Costa del Sol really ground people down for sure. Oh, perfect. My scheduled break in here for two things. One, my voice, and to use the bathroom. And two, to like watch a couple videos. So at first I was going to watch the video about this video, like the supercut of like some questions and answers. We will watch that. But I'm also like sense check from you guys. We can keep going. Obviously I have all the different like sections and we will cover them eventually. We're going to get into the job system. We're going to get into everything. But we could also take a bit of a break. This is a 15-minute video of like a bunch of different answers from different interviews to watch that we will react to. But do we want to also add to it? Like, for example, do we want to blend in here? There's a lot of dev quotes, right? So do we want to mix in, for example, the Warriors of Hype map video? Because we could do that. We could also do that on top of this. Take a break from all the dev quotes and just diving into dev quotes. Ashley, hey SubTXT, they were talking about the area and the Gold Saucer. Remember half the area in 1 square was Queen's Blood, where you had all the challenges. Yeah, I do know that. Oh yeah, and they said the gym mini game wasn't coming back with the fitness. There won't be a new fitness one, they said. We'll run to the bathroom, and then we'll jump on all this stuff. BRB. Where are we actually? We're at slide 70. Halfway. That we've been going for how long? Almost 5 hours? No wonder I'm hungry. I was feeling hungry. I've like lost all sense of time. I did not realize it's 5 o'clock. So I actually should get some food. Halfway, but the second half will probably go faster. Although we do have some videos to watch. We also talk about theories. I always theorize about the playable guest characters. I mean, there is a part of that. There's a quote about that we'll get to. You can throw it out there too in chat. This is now it's like video and chill time. So, follow me.
やっぱクイーンズブラッド前作非常に人気もあったので、ボンさんももちろん登場するしますし、やっぱオリジナルのストーリーとしてもしっかり描いています。で、多分特に今まで情報として出してないとは思うんですけど、実は今回前回ってクラウドが主人公としてこうストーリー展開してましたけど、今回実はナナキが主人公になってですね、そこのインスピレーションは前回の
Said Nanaki, maybe they call him Nanaki. Maybe they officially call him Nanaki now. Also, it makes a lot of sense if like Cloud is gone. It's like hard for if he's gonna be gone for almost the entire game because like things change. Like you get Highwind like 5 hours in, which means like all the shit happens where Cloud goes missing within the first few hours. It makes sense for Red 13 or for Nanaki to take over.
シンラ丸船のところでレッド13がこう象徴的にこうクイーンズブラッドをやってたと思うんですけど、そこからインスピレーションを得て今回のクイーンズブラッドのストーリーはナナキをベースに描かれています。でかつクイーンズブラッド自体のこうゲームルールも少しこう今回用にアレンジしたものがあって、そこを私自身も今
Very curious what they do with rules, just because. See ya, my playable guest character theory. I still hope the playable guest characters they can get. Thank you for $10, by the way, or €10. That we can get Angeal joining Aerith and Zack in a fight against Genesis and Minerva. Wow, you would be Sleepy's best friend. Yeah, I mean that's quite a pull. Oh my gods, what's going on, Jenna? I assume that's Jenna. My dude, I have some hopium about that guest character situation. Are we talking Rufus? Are we talking Rufus? Zelda Harkinian? I really feel like aside from Zack showing up, it would be Turks. I think I also saw somewhere that Zack will have a party at one point, maybe Playable too. Yeah, they did talk about them. They talked about it. The way they talked about it, because they have the quote. Fuck it, we'll just jump around a little bit. Because I had it here. This is the quote. Arsene and Vincent, the only two characters joining the roster. The battle members will only be the main characters. The goal for the remake series is to revive the characters from the OG version, so I don't think creating and adding new characters would be what fans want. This is probably the most out of touch Hamaguchi has been. Like, just straight up. This is the most out of touch that he has been. Well, you brought it up, but also Sia has been talking about guest characters for a while. Just dropped a super chat about guest characters, so might as well talk about it. This is the most out of touch statement Hamaguchi has ever made. Because I guarantee you, fans do want new characters to play with. 100%. I feel like that's all of, like, I've heard so many people want new characters to play with. So the gooch is not loose when it comes to that. However, at key points in the game, Zack will make appearances with other guest characters will join as playable characters. So since it mentioned like Zack with guest characters, that's why I put Cisne here. Because originally I did have a picture of Reno. Because I do think everyone also wants to play as the Turks. I think people really want to play as the Turks also. I want to play as the Turks. They have a full moveset. They have synergies. They have everything. Somebody brought up, I think it was Prof Noctis or one of the other creators talked about how they were in a fight with the Turks, and at one point they had killed Elena, and so it was just only Rude was left. And so they were in the middle of fighting Rude and trying to like take shots at Rude, and suddenly Elena attacked them from behind, and they were like, "Wait, I thought I killed Elena." The people demand it. Playable Cisne. I agree. So apparently Rude at some point popped a Phoenix down on Elena. So like they have all of the same mechanics and all of the same abilities and possibilities with the battle system. Reno and Rude make sense for Wutai, yeah, for sure. Also for like essentially under the Mako, like, dude, what if, okay, now we're getting into like theory bullshit. This is just like throwing it out there. It's just like how characters can fit into things. What if, and the returns to Midgar, because you have that encounter with the Turks, right? Where it's at the end of the game, returns to Midgar. It's like after you've had like lots of interactions with them, and depending on how you've interacted with them, you could get them to say like, screw it, let's not really fight. Like, we don't really need to fight. We don't want to fight. You could botch it and still get a forced fight, but it is possible to not fight them. But what if you actually get the opportunity to have them sort of like join in sort of the raid on Midgar, right? Where they turn loyalties. And I don't know how you would then play with them, because presumably you would have a full party anyway. But I don't know, just throwing out crazy shit. That could be fun. Sub is a bit random, but what if during the credits for FF7.3 and the special thanks, they shout out all the content creators? Oh, I mean, I doubt that. I doubt that. I mean, I guess it would be cool, but I don't really. I personally don't need that. But did you also interact with them in the underwater reactor? Yeah, underwater reactor. Also in the Sunken Gelnica, you also run into them. I think it's really the Gelnica fight that determines what happens in the Midgar raid, if I remember. Elena and Sung tag team move, the way they start off was amazing. Had me nervous when I saw it. The other thing, I don't know where or how. I don't know if it's within the game as a guest character. I don't know if it's a DLC thing. I want to play as Rufus. And I'm not just pandering to my friend Zelda Harkinian in chat. Rufus is cool as fuck. So it'd be cool to play as Rufus. At a certain point, you're just like, just give me all the shit. Just give me all the shit. But go back to this video. I should probably load this in a different tab so that I can click away from it.
こうバランス調整してるんですけど、非常にいいものにこう出来上がりそうな自信があって、さらにこう多くの
Oh yeah, so the balance and the scaling of the rules, I was saying, because like they did that to Fort Condor, where they changed how Fort Condor works, like from remake to rebirth, and it didn't hit for everybody. I think it was kind of cool, but also I get it because it was like you had less control in a way, which made it work for like a special encounter versus like making it a full mini game. It's like they wanted to put the full effort into Queen's Blood and make Fort Condor more of like a curated experience. But it makes me nervous, a little bit nervous about what they do with Queen's Blood. I don't want them to like fuck it up either. You know what I mean? Like in chasing, making it bigger and better. I don't want them to undercut what made it so good, you know? So we'll see.
Tifa Lockhart is probably...
Oh my god. Night Break with the $5 super chat. Unimportant theory in part 3. Dio sees the world coming to an end, so he decides that he wants to go out and bang with a bang and repaints Gold Saucer gold. That would be cool. Yeah. An unimportant theory, but make it gold. You know what's funny is there is a mod to make it gold. And I've only seen pictures of it. I haven't loaded it up in game. But I actually don't like the way it looks. I was surprised. Like it looks funky. Like I guess making the lights make it look gold weirdly kind of might work better. Because it looks kind of funky to me. Let's see if I can find it. Nexus mods. That's also like different strokes for different folks, right? Like there's some people who might really dig it. Saucer gold. Actually golden saucer.
Probably one of my...
That's the name of it. Hold on. Well, I mean, it looks, you know what? It just looks strange. It almost looks like a banana. That one's weird. I don't know about the orange. The gold is maybe not, it doesn't look like this. Right? I don't know. It doesn't really work as well as you'd think, right? Actually golden saucer. It's gold. It's more yellow than gold. Right? Maybe that's why they made the orange one. Maybe just the modder couldn't make it look that like it could. Didn't make it look like this. You know what I mean? Like this has aura. If it actually looked like this, maybe. It actually helps with the, I mean, the one thing I will say is like the gray one or the silver one that like gets illuminated to look golden by the lights. Does feel like more of a facade. You know what I mean? So it feels more of like, just adds to the fakery of it. Kind of like Vegas in real life. Like Vegas in real life is really cool at night, but then you see it during the day and it's like, what the, this looks terrible. Like this just does not look like a place you want to be at all. Night makes it look cool, but during the day, it's bleak.
My favorite video game character.
Needs to shimmer, yeah.
If not characters of all time. And in this this
GameSpot interview had a lot of good a lot of good questions. Most of the questions in this like little recap thing I did were mostly from GameSpot.
さらにこう多くの人に喜んでもらえるクイーンズブラッドになってるんじゃないかなというふうに思います。
Tifa Lockhart is probably one of my favorite video game characters, if not characters of all time. And in this portion of Final Fantasy VII, she kind of becomes the main character and serves as the glue that keeps the team together. Is that something that we can expect in Revelation? And, you know, how so, if that's the case?
そうですね。もちろんティファの存在っていうのは。
So I do believe that, you know, something that's been present throughout the entire series is, you know, Cloud being the central protagonist. And of course, you know, he is still the main character for Revelation as well. But I do believe that players can expect within Revelation, the third title, that, you know, Tifa and other characters will also be highlighted. And they'll all be sort of going towards this conclusion together. And so that's one, you know, detail that is not to be missed.
My next.
I will say, I do think Hamaguchi is probably the most PR trained, or like the best PR trained of like all the devs, because he sticks to the talking points, right? It's like the question was specifically about like Tifa and how central she's going to be to the story, which she will be. Exactly. So it feels like a bit of an underwhelming answer, but like, I think it's because he's just so trained on like, well, my thing is like all the characters are going to get, you know, an opportunity, including, you know what I mean? He's very like equal opportunist, or like stick to the talking points sort of thing. He gives subtly vague answers. Yeah. And I think it's partially why he's especially the face of it right now, because if you tell the other guy, like Katase would have ate that shit up. Katase would have been like, yeah, Tifa is going to be like running shit. You know what I mean? I do feel like Hamaguchi's the most like locked human being when it comes to this stuff on that like main leadership team.
Next question is, we finally have Sid and Vincent as party
Katase
members
a wild
who we
gun.
can control. We've seen some of their combat. They both look fantastic.
It does help avoid
What were
spoilers.
some
Yeah.
of the keywords when designing their combat that you wanted them to kind of evoke?
そうですね。まずヴィンセント。
So, of course, Vincent in the original game, he's able to transform in more specific scenes or circumstances. But we wanted to make sure to allow the players a more, you know, degree of freedom in which they're able to transform him at different times at their own will. So he's able to transform into this beast mode, like whenever the player wants, as well as use these far range attacks. So players are able to, you know, choose that. Depending on how they want to play with this character. And so in that way, one may feel that his combat style is a little similar to like Yuffie, but also very unique and different on his own. In terms of Sid, you know, it's a little similar to Red 13 or Nanaki in that Nanaki is a little more of a specialist in like the ground level attacks, but then Sid is sort of a complement to that, is more like aerial, you know, in the air-based attacks that he's going to really excel at. And as we, you know, add these new characters, and there's a lot more playable characters.
The other thing that he said, you know, in a written response that we have, but I'll probably skim through since we already got it here in the video, is with Sid, he's also more of a support character. So he kind of said like Red 13, but he was saying it more in terms of like melee, ground versus aerial. But the thing that he said is he has a lot of support functions. So, and the way that Nanaki has like all that stuff where it's like you know, he has like the healing thing where you can actually heal the party, where he can cast haste on the party through his abilities. I assume like Sid will have some similar things. Alex, I'm very curious if any more Vincent transformations will make it into Revelation. The reveal in a few interviews only mentioned Galleon Beast or Beast Mode. English Twitter in the press kit mentions plural transformations. Galleon Beast's triangle ability is called Diabolus Impacts, which sounds very similar to Satan Impacts, which is one of Chaos's abilities in OG. I want to see more than Galleon Beast, but how realistic is 5 different movesets for Vincent? That's a good question, especially when you take into consideration the job system, right? Like the job system, they also have to account for like different movesets for each of the jobs, the 4 jobs for each of the characters. So it's possible it's just Galleon Beast. Because also in Dirge, did any of the other transformations exist other than Galleon Beast? I don't think so. So all those different transformations in OG may have been Chaos. I mean, yeah. I kind of just see that as like Super Saiyan mode of Vincent versus like a full transformation. But I see this quote: grieving a beloved ally and with their nemesis Sephiroth nearing godhood. No, what was that quote from? See ya.
Characters now, it becomes, you know, sort of a
Galleon Beast also has a chaos ability. Even like, isn't he sort of like using that with the, when he does the, his hand extends and the sort of like stuff shoots out from the ground? Isn't that part of that? I'm not as like totally on to, Vincent's lore at times, which is why I do need to replay, and we will, Dirge.
challenge for us to determine which attacks or like, you know, what types of combat each character is going to be specialized in. But I think we did a really great job of making each feel very unique and fun to play.
On the subject of combat, we now have almost kind of a job system in the game. And it's funny because I love a job system.
yeah.
It's why Final Fantasy V and Final Fantasy Tactics are some of my favorites. And so I wanted to ask, what inspired the choice to add that, especially this late into the trilogy? And were there any other Final Fantasy?
We're going to talk about it more, but vibe check on the job system. How are you guys feeling on jobs? We haven't talked about it really at all. But I'm excited. I do hope the 4 is a bit disappointing. I do hope that like there was one thing I didn't like, which was but I can't find a secondary source on it. There was like somebody mentioned that like all the jobs progress for all the characters at the same time, and I personally don't want that. I know they all unlock at the same time for all the characters, but I want to be able to like, if I invest in this one job for Cloud, like those abilities for him unlock, but I want to earn it for all the other characters too. But they've been very focused on like seamless progression, especially all the ports and stuff. And so seemingly making it as easy as possible for people. And so I could see them doing that shared progression thing. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but oh, it's part of the press release. We can read that a bit later though. But yeah. I like the I do like that there'll be different skins at least, especially because like at least the Cloud one so far isn't hitting. So I'm happy for that. I'm happy that there are weapon skins apparently too. Like they could switch outfits and the job system. Yeah, for sure. I feel like the 4 jobs will evolve into different ones when you level them up since. Yeah. I could make this a poll also. Why don't we do that too? What are the poll options? New poll. Job. System. Vibes. Vibe check. I can't wait. Have some reservations. I wish. I only wish it was more than 4. I can't say that whole thing. I wish more than 4. I'm gonna say okay. Maybe like okay. No, that's not a good answer. Maybe I guess it's part of reservations. I don't think it'll be all that. It'll be great. Fucking really? How short do these answers have to be? Not sure it'll be great. I don't think. Just not looking forward to it. I need to make these different. And then on YouTube, I gotta type these out too. Poll. Job system check. Can't wait. Have some reservations. Not that into it. What about that? What about not that into it? All right. Do it for 10 minutes on Twitch. And then starting on YouTube. All right.
Games you looked at for
So it'll be on everything. It'll be on, it's up on both now.
inspiration or any certain direction that you wanted to go with that?
ここはやっぱりこの Revelation.
So on this, no, this was in discussions with Endo-san, the battle director, also for Revelation. And when we were discussing, what kind of combat system we wanted for this third title, we did think that, completely omitting something and putting in something entirely new may not.
Like putting in something entirely new, like a whole new fucking turn-based system. You mean like that? Yeah, people wouldn't necessarily want. I'm never gonna get over that rumor. He's totally correct though. You can't take anything out. But also, there's another interview where he says, and I have it quoted, where it's like, you can't take anything out, and you have to add stuff, but you don't want to make it overwhelming. And there's already a lot, So they were like, how do we do this? How do we add something to make it interesting and dynamic without already adding, like, you have two shortcut commands between the R1, the L1, you have the synergy abilities, the synergy skills. People didn't even like distinguish the two of them yet. A lot of times, like a lot of people aren't using both of those. They're maybe only using one of those, especially the synergy abilities. So like there's already a lot to manage. So I think it's smart to do it by job personally.
Might be so fun for players who have really enjoyed the prior combat systems leading up to this title. And so we really, from really early on, we did want to decide on building upon the existing foundation, kind of evolving on what we have currently.
Probably my biggest thing is like with it only being 4, I just want it to feel, I want each character's version of, like if it is like almost like role based, where it's like every character has a warrior type, every character has a mage type, every character has a whatever type. I hope that that each implementation of it for each of the characters feel varied and different and interesting. It's not like Tifa has a fire blast black mage thing. Cloud has a fire blast black mage thing. You know what I mean? Like something to sort of make it feel unique to who they are as characters.
Created. And so from that, it's not so much that we were set upon creating okay, let's make a job system, but it was more so that we looked at Cloud, characters like Cloud and Aerith, these characters that have a certain characteristic that the players are aware of. And then usually, we'll look.
Well, there are weapon skins too, apparently. It's like each character has 4 folios. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. I hope it's like 4 full folios that progress separately. Like I want to be able to be like moving up in one class with one, and like I don't know if I want them to just like unlock. It'll probably be points based. Actually, now that I think about it, you'll probably continually, like similar to folios, you'll just get a certain pool of points for all the characters that are active, and then you can spread them between the different jobs as you wish, probably, because presumably there'd be different black mage moves or abilities for Tifa versus black mage moves for Cloud, right? So just because I unlock something on Tifa doesn't mean I unlock the equivalent thing on Cloud. I just don't think that would make sense.
To customize those abilities by adding on materia and such. But then for Revelation, we really wanted that ability to customize and be able to play a character as a player wishes to be a large part of the game. And that would make the experience much more fun as well. In that way, the job system is included for players to be able to take a character like Cloud, for example, who we may think of as a warrior type, but he might be able to be a black mage on top of that, and then with his action abilities, unleashes a whole dearth of possibilities.
My next.
Before we get on, I'm gonna go back to, because now I want to talk job shit. Because I have a job section. Where is it? We talked about a lot of this stuff already. Where's the job system? So there's a few quotes here. Might as well talk about them now. When did you start thinking about adding a job system? Have you implemented it? We already talked about this. Like we both agreed on we would want to add something new, but not too convoluted for players. That's how they landed on job system. And then they said, this is, again, see how my formatting already started to break. This is like, I was like dropping them in because I just needed to make it on stream on time. When did you start thinking about, I already read that. That being said, modern game development is very different from the old days. We just had to prepare sprites for each job. We can't just say, let's make 20 or 30 job options for each character. When FF7 features so many playable characters, because of that, they agreed to keep it to a realistic number of job options. That's how we decided to have the fit system to be 4 unique jobs per character. In addition to that, we decided to implement a skill tree progression system because that's familiar to most modern players and also gives the benefit of offering to expand the strategic approach of combat. While there's only 4 options, we did ensure that each job has a really deep progression system. One story I can share, with the fit system, there are 4 unique jobs for each character. That means each character has 4 unique costumes and appearances. But in fact, there's even more than that because we do know there's skins. Our designers were not happy with the extra workload. And then the interviewer, Jason Schreier, made the joke. So you made both the engineers not happy and the designers not happy. Because we'll talk about it later. But he was like, we wanted to make the world map completely like a real globe, so that you could go around it and no invisible walls, all that. And he said, like, when we decided on that, the engineers weren't happy with me. So he made the joke, was like, so you made both the engineers and the designers not happy. This is why the dev team needed resolve, chat, because Hamaguchi was pushing them to deliver really, really tough shit. Like, how do we make the world a truly explorable globe? How do we have all like this job system with all of these for all these characters? So there is that. So I'm still confused. I'm still not entirely sure how it's going to work, how they will be unique, if they're all just like certain roles. Like everyone has a black mage role, everyone has a sort of warrior type role. I think all of them do have that type, because there was another quote where he said, where was it? Where it was like, when they talked about unlocking them all. So apparently you unlock them all when you get the Highwind. And so in response to that, like hearing it's all of them, the person asked, all of the jobs, like you unlock all of them at once. They said everything, not little by little, but all at once. His intention was that if you unlock things like a little by little, Cloud will always start with warrior attire, then Kate Sith will have the mage attire, and so on. While making it seem like you're actually walking on a game design prepared by the creators. Hold on, let me adjust this so you can read it all. Sorry. In the end, it balances out with everyone will change it like this anyway. Instead, we want players to decide for themselves. I want Cloud to fight in this kind of role, and that's why we unlock all the outfits at once at the beginning of the game. There are 4 types of outfits in total, and all 4 types are unlocked at once for all characters, and you can delve deeper into the outfits in conjunction with the skill tree. We had a strong vision of letting users decide for themselves which outfit to use for which character, so we went along with that. And then the other thing I found interesting was this quote. So this time we also considered adding an add-on. That's when Endo came up with the idea of where. But with job change, it becomes possible to create combinations like being more warrior-oriented, but also be able to use a little magic. This makes it easier to combine characters that were previously difficult to choose due to their fixed roles. It also doesn't overlap with existing systems or jobs. It's kind of like, there are times where with Red 13, he's so melee and so ground-based that there were moments where it was kind of hard to use him. Like I almost couldn't use Nanaki because he just didn't really fit into that encounter. Because it was a flying enemy, right? So it was really hard to work it in. And sometimes those kinds of enemies appeared in the midst of a forced choice where I was only, Nanaki and Barrett. So it was going on, not alive, what's going on. So I showed them all the stuff from the concert last night too, by the way. Because Night Alive was there. Let me shout out. I don't know if that works on YouTube, but definitely go check out Night Alive, by the way, everyone. I'll do it anyway on Twitch. He hung out with us in Summer Games Fest too. But what was I gonna say? So there are times where you can't use certain characters because they didn't really quite match the scenario, but sometimes you were forced into that scenario because they were the only characters that were available. So this does give you that flexibility. It's funny because we've all done this, right? We've all done this probably through like combinations of materia and equipment. So I did this for a remake. This is this video is old as hell. This is from years ago, but it was in remake. I was on hard mode and I wanted to make God Mage Cloud. So I set him up with like MP up or like the MP boost materia. I set him up with the Mithril Saber. And my goal was I wanted to one-shot my way through this Colosseum fight. And I did do it.
Fry. Not bad. Buzz off.
I didn't even move my character.
Got it? Calling lightning. Not bad.
It was fun.
Nothing to it.
I don't think the Rebirth extra fights are easy enough to pull that shit off though, because they're much tougher. You did the same thing in your third playthrough. Nice. For instance, I never use Barret in Rebirth when possible because a tank type role in this combat system doesn't interest me. Maybe I'll want to use him with one of the available jobs. That's good too. Yeah, I think that is an unfortunate thing where like some people just like don't really use certain characters. I mean, I'll tell you though, having tank Barret, super fucking helpful against that red dragon. And like there were certain fights where like Barret is clutch as hell, especially in hard mode, because you just need someone to tank some damage. So that always, I mean, I found Barret very useful, especially in hard mode. But Stagger God, yeah. This seems like it would appeal to people who like changing jobs. That's right. The wear not only affects parameters, but also increases the actions and skills that can be further expanded into skill trees. I'm super excited about this. Like as long as they make them feel varied enough. There was also this point that like there are characters who absolutely won't want anything other than the original costumes, so you can. And I think my food is here. Give me 1 second. Okay. Well, let me see if there's anything else job system related in these quotes that I want to talk about. And then we'll go back to the video, especially because my food arrived. I talked about this. Talked about that. Oh, that's just saying, this is why I think they're kind of similar across the board in terms of like types of role, is that this is from the deleted GameSpark interview. I don't know why it was deleted. But he said, this isn't just about this particular game, but we generally don't want to guide players by saying things like use this character. For example, we have combinations or cooperative techniques for all characters. And regarding outfits, if we were to say Cloud has Black Mage outfit, but Tifa doesn't, then people who like Black Mages would only be able to use Cloud. Therefore, the intention is to give all characters the same job and then allow players to customize and choose according to their preferences. Each character has 4 slots to equip clothing, and the goal is for players to choose how to combine them from clothing of the same attribute and job according to their own preference. So there you go. Have to go. Can't wait to watch the rest tomorrow at breakfast. Thank you so much, Alex. Let's check out a video. I wonder how they'll handle the costumes when there is CGI cutscene. Oh yeah, I do. Actually, it's a good point. How the fuck are they going to handle the CGI cutscenes? I guess the CGI cutscenes just going to have to be the regular outfits. It's like no other way. They can't render that many CGI variations, right?
Next question is, we finally have Sid and Vincent as party members who we can control. We've seen some of their combat. They both look fantastic. What were some of the keywords when designing their combat that you wanted them to kind of evoke?
This interviewer knows Hamaguchi because she put it in his terms. What are some of the keywords? She knows how they approach development. Hey sub, new around here, but a big fan. Thank you. Have you addressed before the timing of the release of Crisis Core Reunion how the wounds Sephiroth inflicted are now black and smoky, like they're not real? I think I did go back to like the OG Crisis Core. Fuck, I have to go back to that one, honestly, because I do remember when Crisis Core Reunion came out, I made a point about the smokiness. And because I thought it might be like a new element sort of thing, but it was the Shinra Arch guys that gave me a clarification on that, but I don't remember exactly what it is. Either way, it's sort of like it defanged that as like a theory thing for me. I don't remember the exact reasoning.
Seen some of their combat.
I can't remember if it might have been in the original release also. And it was also like could this be a rating thing?
They both look fantastic. What were some of the keywords when designing their combat that you wanted them to kind of evoke?
そうですね。まずビンセント。
So, of course, Vincent in the original game, he's able to transform in more specific scenes or circumstances. But we wanted to make sure to allow the players a more, degree of freedom in which they are able to transform him at different times at their own will. So he's able to transform into this beast mode, like whenever the player wants, as well as use these far range attacks. So players are able to, choose that depending on how they want to play with this character.
I don't think there is smoke, but I think it's like a bloodless stab. Like when Sephiroth gets stabbed in Crisis Core, I think it is I think it's like bloodless, and so there was kind of there, and also consistency between between Remake, because in Remake when he stabs President Shinra, there's the same smoky thing. I think they described it as like the Shinra Arch guys described it as possibly a byproduct. It was probably for rating purposes, but also they attributed it to like the Masamune, sort of its effects, something like that.
And so in that way, one may feel that his combat style is a little similar to like
you think that scene is Lucrezia's cave?
Well, freedom in which they're able to transform him at different times.
Oh, isn't that Wutai? This could be Lucrezia's cave. This could definitely be Lucrezia's cave. Good call.
So he's able to transform into this beast mode, like whenever the player wants, as well as use these far range attacks. So players are able
reading
to,
chat. Somebody said Wutai. I think
they might be talking about this. Want to play with this character, and so in that way, one may feel that his combat style is a little similar to like Yuffie, but also very unique and different on his own. In terms of Sid, it's a little similar to Red 13 or Nanaki, in that Nanaki is a little more of a specialist in like the ground level attacks, but then Sid is sort of a complement to that, is more like area.
So some Sayer or Moon Junie is saying could be when he's separate from the party in World of Maze 2. I've definitely thought about that. So when you see Vincent in this trailer, is this here? Or when he introduces himself in the gameplay trailer. Nope, not that one. Where's the gameplay trailer? It's apparently not one of these. in the gameplay trailer when he introduces himself. It definitely seems like it definitely feels like Whirlwind Maze sort of area. He's like forced to get into a fight. So it does feel like there's a moment probably very early on, like Whirlwind Maze. You have way too many tabs. I do. I should probably close some of these. They're probably screwing me up. I still have Billy open.
I won't return to my coffin until we've put Sephiroth in his.
Vincent is a deft gunslinger.
I think they're both going to have a moment in that opening area, the opening like Whirlwind Maze crater section, where obviously they introduce sort of themselves as like combatants. Should definitely does.
Capable of delivering Earth and can transform.
Dashing Dragoon
with ferocious
Super clear
results.
The Leaping Lancer, the Dashing Dragoon, the one and only Sid Highwind.
Sid Highwind.
His lips are flapping in a matched way too, and it's definitely northern area. But yeah, where was I?
Real, in the air-based attacks that he's going to really excel at. And as we, add these new characters, and there's a lot more playable characters now, it becomes, sort of a challenge for us to determine which attacks or what types of combat each character is going to be specialized in. But I think we did a really great job of making each feel very unique and fun to play.
On the subject of combat, we now have almost kind of a job system in the game. And it's funny because I love a job system. It's why Final Fantasy V and Final Fantasy Tactics are some of my favorites. And so I wanted to ask, what inspired the choice to add that, especially...
No, I don't want past this.
And be able to play a character as a player wishes to be a large part of the game. And that would make the experience much more fun as well.
Do you think this game will have as much story narrative elements as the first two games? Hard to picture. I think it'll be more. Sam's Club Pod. It's going to be more because Rebirth actually didn't cover that much from a story perspective. There's way more story. Like this too has so much fucking story. There's going to be a ton of story. An absolute mega fuck ton of story. Arguably too much story. So there will be like world stuff. Obviously, they've talked about it. But I think Rebirth was like the go have fun in the world game. This one is like go engage deeply with the characters in their stories and the world. The opening 5 hours is going to have an insane amount of story. Yeah. I think it's going to be super story heavy. I don't know if you played the OG Sam's Club, but if you haven't, there's so much left. And if you are at all disappointed by like maybe you're not feeling like there was enough story in Rebirth, there's going to be so much.
In that way, the job system is included for players to be able to take a character like Cloud, for example, who we may think of as a warrior type, but he might be able to be a black mage on top of that, and then with his action abilities, unleashes a whole dearth of possibilities.
So to follow up with that, will all characters be able to use any of the jobs in the game? And could you also tell me a bit more about, I know we've seen Black Mage, but are there other jobs that you can talk about at this point?
So there's going to be 4 different fits, that's what we call them, that each character is going to be able to equip. And then we've introduced Black Mage and Warrior so far, and there is going to be more that we hope people will be excited for.
Revelation is said to be the most expansive version of Gaia that we've seen so far. So I was wondering, based off of, I guess, some of the criticism leveled at Rebirth in terms of it almost being too big and there being too much to do and too many mini games.
Speaking of,
how do you balance having this larger world with keeping the game's momentum and the story's momentum? Was the feedback from Rebirth?
That's almost exactly your question.
at Rebirth in terms of it almost being too big and there being too much to do and too many mini games. How do you balance having this even larger world with keeping the game's momentum and the story's momentum? Was the feedback from Rebirth something that you considered when building and designing Revelation?
そうですね。やっぱりこうミニゲームに関して
So, of course, you know, with Rebirth, we did notice the variety of feedback that we received from players about the mini games, the types, and their quantity. So we were aware of that. And at the same time, you know, this the remake series is a sort of homage to the original Final Fantasy VII game. And so when we
To be fair, I don't think he actually answers this question particularly well. I think it's mostly used as to defend mini
set
games.
upon creating Revelation, it was really never our intent to reduce or decrease the number of mini games. We were more so thinking, how can we best deliver these games to the players today within the third title? And we felt that if the mini games were optional, yet they were heavily tied to character growth, and that like you would have to play them in order to let your character grow some more. It would feel less optional. And so in Revelation,
he knows how to stick to his talking points, similar to the Tifa question.
We took care to kind of like
he got asked about like story progression and story momentum, the balance of it. And he's just talking about like mini games. I fucking love mini games. I kept the goddamn mini games. You're gonna have to sit with it. But you know what? I threw you a bone. Some of the rewards are not like they're tied to what they should be.
That necessity a bit more to make it easier for players to kind of play the mini games at their own will. It might be tied more to like character skins.
Yeah, he didn't answer the question, but he does have an answer for the question elsewhere. Hold on. I do have it. I do have a quote related to what you asked about though. So he talked about how the main story follows a predetermined order. However, this is not the case for side content. For example, the weapons must appear in the story that have to appear in the story have a somewhat fixed order that they have to be defeated. But the weapons that are not involved in the story can be challenged any time. So if you jump straight into the game early on, get beaten badly and think it's impossible. This time we've added a lot of side content. That's almost as good as the main story. Well, there's another thing. Where was it? I have the quote somewhere. I think it was exploration. Yeah, here it was. So there's actually exploration. So let's get into the exploration chapter because that talks about what you were asking about, CM's Club. So in exploration, the entire world is open. If so, are there mechanisms or signs to guide the player to focus on the main story? Hamaguchi, we clearly present the objective of the main story to the player at each phase, making it easy for them to choose between progressing through the main story or exploring the world map. In the previous game, areas were unlocked one at a time, so the design was such that the recommended level for the player and the difficulty of the content were roughly aligned by the time the player could access that area. However, this time each area expands all at once, therefore even within a single area, the difficulty of the content varies considerably. For example, this area is easy, but the difficulty suddenly increases when you go to the next area. Therefore, some players might think, I've done this and that in this area, so let's move on to the main story, while others might think, let's try tackling the more difficult areas. More than the previous game, the way you play is left entirely up to you. Going back to this though, like the idea that like everything is aligned at a certain way, like in Rebirth, the progression through the world is linear, right? It's like, even though it's kind of an open world game, the progression is still linear in terms of like you start in the grasslands, then you're in the Junon region, then you're in the Corel area, then you're in Gangaga, then you're in like all those like successive areas. And then as you get to each area, the enemies are like scaled to level to wherever you are within the game. But and if you go back in hard mode and you go to grasslands and you fight like a regular enemy in the grasslands, you just wipe them super easily. Here, and it says it in another quote that like when you get the Highwind, the entire world is open at the same time. Like there might be an area or two that you can't go to, but otherwise it's pretty much open. So because of that, because they're not taking the character through the different regions, like in a very straightforward way, like in Rebirth, they gave all sorts of challenge within each of the areas. So if you were to like fly to the grasslands first, there'd be easy enemies, and there'd be super hard enemies. If you flew to Cosmo Canyon first, there would be super easy enemies, super hard enemies. So like, it's seemingly designed in a way that like, you can only do but so much in a certain region, most likely, like given where you are at like the progression level. You know what I mean? I thought I read a quote of him saying half the world is open from the start. He said, I read another quote that said it's pretty much totally open. Like there's like some areas that may not be accessible, but it's mostly pretty much open, is what I had read at least. But here's where it gets fun. So here's where it's funny. So he gives this example. For example, even in Grasslands, this part is very easy, but the moment you go over there, there's an incredibly strong enemy that can wipe you out in an instant, and that's something we've included as a matter of course. Poor Gamer says, that's a change that will likely change how people play. In Rebirth, there were players who couldn't go to the areas until they had completed everything. However, this time, we've made it even easier for players to decide when and which content to play, even more so than in Rebirth, and so they can think, there's no way I can do this, I'll work on the main story for a while and come back. Here's where it gets kind of funny though. People who like to take detours might find it difficult to progress through the main story. And then he said, I really think so. For meticulous people in the previous game, you could play by saying, and maybe this might be worth getting a more accurate translation than I think this is the Google translation, but I won't move on to the next area until I've completed this area completely. This definitely happened with a lot of people. People would 100% Grasslands, they would 100% Junon, they'd 100% Corel, and then they'd be exhausted. And like, I at least got to the point where I walked into Under Junon and I realized I was 32 hours into the game and in chapter 4. And so I was like, I need to progress story. Otherwise I'm not like, I could already feel the story progression dragging. So like I forced myself to just like play more story. I stopped for Queen's Blood. That was the main like side thing I did. And like a couple areas I did the what's it called? The proto-relic stuff I would do, but I wouldn't do like everything. But I think that's possible this time. So he said, there are many areas to go to. And there's a lot of content that you can't tackle right away. I think it will come down to deciding where to draw the line. And honestly, people have a hard time drawing a line. Like when you give people an open like buffet, they can't stop themselves. So that is going to be the challenge they probably have. I did it and I'll do it again. Yeah, let's go back to video real quick.
That you can gain through playing these mini games, and so players that want to customize their characters more and are more interested in that parts of the gaming experience can feel free to engage more in the mini games, whereas people that might want to kind of strengthen and delve more into the battle experience, we have more of it like specifically.
This is the mini game defense store. He's like, fuck everybody, bro. I like my mini games. You're going to ask me a question about story progression, and I'm going to talk about minigames.
Tied to the battles. And so in that way, I think that's one point that's really been kind of updated and differentiated for Revelation.
Kind of like on your side of that, this has been a long time kind of...
I'm going to put in twice as much Gears and Gambit.
...of working on 3 projects, but kind of one project. Been a lot of your life devoted to this Final Fantasy VII remake. How do you kind of keep sort of creatively inspired or sort of keep creative fatigue going away? Is that a worry at all, working in this same world for so long now?
So absolutely, instead of
very good question.
Kind of going for a more like static game design, like throughout the 3 titles, where each experience kind of just feels more or less the same. We wanted something much more dynamic and like fitting with the times. So, there were various like open world games and AAA titles that, we saw inspiration from that really influenced, these games as well. And we're just kind of continuously developing with that in mind. In that way, I think each title really like matches that like feel aligned to the game experience that I think players really want today.
And Chadley is returning, right?
Yes, absolutely. Chadley will be in this title as well. He actually has a base set up in the Highwind where he's doing research on Meteor.
Oh, he's part.
I didn't include this to meme on Chadley. I just find it like I'm happy. There was another quote
that I couldn't find, but I know Max talked about it, and I remember reading it. But it was like Chadley is going to be in the. Granted, he does have he can be able to call you, but they made it seem like it's not going to be the same dynamic where you do everything in VR and everything routes through Chadley, because like Chadley's apparently going to be busy, like he's saying, investigating Meteor. So the implication was that not everything is just going through Chadley anymore. Not everything's going through VR, and I really hope so. I really hope that's
the
case.
crew. That's great.
So of course, the interior of the Highwind is an homage to how it looks in the original, but just Chadley's room is going to be super high tech.
All right, great. Yeah, you know, when I see this new fit system and these costumes, as a Final Fantasy fan, I'm kind of wondering, okay, so this a full-blown job system like in Final Fantasy V, is this like the dress spheres in Final Fantasy X too? Just how much does this costume change a character's moveset, their abilities, their stats? Is Tifa really becoming a full-on black mage when she puts that on? Or is it more like Tifa with maybe a bit more magical ability?
So it's really not just about changing like just the parameter or just the looks, but you know, there's like a fits system skill tree, for example, and so it really like, you know, changes the actions like the abilities of the characters, and so I think it can really change the player's battle strategy, and people can have fun with that. So we talked about this with battle director. And
hold on a minute. He has gotten multiple very pointed, very good questions. Could we expect more like of a Tifa focus, given where, you know, her part of the story in OG? Could we how do you balance like main story and like all the world stuff? This question, which was like, is it actually going to feel different, or is it just Tifa with like a little extra, you know, black mage stuff? I mean, he has not really answered them very well. Like he has like, he's like, we have the fit system. Like he has a very set, like I said, he's very PR. I don't know if he's PR trained or just very good at it, but he's just very good at like sticking to the script.
Ando-san, and you know, like it could be that like normally within a game, as you progress through the game, you get like one fits along the way or something like that. But we really wanted that like freedom of choice with the player being able to just freely choose between the fits and which character they want to apply them on. So at the point where you acquire the Highwind, you have access to all the fits for the characters like already.
Just kind of my one last question here. You know, that final Sephiroth boss fight of Final Fantasy VII is such
this answer is interesting though.
Kind of hallmark.
This feeds into the Audrey thing earlier about Sephiroth.
For the characters like already.
Just kind of my one last question here. You know, that final Sephiroth boss fight of Final Fantasy VII is such this kind of hallmark moment for gaming. Do you feel a lot of pressure recreating that now?
Yes, absolutely. I think, you know, I think like that's certainly a hallmark moment, the Sephiroth battle. And I think that, you know, in portraying this iconic like antagonist, right, we really had to like kind of rack our brains about like how can we like best represent him in this third title. And I think that, you know, myself included, a lot of the team members, you know, played the game like as real fans, like the original. And that's how we kind of like got into this title. And so we all like feel a kind of closeness or have kind of a deep like understanding or, you know, feeling of like who Sephiroth is and, you know, his character, and we all like, you know, had these ideas and thoughts of it just being so close to us, and in that way I think we were able to you know, create this Sephiroth for this last title that's very exciting, that we put our love and passion towards, so we hope that in this title players can see a new side of Sephiroth that they can appreciate.
As long as
a new side of Sephiroth we can appreciate. I mean, there's definitely in Ever Crisis, they have expanded his character for sure. They haven't really revealed any of that in the trilogy so far. But interesting answer. Young Sephiroth with Rosen.
He still destroys the solar system. It's all good.
星を破壊してくれればそれでいい。
So yeah, just still destroy the solar system. All right, let's check out Warriors of Hype map video, because I'm getting into exploration stuff next anyway. Warriors of Hype.
Anticipate, and it all starts right here because the Highwind is pointing at Wutai. What? Wutai is the westernmost continent on the OG world map, but here we see it south of Gongaga and Cosmo Canyon. Very odd. Now,
well, they have explained Velocity Raptor, like real Sephiroth and Edge of Creation. They have, like, in the Ultimania, it does say that, like, that is another form of Sephiroth that you wouldn't even know if you played the original. I don't know if you've ever seen that quote. Hold on, let me find it real quick. Mysteries, newly arisen mysteries. Yeah. This was the quote. It said, there are like 4 different types of Sephiroth. And D, a Sephiroth who isn't a black-cloaked man and can be seen by people other than Cloud. Among these, the true identity of Sephiroth, who appears at the end of this title, i.e. the 4th category, cannot be guessed even by those with knowledge of the original game. Which is down here, the question mark Sephiroth, who invites Cloud and his teams across the Barrier of Destiny, the one that battles Cloud and his team, the one that calls on Cloud to defy fate together with him. Incidentally, Sephiroth refers to himself in this scene using the Japanese first-person pronoun ore, just like he did prior to meeting Genova 5 years ago. Ordinarily, he uses watashi. Yeah, they said, like, it's just super sus also. It's like, like the nature of the identity of this Sephiroth cannot be guessed even by those with knowledge of the original game. It's nutty. The Ultimania mentions that the Edge of Creation Sephiroth uses ore to address himself pre-Nebel. We do see him at the end of the First Soldier Season 1 at Edge of Creation, so it seems like, yeah, I think it's connections to like the pre-Genova, so as it said here, right? Like pre-Genova, prior to meeting Genova. Like it's sort of the true form of Sephiroth, like the full, like the true human pre-Genova version of him, you know?
now, how do I know that this is Wutai? Well, you can tell by its pillar-shaped mountains, which was seen in the gameplay trailer as Vincent is...
Chadley and my stagger masters in fights can scan and stagger enemies. Chadley is just Taskmaster from the MCU. There's gonna be the ultimate form of Chadley who just knows all of our fucking moves.
Odd. Now, how do I know that this is Wutai? Well, you can tell by its pillar-shaped mountains, which was seen in the game...
I know all your jobs, Cloud.
Gameplay trailer as Vincent is fighting right outside of Wutai here.
Synergies with Chadley.
Pillar-shaped mountains, which resemble the Zhangjiajie pillars in China. Well, Zhangjiajie, that sounds a lot like Zhijie. Yuffie's buddy from Intermission, that will certainly be...
Oh, sorry, the poll results, by the way. So 72% of you can't wait for the job system. 22% have some reservations. Only 1% not that into it.
In Revelation, just saying. These pillar mountains are formed by hundreds of years of erosion by water and ice. I bet Leviathan had something to do with this, since Wutai considers it to be its guardian or god. You can actually trace the outline of the continent, how it juts in and out, and then even goes up to this tip of the island, and then, you know, comes right back into the tail of the island. This shape, when you flatten it out and put it on the world map of the OG,
yeah,
very reminiscent. And
it's funny because I was about to say it seems wider than the OG, but yeah, there is that wide portion of the OG that's like the more mountainous area, but then like it sort of like skinnies up at the north and south.
I love that they do this with pretty much all of their continents, even though it looks weird. They still try to maintain the shape of the continents from the OG, and I imagine that's going to continue even with the northern...
It's just that middle area of the OG, you don't really explore that part of the map. Like you're either coming in through the bottom and then maybe walking to the north, or you like land north, like in the Highwind
continent. And yes, you'll see even with Mideel later on in this video. Another cool detail is that The sister ray cannon that is on Junon is pointed directly at Wutai on the explorable world map. Talk about oppression when you have what is essentially a nuke pointed directly at you, ready to fire.
So you feel there's a whole lot of land though in between, because like technically Gaga is between it too.
At any moment's notice.
Just aim it.
It's no wonder that Wutai would be upset about
Bullet
that
drop.
celebratory shot during Rufus's welcoming ceremony. Here's another screenshot.
I agree with that, KJM. My reservation of the job system is mainly around the actual depth of it. Yeah, which we talked about a bit.
Taken from the official press release, and it gives you a great view of the Western continent. Except, there's one little detail that I noticed. Check this out. This is the screenshot, and this is the trailer. Screenshot. Trailer. Keep your eye on.
Oh, Captain, yeah, we talked about the explosion, and I realized it creates a new crater. I guess you don't really see that, but it would, right?
This area right here, please. Okay. Screenshot. Trailer. Yeah, there's some land here that's supposed to connect the entire continent. Now, there is a river that runs a little bit between, but it ain't this bad. Screenshots seem to have been maybe from an earlier build. All right, now let's take a look at this image from left to right.
Difference between the screenshot
as we
and
go.
the
Wutai,
trailer.
as we previously discussed. Gongaga, Cosmo Canyon, Corel, Gold Saucer, Costa del Sol, Nibel region. Now, of course, you knew about all that because that was the regions that were in Rebirth, aside from Wutai, of course. Now, here's something that's been going around. I've noticed that people call out this area here. People are looking at this.
It's funny because actually what stands out to me is like from this view, the landmass actually feels very small compared to like the water around it. Which they have to make it explore, like not overwhelmingly large, but it just feels like a big, very, very, very massive island. Or maybe it's just, I don't know. It feels a little small. I don't know if anybody else feels that way, but
people call out this area here. People are looking at this and saying, Rocket Town? It's got you know, you can see the shape of the rocket. I get it. Now, I've been seeing this going around, but I don't believe it is. Simply because we've explored the west coast of this continent before. We were on the west coast of Nibelheim. Again, the map is bound to change. Of course, it can change. It can be retooled and developed further and from what we explored in Rebirth. But the west coast of
the ocean looks enormous in comparison.
Of Mount Nibel, this is what it looks like. Now, I believe that Rocket Town is further up north, and if only we could just see further up north. But of course, both the screenshot and the trailer is not giving us all of that north. Wait a second. You're talking to the warrior of hype. Of course I found it. Now check this out at the very
like it feels almost strange that you look out one side of the Highwind and it's pretty much most of the area that we've explored, you know?
Beginning here. There it is.
Versus like feeling like two distinct continents, you know?
We are now seeing the entirety of the Western continent and Wutai. This is our best view yet. I mean, we can see from Wutai all the way up to what looks like the northern continent. Look at...
I think that's the thing that's throwing me more than anything is that it almost looks like one long strip from north to south, you know what I mean, versus like the two continents with like the north above it. Like I would almost expect like this continent to take over this space, this continent to take over this space, and then like the north to be over here in a weird way. I know I'm just like I'm looking at the wrong direction, but
what looks like the northern continent. Look at this. Yeah, that looks like the northern crater up there. We got the crystallized torrents of live stream energy there that's converging in on the crater. during the calamity that fell 2,000 years ago. Now, this could also potentially be the Forgotten Capital. The flat pieces here, they kind of give me that idea. It doesn't look very forgotten to me. It looks very, very, very easy to find. But it could be the Forgotten Capital here on the world map. And then maybe off in the way distance back here, you can almost see a snow-capped mountain right there. And that might be the northern crater. Look at all of this green space though between this is Nibelheim. You can tell by the spiky mountains. And then there's this desert land here, and guess what's there? A materia cave. Yes. We'll see that on the original world map there, the original game's world map. And then look at all this greenery. Look at this beautiful, beautiful greenery with snow-capped mountains in the background. What does that remind you of? Why, Warrior of Hype. That reminds me of the Sid's promotional art that we always see. That's most likely taken right outside of Rocket Town. Because in the OG promotional art in which it is inspired by, and which we will most likely get a better rendition of for Revelation, we'll get the real rendition of it with the rocket and oh man, come on, I'm so excited for that. There's always snow-capped mountains, beautiful green plains or hills and stuff like that. I believe that's what this area is here. And we most likely have Rocket Town somewhere on the west coast, maybe behind some of these hills, right? A rocket most likely won't be towering over the hills, especially at this low to the, we're pretty low in the altitude and we're looking at hills from this angle. I think Rocket Town might be snug up there on the west coast like it was in the OG, but behind some hills there. So, and plus, what else are they going to do with all of this space? Now, if you look at it in comparison to the explorable world map that we know of in Rebirth, this area actually takes up the same amount of space vertically as Midgar and Gilgamesh Island. That is a huge chunk of land that they got to do something with, and I believe Rocket Region.
The thing is, when you're actually exploring and you're actually in these spaces, like even if it looks essentially strange, it's going to feel like a lot. It's going to feel like a fuckload of game.
It is going to be there.
Because even Rebirth did,
All right, now we have a cutscene of Sid and Barrett approaching the edge of the Highwind, looking like they're about ready to skydive off this thing. And you can tell that Barrett is a bit trepidatious about all of that, right? He doesn't like heights. He don't want to do this. I'm assuming, based on that dialogue, this might be their first jump. And if it is their first jump, I'm assuming that it's over Mediel, because in the trailer we see that Tifa jumps out first. She looks pretty determined, like, hey, I gotta go find Cloud. And
all that space, and they could have hit Bone Village.
She's
Unbelievable.
Jumping into Mediel as she parachutes onto the beach. We see that, right? So I'm assuming this is over Mediel, and if it is over Mediel, well, I'm thinking we're positioned about northeast right now is what we're looking at. And if we are northeast, well, what is this? What is this gigantic round island off in the distance? What is that? It's round, and it's an island.
I don't know, it doesn't look that round. It doesn't really look like Round Island to me.
Island? Knights of the Round? Is that you? Maybe.
Yeah, I picture maybe this, maybe that. Because the whole thing isn't like a clean circle, clear round, but this maybe?
Maybe. It does have a path leading up to this
Bone
building.
Village
Now, let's take a look.
DLC.
Enhance. Look at this path leading up to a building on top. Very interesting. It definitely has terrain that looks like it would require a chocobo that would know all of its abilities in order to traverse. Perhaps of the gold variety. I know Pico is the chocobo, but come on. Let me at least paint his feathers gold. You gotta give me a gold chocobo. If this is Round Island, then Round Island is looking pretty crazy. I mean, I'm hoping hoping for dungeon-like materia caves. Give
Very
me
excited in terms of
a
manifestations,
challenging
Midgar
optional
be horrible.
dungeon, one that makes me afraid to even enter it, one that has environmental puzzles and all that other stuff. I would love to see it. Now, if this is a materia island, a materia cave, whoa, that is a pretty exciting sight. There's so many POIs, right? So many points of interest already just by looking at the trailer that I'm like, where are we jumping, boys? You know, where are we going? And yeah,
it's like my girl's.
There it is.
Jesus Christ.
Or, and this is me returning to my notes and adding this in because looking at the original map, the original game's world map, and lining it up here saying I'm looking northeast. Well, guess what is northeast? Well, it makes a whole lot of sense to me that this could be the northernmost tip of the Medial archipelago. This could be that northernmost tip. And guess what this could be? The Quadra Magic Materia Cave. And that's for Quadra Magic. That's crazy. It's not even Knights of the Round. And look how gigantic this island is for a materia cave. If that's the case, I am even...
I do wonder how they're gonna like do all these like busted ass bits of magic. Like somebody in chat also mentioned mime. It's like mime, quadra magic. Like it works so well on a turn-based system. Like they have it kind of with like the synergy magic where you do a magic spell and then like your, you know, a teammate will do this, will do like a, you know, a magic, do the same thing combined to like attach it. But like in a turn-based game, it's easy because it's like quadra magic or whatever. And mime, it just takes turns, right? Just like it eats up turns on the board. Versus like in a real-time action game. Interesting. I don't know. I just wonder if you do like 4 times, you know what I mean? All that.
More excited for this. All right, now we have Cloud skydiving down into the grass.
Yeah, because I mentioned like miming quadra in like this kind of format.
Lands. Well, using a camera mod for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on the PC, I was able to
actually
use
match
the debug camera, break
shots.
it free, go up into the sky, and try and match the angle of this shot here and compare it to what we're seeing in Revelation to Rebirth. And this is what I ended
all
up.
they've ever said.
All
is
right,
4.
here we go.
Only
I'm going to fade in and fade out.
It seems like it will be 4 for sure.
Rebirth shot compared to this shot here from Revelation. As you can see, that pop-in might be an issue here, or maybe even a...
Yeah, so potentially this like the blue rock somebody's mentioning. So that actually, I might as well just jump to one thing where... Where was it? Where was it? Right here. Here we go. So there was this, right? So does that mean that the old areas are a little different from in this game? Just like in the original, weapons appear in this game, but they cause natural phenomena similar to tectonic shifts around the world, changing the terrain in various ways. So while it has a similar atmosphere, the terrain is completely different from Rebirth. The way you explore will also change. We've included some novelty that you'll only notice if you're familiar with the previous game. And this is literally a great example, which you see right here, which is this taken from, so Max did the same thing that Warriors of Hype that Daniel's doing right now, where he positioned the debug camera thing and he positioned it as a similar shot to what was in the trailer for Rebirth. So this is the grasslands. And so you can see right here, like dead center. He talked about it with Nico in the live reaction, but not the other day when he was doing debug camera. But this area right here is like opened up, like the earth is opened up in this sort of like blue Mako tinted rock or whatever is jutting up out of the ground. which isn't in the version of the grasslands from Rebirth. So there are definitely like changes like that. There's also this.
Dude, look at the size of Midgar. Like, it's so small in Rebirth, and compared to the new, dude, you're just seeing one plate and a couple reactors. It's literally going to be like 10 times as big, because it actually needs to be the correct size on the map now. Oh man, like this area before was calm. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm very confused by this.
Also, yeah, the mountain range is completely different in
like there's calm on the previous shot, and then here it's almost like a gap. It's weird.
That stuff is just vastly
maybe it's
different,
not finished either.
There is a lot of changes.
Yes, like did something happen to calm?
What about this shit?
I don't know.
Yeah, dude, chat. This is more distinction of the environment being destroyed from the weapon, because this place is all like burned up now. Something.
What the fuck happened to calm?
Something could have happened to calm.
Dude, did the fucking Junon, Sapphire weapon shot that missed? Is that actually in the line of sight at all? Starting to get sleepy. I'll be watching for a little bit, and then actively. But I don't. All good, Neva. Because it is so weird that calm is missing there, and I don't understand why it's not there. I wonder if calm's just not going to be there. Got destroyed by the weapon. Yeah. You see the shadow of calm, right? Is that a shadow? Because I can't. It almost looks like a crater. Let's actually look at the high definition image on the press site. Hold on. Somebody asked about this anyway. Because you can see there's a chocobo wall right here, right? Tripping, or does it look like where is calm? Am I going crazy? Like it feels like maybe it's a shadow. I thought maybe it was a crater, but then where the hell is calm? It's probably 100% a loading issue. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, because these look like towers. It's like the shadow cast of the towers, but it's not loading in. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's like, how else? Why else would it not be there? It might just be a bug. Like a bug makes sense. How's Midgar rendered? I don't know. But it could just be, I mean, I don't know how these things work on a technical level. You know what I mean? Hamaguchi said there are still 3D models missing. Yeah. But still this is what I'm most focused on, though. I think that's very cool. Like, you're going to see these, like, areas of the map and, like, the terrain impacted. Like it said, damn it, did I lose my slides? Did I override my slides? Dude, did I override my slides? I did. Very cool, though.
Pop-in might be an issue here, or maybe even a reduction of assets to make sure this game
is able to
run in a fully open world environment, whereas Rebirth was still a controlled open world. You weren't able to go on top of mountains, you weren't able to look at it from the sky down, so they might have had to make some cutbacks on certain assets like the trees and things like that. But I'm assuming that as we get closer to the ground, things will start to load in, like the river, and then even this bridge here that you can see is kind of broken up. That'll start to load in even better with, you know, better texture quality and things like that. That's how video games work. You guys know that. But this issue doesn't go away in this analysis. It persists, and hopefully we got time. We got all the way to spring 2027. This stuff will probably get ironed out. I don't think there's any need to worry. I'm just pointing out what I was doing when I compared this stuff. I'm not trying to raise any long.
I'm gonna speed it up a little bit just because there's a lot of content still to go through.
But things are missing. Okay, now let's take a look at this screenshot here from the official press release. Again, just like I was talking about with that Western continent, there's some odd things. One thing in particular that's missing. Can you spot it right now before the video continues? Go ahead and pause it. Let me know if you spotted it. What's missing?
Maybe he talks about it.
Okay. All right. I'm going to keep on going. You paused it. You play the game. Tell me what's missing. All right. I'll get to that in a second. What you can see here first and foremost, there is a chocobo wall in the grasslands. More traversal options encouraging revisits to regions previously explored in Rebirth. I'm excited about that.
And I feel like I did hear that there's straight up like Metrovania type stuff where Pico is going to be gaining abilities. I couldn't find this quote, but I heard it. Pico is going to be like getting abilities, obviously, but then that's also going to give a reason to, as you're exploring, like discover new things that you couldn't see before.
Yellow paint? Who else is excited about that? Dragoon King. Well, we got some yellow handholds here to cross to the other side of this cliff. Even though there is a path that leads to a gate that goes to the
see those handholds from that distance look ridiculous.
So maybe there's something else to find here. Now, a crater lake seems to have taken the spot of a Chadley Tower from Rebirth, and now we have this this crater lake area. Interesting. That was.
Am I gonna miss chocobo breeding? Am I gonna miss it? I guess it depends on how what they replace it with, like how that system actually works of like evolving Pico. To be honest, like chocobo breeding over time, it just felt like a bit of an RNG grind. Obviously, there are like ways to do it to like try to guarantee or maximize like getting the chocobos. It doesn't feel as fun now as it did when I was a kid. So I guess I'm not mourning it as much, but I do feel like playing it for the first time, it was a lot of fun. So I guess a part of me was curious how fun it could be to have it like truly reimagined and like redone in a new way. But as Max has said, I guess I just don't want chickens fucking. So there's that. Yeah. Yeah. The different colors, yeah, I do miss that too, right? Like, apparently there are other chocobos, though, that you can run into in the map, but maybe you just learn abilities from them. I don't know how I feel about it yet. You know, like, if Pico does go Super Saiyan and turns gold, at least there could be that. I do think my gut reaction is it's a little underwhelming. A little bit. I need to see how it works, though, you know?
I don't remember these cliffs being so blue, but maybe they were. I'd have to replay Rebirth. I should have done that when I was breaking the camera for you. I could have seen it then, but it's blue. Oh.
Not because of the grind of chocobo breeding, but more of like, you think I have reverb? Is it like really bad right now? I haven't touched the settings or anything. It may have been because I was hitting my phone on the desk too, possibly. I was tapping my phone on the desk. That might have been what it was. Because I was thinking. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. It's not because I'm going to miss the RNG of chocobo breeding, but chocobo breeding felt like a kind of a clever mechanic in a way. It's still going. Hold on, I have to hear this for myself. There was some kind of like knocking, thumping, or whatever. It should hopefully be. Shouldn't happen. Shouldn't be happening. You can't hear anything at all. Maybe it's this too. Hold on. It came back when I spoke. Like when I speak, it's just a random tapping noise. It's good now? Seems okay now? Okay. It may have been the pop mic. Might have been hitting it. The pop filter may have been hitting it. Yeah, so I don't know if I miss it because of, I definitely don't miss it because of the RNG grind, but I do feel like I miss it. I feel like it was somewhat clever, and I just hope the new system feels as like clever and fun to engage with, you know?
Okay. Let's talk about pop in. As stated before, again, not setting off any alarms. It's an early build, and the screenshot is probably from an even earlier build. Okay, guys? It's all good. It's all good. But here's the answer to the question. What's missing? Calm.
Oh my God.
The entire town of Calm is not loaded in. Well, its shadow is there. You can see its shadow. Its shadow is present, but Calm itself is just not there. Very odd that the official press release is showing that. Hopefully, again, it'll be fixed. I don't think they're going to allow an entire town to pop in. That's got to be fixed. So there you go. And then plus we have Midgar loaded, but not Calm. Interesting stuff there. The pipes leading to Midgar are also absent in Revelation.
Yeah, I found that
unfortunately,
weird.
I didn't match the angle perfectly, so the perspective could be thrown
Maybe
me off
they're just
here.
not loaded
But
in
it
yet.
seems like the
Maybe they're
Midgar
not, like-
mountains are a bit different in Revelation, which makes a lot of sense because
the
now in
pipes are
Revelation,
kind of important.
that's going to be fully explorable. So they
That's
had
how
to
they
retool that a bit, I'm sure,
move the
and they,
resources
to make that a region that you
from
want to actually explore. So that all makes sense, but the formations still seem pretty similar.
R.I.P. Calm. But we're definitely not getting Dirge now if there's no Calm. It's a whole intro to Dirge.
And then, of course, with my angle being off, it may look like there's more mountains that come out the side, like the mountain range comes out a lot further, but I think my angle is off, and those mountains are behind the parachute there. You just can't see them, but and it's tilted that way rather than inwards. This is the OG world map, and this is my predicted world map. Okay, see, it comes in, and then it comes out a little bit, comes out a little bit more, and then it's going to go out even further west. That's this side. See, this is the mountain, the boom, it comes out, and then it comes out a little bit further. And then from here on, I'm predicting it comes this way. We also, we have this like wrench-shaped landmass that comes up there. This is where Rocket Town would be, somewhere up here on the west coast. Like now that's Wutai down here. And look at that, man. The Junon cannon is pointing directly at it. How cool is that? Wait, I'm in the way. Look at the Junon Sister Ray cannon pointing directly at Wutai with the new placement of Wutai on the world map. Very, very cool. Very cool detail when you're on the explorable world map and you can just
Can't wait for the
take
Dirge
the highway
streams.
and fly
I
from Junon
can.
and like the Sister Ray and just fly a straight angle and you'll end up in Wutai. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It kind of really adds to the lore of the game. Are
there only
the
two near
oppression that
games? Is
Shinra
there a
has
third one
over
I don't
not
know
only
about?
just the Eastern
buffer
continent,
it a little bit
Midgar,
more?
but like literally all the way across the other side of the world. They got this country literally under the gun. Of course, we know this is Midil. They talked about Midil, but yeah, with Midil, when we look at this shoreline, we can trace the shoreline and match it up pretty closely with the OG world map, which I'll bring up here so you can see how it looked. Look at this. This is what I was paying attention to. The swoop in, the swoop out, and the swoop with. You can trace the shoreline and match it up.
So they are diving into Midil here.
With the OG.
I am liking the
map,
newer game
which
so
I'll bring
far.
up
I'm still
here
in
so you can see
Route
how
B
it
for Replicant.
Look at this. This is what I was paying attention to. The swoop in.
There's still more to
out,
learn.
And the swoop back
Or
around.
more to see.
Just that they're taking
Reincarnation.
the
Yeah, there we
features
go.
of what we know in the OG.
I can watch that. That was like the mobile game, was
trying
it?
to mimic that in the a realistic.
Yeah,
open
so
world
we're
map.
diving into Midil there.
Oh, and then the other thing I want to conclude this video with is I would like you to imagine the Revelations world menu, the world map menu, and I just want to take my controller, and I want to move the right thumbstick and rotate the globe. Okay, I want to rotate that globe, and I want to see Wu Tai. You know, I want to, as I rotate it, Wu Tai circle back around and see that. Oh man, come on, Mideel, it's all there. That would be beautiful. It would be so good. Lastly, Hypaguchi himself, Naoki Hamaguchi, the director, has confirmed that on the world map, you will be able to fly all the way to the horizon, and you'll come out the other side.
Yeah, all right.
How cool is that, y'all? Come on! Now, imagine the way that's going to work is, as you're flying, I think it's going to repopulate. I think either it's going to repopulate the eastern continent, and you've worked pretty well.
How much more can you have in this?
You know what I mean?
It's a good video, but
that video from the Warrior of Hype. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. .com. Yeah. It's like an inside hype where I literally.
Oh, yeah, he's just doing like talking about the rest of the content. Okay, cool. So let's go to sad the world is not flat. God, there's so much more. Right, we're gonna breeze through these. We're gonna hopefully we're gonna probably get it. It's getting late, chat. It's like 7 o'clock. But I don't want to shortchange it either. Like I said, the thumbnail, every single detail, not every single detail, but a lot of details. But there's still some cool things I do want to talk about. So we talked about this, so this is different. So this is OG. So they asked him about, it's 1 a.m. where you are. Oh my God, no wonder you were listening in bed or whatever you said you had to do. In the OG, Sid was a very abrasive character, but in Rebirth he's pleasant. Is that changing for Revelation? Is it going to be more like OG Sid or this new kind of Sid? In Revelation, I wouldn't say Sid is necessarily a mean-spirited character per se. I think he's a straight shooter. He says what he thinks and feels, but I think he also has very much of a warmth as a human being. And this time around, there's also a focus in Sid with Rocket Town that players can experience. So in a way, I really hope people can, more people can see more of Sid and grow to like him. It's over for OG Sid. I do think like I've actually, when we replayed the OG, I pointed a lot of this out to you, chat, because like, he's obviously a dick in Rocket Town, but outside of that, he's not as much of that. It's more just like, I do think he is a bit of a straight shooter. I think the localization definitely may have had an impact on how we saw him in English, but it sort of is what it is. Like that is definitely the Sid that we've known and gotten used to. But there's a lot of moments, like there was like one moment where I remember he was talking to Shira at one point in the OG, and I think it was like in the flashback when they're in the rocket and where they're doing the mission, and he basically says something like, "You're too goddamn smart to be this dumb," or something. It was something around that thing where it's like it was a compliment but laced with like the negative. And so I do kind of see him being a bit that way, and so I hope they keep that aspect of him. I am concerned about saying stuff like, I hope more people can grow to like him more. People liked Sid plenty, I feel like. He's maybe not the most popular character, but I hope they're not trying to go out of their way to make him likable. You know what I mean? Because his attitude is what made him relatable and likable and all of that. So there's plenty. Like I said, I've talked about this a million times, so it's a little bit tiring to just mention it again. But there's also that mechanic when you first get the Highwind, who, in case, because there's a lot of people here, there's a lot of viewers here, so there's probably a lot of people who haven't seen this, but I will bring this up real quick. But it's from the OG. Like I said, I was replaying OG not so long ago. I noticed this line. I noticed this line actually before, what was it? Before Rebirth even came out, when I was replaying. It was when you get the Highwind for the first time. Like, he talks to this mechanic and talks about like working on the Highwind, spent every day slaving under Heidegger. Whenever he got yelled at by the president, he'd immediately take it out on the crew. Blah, blah. All right, here. Hold on. Let's see. It must have been... Hold on. It was right there.
It must have been a week ago. It was my shift, and we were heading towards the North Cave. Everyone, including the President and Scarlet, got on, and with them I saw Sid, a legendary pilot. He was looking around the inside of the ship, looking really, nostalgic. He even talked to us. I couldn't believe it. I was so impressed. He was every bit as warm-hearted as we'd always heard. And like that really always stood out to me. It's like he's every bit as warm-hearted as we'd always heard. This is not. This was the OG. I did play the translation mod, but this was the original translation. It was modded for like visually, but it was like the OG script. Like I didn't touch the script. But this is literally what it said. And like this surprised me when I played it because I was like, I missed this dialogue. It's totally missable dialogue. But it seems like he had a reputation for being every bit as warm-hearted as we were. Like there was a reputation for it. So I was surprised by that. So I was like, huh, did I have him pegged wrong? And then you do notice like there are different bits of dialogue here, you know what I mean? Where like, especially when you go back to Rocket Town, there's more bits of dialogue where, I had it in the playthrough, but, he's kind of a dick, but he's not always mean. He's a bit sarcastic for sure. So I don't think it's a complete change. Like if that, like it seems like there are aspects of that in the OG. It's just that when you first meet Sid, you meet him on the worst day of his, like one of his worst days. Like Shinra is coming into town, Rufus is coming into town. He's going to try to pitch to like bring back, the space program. He's, Shinra's doing shit. He's like, Shera is like there. He's worked up. You know what I mean? So you get this first impression, and first impressions are so important. First impressions are fucking everything, right? So like we all defined him by that first impression. But if you ever go back and you replay the OG, go and like try to remove the Rocket Town first interaction and focus on the other interactions, and you'd see that there's more to him than just the goddamn T. That said, they better have the goddamn T line. They have to have the goddamn T line. If they don't have the goddamn T line, then I don't know what the fuck we're doing. Because come on, it's iconic. It's been ages since I played the OG, but I think most people said he was kind, even his assistant, until Shinra got involved. And he, like you said, had a horrible time because of them. Genuinely ruined his life. Exactly. I mean, the one thing that I'm very curious how they pull off is since Rocket Town is being moved toward the second half of the game, like toward the end of the game, they said, I do wonder how they're going to have him arc, because you need him to sort of like, you need him to show those faults before getting to Rocket Town. And so I hope the one thing I've theorized is that maybe when he's under pressure, you know what I mean? Like maybe when the weapons are attacking and he's the leader and Tifa's gone and Cloud is gone and suddenly all the pressure is on him, that causes him to sort of like lash out, because he has this bravado, right? He has this like, I'm the hot shit, I'm the best pilot ever, I'm this, spear slinging Sid Highwind, like in the Japanese version of the trailer. He sees himself as the best everything. He's the best spearsman, he's the best pilot. And when that comes under threat, you know what I mean, does he lash out and act out? I assume he's not a very good leader, and he shouldn't be until he reaches that point of his arc, when they go to space. So we'll see. It's definitely the biggest question mark in terms of like character handling. And even if they nail an actually accurate to the source version of Sid, if people will accept that, will be a big question. Because people don't accept Red 13's voice either. So there's that. So this is like literally my notes to myself. If I have time, add clips from my Sid stream, because I've talked about this a lot. We already talked about this. He's an attacker. The one thing that's also worth noting that the video didn't mention is that he's good at hitting multiple enemies simultaneously. Thank you, Ricky Dickey, for the super chat. $5 super chat. Sorry to change topics, but I'm curious if you have it in your slides, or how do you think they'll handle Cloud and Tifa under the Highwind? I don't think they had any quotes about it, at least that I saw.
I do think like the resolve thing, like how you interact with characters and how you handle, like if you invest a lot of time in the Tifa character, I assume you get the, you know, the intimate under the Highwind scene, I would assume. Because like in the OG it worked that way, right? Like if you had built up enough affinity points, you would have the intimate version, but there's also I think a non-intimate version too. So they probably have that same thing because it talks about different scenes with characters toward the end. But it'll be there. I mean, the intimate one will be there. The non-intimate one will probably be there too. They make out the gold saucer in Rebirth, so why not? Yeah, I mean, it'll be there, I think. For sure. Like, I think there'll be outrage if the intimate under the Highwind scene is not there. There would be like straight up outrage. So it definitely has to be there. The reimagined Pwn Village. 7R has been more FF7 than even OG where the characters are concerned. I think we can feel confident they'll do them justice. Yeah. You think only intimate? I mean, it's possible. Because there isn't like they also said like in that affinity question, there was like questions of like, there was a point about like if there's like a point system to it. And they said not 100% maybe. So maybe there is just one scene. Maybe it is the intimate scene. I don't know. We'll see. Vincent. So we heard this in the video as well. Oh, I was gonna say here, sorry, is that the one thing is because it allows for wide area attacks in midair, it excels at dealing with multiple enemies simultaneously. So one thing the video didn't mention is that he's good at like multiple enemies at once, which also makes him again like Red 13 because Red 13 has the big like spinning dash attack that also works against groups really well. We already read this about the Cisne or about Zack and his other characters. Speaking of, well, not under the Highwind, but Tifa and Cloud. This was like a interesting question because it seemed to imply something additional to it, which I know there's been like theories on and I've wondered about. So I can't tell what to make of this, but this is another Hamaguchi quote. This is with Omelette, where it said, "There is a scene that is quite essential to the FF7 story where Cloud enters a moment of introspection and discovers the truth about his identity and how it connects to Zack and Aerith." So like pretty much all of this up until connects to Zack adds up to what we played in the OG, right? Because that's where you find out your identity and how it connects to Zack and all of that. But there's also the inclusion of Aerith mentioned here. And so I wonder if like certain communities are going to go crazy saying it, but like if they like, I just don't know why he also said and Aerith, because that's not how it works in the OG. Like there's no bit about Aerith and her fate like in the live stream sequence in the OG, but I don't know what other moment of introspection this would be referring to. This is also the one where he finds out about his identity. So I think the way we portrayed this in Revelation turned out really well, and we're excited for fans to see it. I played through Revelation about 40 times, and every single time that introspective scene with Cloud made me cry. So I wonder how this works, and if they, I mean, I did assume that they were going to add stuff to it. I do still think Tifa is going to be the main guide through everything. And I have even more reasons for thinking that in the video that I'm working on, because I talk about Tifa and Sephiroth and their competing influence on Cloud. So, but I do think they're going to come to the realization of everything in the live stream sequence. I think a lot of questions are going to be answered within this. Probably, I think this is, yeah, I do think this is about the burial scene, if anything. Because that would be the time to see the truth about that, right? That and Aerith quote doesn't exist. What are you talking about? I pulled it from the article. With Wutai as well in the OG, it's not a mandatory location to go to. It's not a part of the main story. However, we wanted to take an approach of being able to expand upon the different character stories. For example, with Gongaga and being able to know more about Tifa. In this sense, we took that approach within the remake series, and I think that leads to an expansion of the gaming experience. So again, it's talking about like here, it's talking about Wutai and how they obviously had to expand on it, just like they had to expand in Gongaga, and that led to you know, the scene with Tifa. And so you got more of that additional information about both the world, but also a character through in a scenario that wasn't in the OG. And then he sort of mentioned it again here. So this is like in the OG Wutai, there's a question about like Wutai had a pretty laid back atmosphere, kind of like because it was the tourist area. And he says, right, just like in Rebirth, you have all these organizations, Shinra, Wutai, Avalanche, etc., each with their different aims and expectations and beliefs in what's right. With the meteor summoned and this other threat from these mysterious weapons, you're going to see all their missions intersect, leading to the conclusion. We've expanded the story to depict them more thoroughly. For instance, a lot of players like the Gongaga area in Rebirth, you get to see Tifa talk about her feelings and memories inside the mental world. That's an event that wasn't in the original, and one that helped players understand the story more. In the same sense, Wutai is going to make for this really politically heavy storyline. They're saying like just how Kelly built out and fleshed out the Gongaga story, they're doing the same with Wutai. It'll be like more political. It's good to hear the slap scene will be included as well. I think the slap battle between Tifa and Scarlet is something that players are really looking forward to in this game. So we put a lot of effort into it, including the presentation. You can look forward to that without any problem. Throughout the trilogy of remakes, the development team has lived by the philosophy that it should keep as many major scenes from the PS1 game as possible, even if, as the director explained at the top of our conversation, they may have moved some story beats around for a bit for the purposes of pacing. And then Hamaguchi specifically said, even for me personally, I might consider some things as less important, but fans might not think that way. So the goal is to keep as much as possible from the original. But I do have to call out. He has to keep as much as possible from the original. Then where the fuck is Bone Village, Hamaguchi? You liar. I'm kidding. I don't give a shit about Bone Village. So that being said, there might be some changes that we apply, an example being the sequence of story beats. For example, if you look at the order of the exact story moment where the Rocket Town sequence happens in the original, that should have been included in FF7 Rebirth instead of Revelation. In FF7 Revelation, or to be more exact, in the second half of Revelation, that's when the party visits Rocket Town and the Rocket Town story. So again, we talked about like how that's being moved. So that's really important, and I do wonder how that affects how they tell the Sid story and the Sid arc. Something being active, that was well funny. You will end up visiting it at a time close to the end game, but it has been seamlessly integrated into the story of Revelation from the very first stage, and I think it turned out exceptionally well. What about the underwater world? So the underwater world will also appear in the story. I can't give you any specific details, but I hope you'll look forward to seeing how it's depicted in this work. So this is good to know, by the way, as they haven't shown this or really talked about it too much. At least there's confirmation of it. Like there was an interview a while back, I think it was with Jason Schreier actually, where it was like rapid fire questions, and he did mention how like he was asked about the underwater world, and he was like, he kind of gave a little bit of a vague answer. He talked about Toriyama being involved and sort of like Toriyama having an influence on that. So this is just a more direct answer of like, yeah, underwater world will be there. A lot of people have asked me when players will be able to access the Highwind ship in the game, and each time I was asked, I would say either 4 to 5 hours or 5 to 6 hours into the game, because it kind of depends on the player. And when I say that, I think a lot of fans are probably wondering if it's truly possible for to fit all the story segments from after the ending of Rebirth. Because if you apply that to your original storyline, where the party goes to the icicle area and then the northern cave, some might have been a bit skeptical if it's possible to fit that within a 4 to 5 hour range. This is literally what like Max and Nico talked about. This is Nico's idea. Nico said that he thought they were going to bypass a lot of that early segment, and you just end up basically at the Whirlwind Maze almost immediately. You end up at the crater. That way, because how do you get the Highwind by hour 4, 5, or 6, right? You really can't do all of this, and this is him literally talking about that. Like, yeah, we can't fit everything. Icicle Inn, Gaia's Cliff, we can't fit all that stuff in at that point in the story. And so it kind of does make sense if they bypass that, because then he also said in a different interview that the first time you snowboard, or he implied that the first time you snowboard is in the Gold Saucer. So Nico's theory, which makes sense given this,
and that context about the snowboarding is that you go straight to Northern Crater area, you do the Whirlwind Maze, Cloud falls apart, all that happens, and then you end up at Junon pretty much immediately, like very early on, like hour 4, 5, whatever it is. And then you're gonna have like a decent bit of that game without Cloud, which is why it makes sense that, you know, Nanaki would be the Queen's Blood protagonist. And you're probably gonna have a pretty lengthy segment of like Tifa as the party member, and then probably Sid as the party member, as the party leader. This is all that they're gonna fit in. And I do think that it makes space for this, which we talked about on stream. But the way the introduction of Final Fantasy VII Revelation plays out, I think we were able to come up with a pretty interesting story beat. The entire story sequence where the party gains access to the Highwind, I think the way it plays out is going to be pretty fun for the fans. It might be pretty dramatic, so I hope they look forward to that aspect of the game. And we did a stream back when we were playing the OG, and I titled it Tifa's Highwind Heist, Reimagining Part 3's Epic Escape. And I talked about it as like making that into a playable segment where the party steals the Highwind. So you sort of see both. You see the segment where like Tifa is a prisoner, and obviously they showed that already where she's breaking out of her shackles. And then you probably control Sid and the rest of them as they go and hijack the Highwind. So they make that more of a playable thing versus just something that happens in the background. For all you know, the events leading up to acquiring the Highwind could be completely different. Cloud could become separated from the party in a totally different part of the story. What do you mean by that, Ecto? You think Cloud will become separated in another part of the story from the Whirlwind Maze? And like the Northern Crater thing? Where he gives the Black Materia to Sephiroth? I wonder what they're going to do with Red 13 and the Gi, since he made that promise. Are they making it the core of Queen's Blood? I don't know how it's going to connect to Queen's Blood. We talked about it at one point, but we'll have to do a whole thing on that. But the other thing Nico said was that he thought it would make sense also if you move some of that stuff. Like if you moved some of the Icicle in stuff to later in the game, like maybe on the way to return to Forgotten Capital. So you're already starting to like reinterrogate what happened to Aerith at the Forgotten Capital, and then you get a little bit more backstory of her and Gast, like in that more condensed thing. And then for whatever reason, I still don't know how you work the snowboarding in now. And like if you do it that way, then I'm also like, why not take the Highwind to just drop into Forgotten Capital? So I don't know what would make you go through Icicle Inn for that segment of the game. But they're definitely reorganizing it, right? They're definitely reorganizing stuff. They've outright said they're reorganizing stuff, and specifically when it comes to the first 5 or 6 hours, there's going to be something different. And they came up with a pretty interesting story beat, which means something there that we didn't play before. I don't know what it is yet, but they've heavily hinted it's going to be a different opening. And this makes sense also in the fact that like we've all struggled with like, where does it start? And a lot of it never really made sense. Rocket Town as a thought never really made sense to me either, because like Cloud says we're going to go north. And so I don't know why we would just, I don't know why. I also didn't understand the idea of the tiny Bronco falling apart after it was just repaired. And it's like it's not even just repaired. It's like an even better version, because it doesn't even have to like take a runway to take off at the end of Rebirth. It just sort of like elevates up and goes. So I think Revelations begins at or near Gaia's Cliff. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, okay. Journey with a choice. We talked about this essentially already, so I don't think we need to go through this too much more. But yeah, it's going to be a singular storytelling experience. We wanted each fan to have their own experience going into the end. Where they show the resolve. We talked about this. I think we read this already. The concluding chapter of this remake series, how it's going to play out is probably going to receive a lot of attention from our fans. I think a lot of fans are worrying or just being curious about how it's going to play out in the end. It was willing to confirm the ending of the story is going to be a singular ending. Again, that's just me like reinforcing no multiple endings, thank God.
There won't be multiple endings. We already read that. A better translation of it. We essentially read all this. Yeah. Yeah, we read all this. Character stories. There was a mention of Rufus and the Turks. There was actually specifically a mention of Rufus and Glenn. So they asked about Rufus and the Turks in terms of whether Rufus will be directly involved and how much of it will be the Turks, how much of it will be with the Turks about the storyline. We want the player to experience that themselves, but there will be revelations of what the relationship is between Rufus and Glenn and ties to other spin-off works within Revelation. It'll also be a, revelation. So players will be able to have a better understanding of the world and the stories of these characters. Glenn is back, baby. I feel like we already have all the context we need from Rufus and Glenn, but it's apparently going to be there. We already talked about this. I think. Oh no, we didn't talk about this one. So Zach's going to be going to feature in this game too. I'm glad he brought that up. Zach's the topic of a lot of conversation. Really, he serves as character through which we convey the world and workings of the FF7 remake series and how they slightly differ from the OGs. You've got these elements that differ a little between the original game and the remake series, right? With the last game, we illustrated this concept that there are multiple timelines, but if we were to communicate that directly through worlds, it would take away a lot of the allure, right? With this game, Zach continues to carry out that role. He'll have more screen time than before, and we've made him an even more important part of the game experience. So, plenty of Zach, more than Rebirth, which I think is probably what people expected even from Rebirth. But he in total probably got about an hour's worth of screen time in the original Rebirth. So more of him. And I do wonder how that's going to work out. But right now they're being most coy about Zach and Aerith and anything involved with that, which I'm happy about. I don't think you should show any of that stuff, especially because Rebirth just came out on Switch, so you have to avoid, I think, anything related to Zach and Aerith because you don't want to accidentally spoil something for people. Highwind details. If you had to go all the way to the Highwind every time you wanted to return, that would be stressful. You can fast travel to the Highwind's flight mode, and you could also choose to be inside the Highwind. We've improved the usability, including fast travel, more than in the previous game. This reminds me of like when you use fast travel in Rebirth, and it gives you the options to like either arrive at the destination on foot or on Chocobo, or sometimes even buggy. I think it's gonna be a similar thing where you choose Highwind on the map or however, and then it gives you the option of, do you want to be flying it or do you want to be inside of it? And I do think the inside of the Highwind is going to be its own space that's distinct in order to make sure it feels big, and which they kind of talk about here. When you look at a lot of the other open world, it was here. You just casually mentioned inside the Highwind. So is there an inside just like in the original? In this game, the inside of the Highwind is treated as a kind of portal. By exploring the world map, you can have conversations with the crew inside, and there are people who will give you rewards. Also, there's a Chocobo stable. I wonder how else we go back to the Highwind from the ground. I think it's just fast travel. Like, that's the only indication they've given. They've had, like, multiple answers, and it's only been that. Yeah, Highwind will be its own hub. They've only mentioned fast traveling back. Versus, like, climbing a exceptionally long ladder. So this probably is the best way, is to just fast travel there. In the previous game, the areas were unlocked one by one, and it was only near the end that you realized it was all connected space. In this game, however, once you get the Highwind early on, you could freely explore all the areas using the Highwind. This is what we were talking about earlier in chat, that like effectively you're going to have pretty much full freedom over the map once you get the Highwind. Exploration discovery. We talked some of this already. We talked about this already. Yeah, we talked about this. This is new. So there's more varied modes of transportation exploring the maps, such as parachuting down to explore. And as you raise the Chocobo, there's even more ways and places you can explore with the Chocobo. In that way, we really scaled up on the degree and scale of exploration. I think it's something that could be a pleasant, really exciting surprise. When I was creating the scenery, I actually could see different scenery with the flying Chocobo, and it was amazing. I kind of got the sense that, like, as you unlock things with the Chocobo, you actually do see additional parts of the map that you hadn't been able to see before until you got some of these abilities. And in in-universe reason, just like show a cutscene. Yeah, I mean, they could show it maybe one time, and then every other time it's fast travel. So does that mean the old areas are a little different in this game? Just like in the original, weapons appear in this game, but they cause natural phenomena. Oh, we already read this. So we talked about this. We showed that. We showed that. Mini games. I already talked about Queen's Blood. I didn't actually have a quote here. I just remembered the quote about the it's taking over the Wonder Square. There's the Bone Village. Everyone asks about Wutai and Rocket Town, but I want to know if you're going to go to Bone Village. And it's not going to be there. I did find it interesting though. He said, but Northwood and Temple of the Ancients will be able to revisit. That's what I said earlier. He sort of like combines Temple of the Ancients and like City of Ancients. I do feel like going to Northwood again makes sense. I don't know how you would revisit the temple though, because it's just a crater in the ground. So I don't know how that would work, but I think he might just mean City of Ancients here. Like the Forgotten Capital. Yes, you do go back to that. I don't know how you would go back to the temple. So I just think it's that. I think it's like him conflating the locations and interviews. Job system, we talked about all of this. We got that covered already. Weapons. You really thought through everything with such attention to detail and development. Was there anything that you absolutely wouldn't compromise on? When we started developing Revelation, the thing I asked the battle team about was weapon battles. Weapons are large, so if we represented them with the same battle system as usual, it might end up looking like you're only hitting their feet. I understand that it's difficult to construct it using exactly the same system, but this is an RPG. I think the appeal of RPGs lies in how players can utilize the characters they've raised and customize to their advantages in battle. Weapon battles are an important element in Revelation, so I didn't want to just make them as a separate system like a mini game. At the very least, I wanted to use the same combat system as a base and build upon that. I made sure not to deviate from that. So by adding special gimmicks tailored to weapon battles to the regular combat system, we were able to add a sense of touch and freshness while keeping the base battle system at its core. That's how we achieved it this time. What's funny about this quote, I think there's one more I may have included, is he said he didn't want the weapon battles to feel like minigames. But in the trailers that they showed so far, like at Summer Games Fest, it just kind of felt like a minigame. Like I remember walking out of the presentation and being like, oh, so the weapon battles aren't going to be fights then. They're just going to be like weird things. We have to like point guns at them like from within the environment. But it seems like there is going to be real combat, like using the real battle system. They just haven't shown how yet. But it's ironic that in development, they didn't want it to make make it seem like a minigame. But in the first presentation, it kind of did look like a little bit of a minigame. And that's all a part of it you saw. Hold on. Oh, good point, Sephiroth. Like when Tifa jumps off the cannon, she's gonna have to grab a ladder, right? So that'll maybe show how it does work. Because yeah, she can't just fast travel to it. She hasn't even been to it yet. Yeah, I did wonder, Sia, does the fucking Chocobo, like, parachute down? How does the Chocobo get down? Is a good question, because there's a Chocobo stable in it. I appreciate how each game has its own progression, opening up at that trilogy as a whole. Also mirrors the old school progression, which I think is really cool. Yeah. It could be a translation thing, actually, you're right. In terms of, like, city versus temple. Even though that was RPG site, so they had their own translation. It wasn't just like Google. But yeah. You parachute on Pico, it can be done. Lower the Chocobo down in a cage. Beam me up, Chadley. Oh my god. If we go into more detail, it'll be spoilers, so I'll leave it as a surprise until you actually play it. We've created a lot of unique gimmicks for each weapon battle, so it's quite rich and has a flashy feel to it. They talk about Ruby and Emerald having unique gimmicks. Like I was asking about it. Hamaguchi says, for the specific battle logic of Ruby weapon and how much of it is an actual homage to the original game, we love for players to see themselves. But I will say that players will be kind of engaging with the whole world map. That's going to be a part of the battle with Ruby weapon. And in terms of the battle system, we could have made it into something more like a minigame specific to the weapons.
but we wanted to go in the direction more so of taking the foundational battle-like elements and then adding unique mechanics that are specific to each weapon. So yes, in that sense, players can enjoy that. So I definitely think this is good news in terms of like it feeling like a real fight. Because like I said, in the actual trailer, it almost felt like it wasn't. Where was it? Like in the initial sort of trailer, and maybe it was in the gameplay one too, I'm not sure. I think it was just a regular oh wait, it was here.
Unleashed in life, and it's too late.
Yeah. Like here, it felt like a mini game, right? Like this is the only one they really showed the mechanics to. So it just felt like it was like you were getting all these things. It's like a barricade meter. You know what I mean? Like this felt more like a mini game. Granted, you do have the your regular combat UI here too. And you also do have the moment where Tifa runs up on it.
Fate hangs. Take up your bust.
Was it the other trailer? It was the other trailer. It was a reveal trailer. We do have Tifa run up on it.
Weapon, I see.
Far as I can tell, these things don't distinguish between friends.
Where is the rest of the party?
Far as I can tell.
I know there's no UI, but like where the fuck is everybody? Let's see. Back. Feels like this is showing you using all party members. The other team members use weapon-like tools while Barret and the others are on the ground. Oh, that makes sense. The Archeology meter was in Rebirth and one of the side quests in Cosmo Canyon with Red 13. That was with the one where you have to like you have to protect the life springs from the monsters, right? I'm pretty sure that's what that one was. So being able to move freely in the Highwind means that the story progression is also left to the player to a certain extent. Oh yeah, we already read this, I believe. Yeah, but good to know the side content almost as good as main story. We'll see. I've said it before. I don't think the side content was quite at that level in Rebirth. So we'll see. Post-completion world. Chat. I don't know if you guys noticed this. And I didn't notice it until yesterday. Maybe people have noticed it. Like again, I'm a little bit behind on catching up with everything. But I did notice this and I got really excited about it because it made me think of something, which was I think one of the differences between Revelation and Rebirth is that the first two were designed to encourage players to replay the entire adventure on hard mode after completing it. In Revelation, it will be different. There will be several endgame contents here, unlike Remake and Rebirth. So it's clearly establishing in both of those games there weren't endgame contents. There wasn't. Once you finished the final chapter, the game ended. Right? It went to credits, and then it came back to the menu, and then it said chapter select to do anything else, right? To give a concrete example, yes, there will be weapons and enemies even tougher than the final boss you face in the story. Examples include the weapons themselves or the beloved Knights of the Round. Instead of pushing the player to restart the game on hard mode, Revelation will encourage them to complete all the remaining content on the world map after finishing the main story. Then, I noticed this. This is from GameSparks. They kind of say the same thing. However, I haven't told anyone this yet, but previous games, including Remake, Rebirth, you reach a level cap relatively easily after clearing the game, and it was designed with the intention of please play through it thoroughly with the intention of starting over. But this time, we have other stuff, Knights of the Round, etc. Therefore, rather than assuming that players will restart the game using the chapter select, we have focused even more on how to encourage further exploration of the post-completion world than we did with Rebirth. And it was that bit. We focused more on how to encourage further exploration of the post-completion world that got me fucking hyped. Because I've had this idea, chat. You guys have, anybody who's been here on a lot of these streams, I've noted. And yeah, Knights of the Round and stuff is cool. But like my dream scenario would be like, especially if we get to an endpoint that doesn't lead directly into Advent Children. And so like the next step for all the characters is maybe a bit different. So you don't know where their life goes from that point. it would be cool to see where they are in the world, right? Like, and it's like Red Dead Redemption 2. When you beat Red Dead Redemption 2, it opens back into the world after the final credits, and you're just back in the world and you're free to explore. And you can go see where everyone in your gang ended up. One of them is running, you know, a shop. Another one is like married and pregnant. Another one is like, exactly, an epilogue, like a playable epilogue where you get to like go around the world and see what everyone is up to. You can see Barrett and Marlene doing whatever it is they do. You can see Nanaki doing whatever it is he does. Modern God of War does this too, 100%. Sounds like it's going to be just going to be a AAA take on the classic FF formula. Only took them 80 years. I mean, yeah, they kind of didn't make great games for a while. We did promise Barrett a drink in Rebirth. You know what else we promised? Chat. You know what else we promised? Rebuilding 7th Heaven. Rebuilding the bar. Yep. Imagine getting to rebuild the bar instead of just fucking Edge City. You know what I mean? Like, damn, that would be cool. I don't know, dude. Like, going around the world and seeing where everyone is and how things are going, that's my dream scenario for the end of this. And that would be rebuild the circular staircase. God damn it, Roland. Yeah, actually make the fucking Nibelheim Manor the Nibelheim Manor. Doesn't sound like they're taking anything away. We will still have hard mode and chapter select. I think they just want stuff to find in the world instead of Chadley simulators. Still, but they were talking about encouraging people to explore the post-completion world. So, I don't know. I'm kind of hyped about that. A true epilogue endgame would actually be cool. Hell yeah. Because otherwise, because there is harder content to do in Rebirth, for example, and you just chapter select to chapter 13 or even chapter 12, and you go and you do the Gilgamesh Island or something, right? Like, you could do the extra side stuff. You reload into a chapter to do any of the VR challenges. Like, chapter select didn't stop you from like doing like post-game content or like content that's hard enough to save for post-game. They just let you do it through chapter select. So the fact that there is supposedly an actual post-completion world, what if you actually operate Strife delivery service? What if they actually make Crazy Taxi as like the epilogue, where you're just driving around with Cloud delivering shit? The Strife delivery service post game. Crazy delivery. Yeah, there's gonna be something. I'm super excited about this. That'd be dope as hell. It actually does sound kind of fun. Strife Prime. Oh my god. So this got me super hyped though, chat. Stephen delivers a baby. That'll be the final delivery mission, is delivering the baby. The destined child that never got born in the original timeline of events. Pregnancy if it would cause riots on Twitter. It probably would. But it's funny to think about shit like that. But yeah. This I'm excited about. There's one more thing that I wanted to look at though. In dangerous territory now. Alright, Polygon. Polygon had a cool article. That just had like extra shit that I couldn't really fit. Naoki Hamaguchi shares details on Sid, Kate Sith's Fits, and more. So the first one, the story wasn't changed based on fan feedback. Though FF7 Rebirth was a hit with fans, hold on, let me get this actually bigger for you guys. Though FF7 Rebirth was a hit with fans and critics alike when it launched, its ending has proven to be polarizing in the long term. The remake's handling of gaming's most shocking death ruffled a few feathers, thanks to some multiversal shenanigans. As torn as fans were over it, Hamaguchi confirmed that the reaction didn't stop the team from delivering the conclusion
they had scripted out from the start of the remake series. The idea of having a trilogy set up was decided from the very early stages of development. Where we would make the cutoff in terms of the story was a bit more vague, Hamaguchi said. In terms of how the conclusion of the entire remake trilogy is going to unfold, we had a pretty clear vision from the early phases of the series. We never really had any intention, nor did we adjust the ending based on the fan feedback of the previous two titles. We had a very consistent idea. Obviously, I talked about this a lot in my video. We didn't have this kind of an answer, but I just read between the lines on a bunch of different quotes. I was like, I don't think they changed their mind. Like, it seemed like they understood. They had survey data about remake. They knew people. They were expecting people not to like, or to feel like torn about Rebirth's ending. I don't think they changed their mind. Like, sure enough, at least that's what they're saying now. So they've at least confirmed that here and now in 2026 for whatever that's worth. I kept to the vision, even if others couldn't see it yet, 100%. I mean, that's how I've always felt, and at least they're saying that now. Number 2, there's less content bloat compared to Rebirth. If you found Final Fantasy VII Rebirth too overwhelming due to its endless supply of minigames and world activities, some relief is on the way. Hamaguchi said that Revelation is cutting back on some of the cruft this time around to keep its open world from becoming exhausting. Whenever you have this epic open world format, a lot of the common fan criticism is that there's way too much content to cover and it becomes too much. We faced that same criticism for Rebirth, particularly with the minigames. With that, we did take some feedback from fans and we are implementing some changes with Revelation. We tried to address and alleviate their concerns, so we are putting more changes in Revelation so that the open world experience becomes more enjoyable. Good news. Number 3, Midgar is back, but not the full map. Thanks so much, Mito Genesis, for subbing. So Midgar is back, but not the full map. This was interesting too, because there was a reset, or I think might have been a reset or a post. There was some kind of forum post that had like bullet points of like something that was in a longer article. And one of the bullet points was that like Midgar is fully explorable. And I was like, oh shit, it is? It's fully explorable? Holy, are we seeing like parts of the upper plate that we didn't see even in Remake? Like how it's fully explorable, holy shit. But here it's saying not so fast. And I do think that bullet point was way too hasty. I read through that entire article and I did not see that. I saw the person ask if Midgar was going to be fully explorable, but they didn't really answer. He kind of like gave a different answer. As part of Revelation's open world pivot, players will be able to return to some locations from previous games. That includes Midgar, the walled city where the entirety of Final Fantasy VII Remake takes place. Hamaguchi implied that the Midgar raid from the later hours of the original game will be recreated in Remake. Don't expect to explore the entire city as it appeared in Remake, though. So apparently not even every part of Remake's version of Midgar is available. It'd be impossible to do that. I think even if they wanted to, it would be crazy. Like to have a fully explorable Midgar, you would kind of need a full game dedicated to it, kind of like Remake. And even Remake didn't do that, right? The game experience of visiting and exploring Midgar is going to be a little different than it was in Final Fantasy VII Remake, Hamaguchi said. You won't be able to visit all the slums or all the streets you were able to go around in. It's going to be a bit different in Revelation. I can't dive into details too much because it would be a spoiler. When you look at the overall area of Midgar, it is built in a way that retains the iconic element of the Final Fantasy VII world. And truthfully, when you go back to Midgar in the OG, like the Returns of Midgar, it's also more limited, especially because they're installing the sister ray. And so like the streets are different. Everything's kind of different. So I think it'll probably be the same sort of thing here. Switch 2, yeah, you're not gonna be able to pull it off. So if we dive out of the ship over the city, what happens? That is a good question. I'm very curious about that too. Seeing how tiny Midgar is in Rebirth, it only represented it symbolically. Spending the entirety of Midgar would take up a huge ass part of the world map. Yes, I mean there is more of it at this time at least, which is what Max showed in his video. You see it here.
Dude, look at this.
Because like here's Midgar in Revelation.
Size of Midgar.
And in Rebirth, there was like almost nothing. You couldn't even see the plate.
Like,
but here you at least see...
It's so small in Rebirth, and compared to the new... It's... Dude, you're just...
Like, it's much more noticeable, at the very least. It's more rendered in. But yeah, it's not going to be everything. The Gold Saucer is home to a Queen's Blood hub. Oh, so this is where I may have seen it. Midgar isn't the only returning location. Players will also be able to revisit the Gold Saucer amusement park, which will include a new snowboarding minigame. While the location won't factor into the main story much, Hamaguchi confirmed that it will house its own contained side story. This time around, it will also be the premier place to play Queen's Blood, FF7 Rebirth's beloved card minigame. I wonder what they do, like what the side quest for Gold Saucer will be, because yeah, there's no actual story reason to go back to the Gold Saucer in Disc 2 and beyond. But of course, they're gonna have to have content there. People fucking love the Gold Saucer. So I wonder what this side story will entail. Will it be like Dio related? Will it be something else? I don't know. The Gold Saucer was separated into distinct squares. There was the Wonder Square, an area that had the G-Bike and the snowboarding minigame that was under construction in Rebirth. Hamaguchi said, what's going to happen in that area in Revelation is that due to the immense popularity of Queen's Blood, the square has been completely taken over by Queen's Blood. All of that area is just going to be Queen's Blood content. Omnislash, potential reason. Yeah. I mean, I do want, look, I'm totally open to more Queen's Blood. I fucking love Queen's Blood. I'm almost sad now that there's no other Queen's Blood content for me to do in Rebirth. So I'm hyped for sure to get more Queen's Blood. But I want to make sure the Gold Saucer has everything as it should. Thank you so much, Amano. Oh, how many months now is that? 12 months, an entire year. Queen's Blood is the new Geostigma. Yes, it is my Geostigma. I'm just, it consumes me. Sid will show his softer side. Controversial. Revelation will have to tie up a lot of long-running character arcs, but it will introduce some new ones. Both Vincent and Sid will join. Hold on real quick. You guys can hear me, right? Both Vincent and Sid will join the party as playable characters this time, getting way more screen time than they did in Rebirth. Sid is an especially tricky character to deal with, considering he's a bit of an abusive jerk in the original game. It sure sounds he's going to be a chiller hang in Revelation, though. So we talked about this, obviously, a different quote, and I've expressed my thoughts on it. But a lot of people might have this impression that he has a strong, difficult personality. I don't see him that way, Hamaguchi said. One thing about how he's going to be portrayed in Revelation is that in the original game, players would visit Rocket Town before the Forgotten Capital. If we were to take that same approach, then Rocket Town would have been in Rebirth. Instead, we're introducing it towards the second half of Revelation. Once you get to Rocket Town, players will get to see a new side of Sid that hasn't really been shown before. He's a highly regarded man. Everyone in town loves him. So we're exploring this character further. We'll get to see new sides of him previously not shown. I mean, I hope this is used more in a way to like make him even cockier, right? That like he has all this bravado about like being the best pilot and shit, and like if people treat him like with such reverence, he might actually, like, as people are gassing him up, that may actually make him more of a kind of a inflated ego jerk in the moment, possibly. Like maybe that's why he's like, God, let me get some goddamn tea. Like he's the king of the hill, you know what I mean? Like when he returns, like when he goes back home, he's sort of the king of shit. So that maybe that is the reason for him to, you know, be more like that. We'll see. We'll see. Did everyone love him in town, love him and call him Captain and OG? I don't remember. I think there might be some like crew members, like people you could talk around town who like crew for him that talked highly of him. Maybe I surely don't remember. There weren't that many NPCs in the original either. Don't expect another exercising mini game. Chad, how do you feel about this one? They sucked. They didn't suck. They were very difficult. But they're like classics. The Tifa squatting and the actually no, was the first game, was the second game, were both games like hard challenges Tifa? The exercise ones? Or was one of them Cloud? I can't remember now. Like, was Remake Cloud? I think they were both Tifa, the hard ones, right? You did take lactic acid. Remake was both. Because I know Tifa was Rebirth for sure. Remake is squats with Cloud. Okay. Well, Tifa's both. I don't remember. Pull-ups with Tifa. That's right. The pull-ups versus the sit-ups. That's what it was. Well, we actually know there will be at least one new minigame in Revelation snowboarding. At least one classic got the axe this time. You will not have squats or pull-ups. Do squats or pull-ups this time. Pour one out for the muscle heads. The adaptive triggers was tough. Oh, what the hell? I gotta say, maybe I'm a little disappointed by this one. You know, there was a fitness gym in the Coastal del Sol area, and that's where you could do the squat minigame in Rebirth. The gym members, you might see them referenced in the story elsewhere, but there won't be a fitness minigame. From the development team's perspective, since we did create 2 iterations of the exercising minigame, we feel that that's probably enough. I mean, what the hell? I mean, they're probably not wrong. Like, it probably is enough. And yeah, the adaptive triggers weren't great. It did hurt my fingers to do these mini games, but it just felt like you've already done it a couple times. Where's it? You gotta finish the. It's fine. Like, I'm not gonna lose sleep over it, I guess, but my fingers thank them because they're fucking hard. A pizza making game, yeah. Kate Sith's Moogle gets its own fits. One new feature in Revelation is Fits, a clothing-based job system. We've seen 2 of the game's 4 fits so far, and Hamaguchi was tight-lipped on what the other ones are. He did, however, drop a very important detail about outfits. Kate Sith's Moogle gets dressed up too. Kate Sith has a pretty adorable character design, so all the fits designed for him look pretty cute. So I like that one. It's not just Kate Sith who wears the fits. The fat Moogle will also wear the fits. In that sense, I think it's going to be a good combo of 2 cute characters wearing the outfits together. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Number 8. The Platinum Trophy will be easier than FF7 Rebirths. I can hear chat cheering from here. If you tried to grind for Rebirth's Platinum Trophy or Reddit even, Rebirth's Platinum Trophy on PS5, you know what a pain that process was. It involved beating every Chadley simulation, getting a character to level 70, mastering all weapon abilities, which is not hard, and beating every chapter on hard mode. Don't expect Revelations to be to be as much of a hassle, even if that breaks Hamaguchi's heart a little. One other negative piece of feedback we got with Rebirth was how hard it was to obtain the Platinum Trophy. We also took that feedback and made some changes to the Platinum Trophy for Revelation. I don't want to say that it will necessarily be easier, but the barrier will be a bit lower compared to Rebirth. This does hurt me because whenever I go to fan events, a lot of fans approach me and say, Hamaguchi-san, look, I got the trophy. They're really proud of it, and I'm really happy to see that. But it feels like with Revelation, we're probably not going to see that, so that does make me a bit sad. I mean, I'm not a platinum chaser anyway, so it's fine. The one thing, there is one thing that I thought would have a trophy that didn't have a trophy. Exactly, it's called a platinum. It should be fairly difficult, right? But there is one thing that's not required for the platinum that I actually did, and it was S ranking all of the songs at 5 speed on the piano. I pulled that shit off, but you only need to get A's. Like, so I S ranked everything on PS5, and I was waiting for the trophy to pop. I was like, oh, here comes the chip. There's no trophy? There's no trophy for that? Oh. Oh. Okay. I mean, it was personally satisfying anyway to do it. It was a pain in the ass. It took a very long time, but it was like a personal challenge I gave myself. I'm a little upset there was no trophy for it. It was fucking hard. But anyway, number 9, Square Enix isn't plotting another remake trilogy anytime soon. If you're hoping that the conclusion of the Final Fantasy VII saga will open the door for another decade-long remake project, don't hold your breath. When I asked Hamaguchi to explain the significance behind the title Revelation, he implied that Square Enix isn't planning to give an RPG like Final Fantasy IX the full FF7R treatment anytime soon. As the word Revelation suggests, it means that we're going to feel things, we're going to uncover things that were left unanswered in previous titles. We spent 10 plus years developing the series of 3 AAA titles. Doing all of that in the course of a decade is probably not going to happen anytime soon again. So all in all, it's going to be an incredibly big moment for us. And you know what? Congratulations to them, because dude, 3 AAA games in the course of about 10 years, including like the dev time for remake. It's a hell of that's a hell of a journey. And you know, for as faulty as some aspects of it could be, even if they botch story stuff and it doesn't land, I mean, it was a hell of a fucking project that we've all been here for, that we've all sort of like invested a lot of time and effort and thought into. So shout out to them. It's going to be a hell of a thing. In terms of piano minigame, I don't know. Nobody's mentioned piano minigame yet. I'm sure it will be. I feel like there's still more music they could explore in the piano. I guess we'll find out. FF6 remake, a 2-part series. Yeah. Well, it technically does make it easy. 6 apparently does make it easy, but Chat. Glad the plot is not a hassle like it was in Rebirth. Yeah, I didn't get the plot yet, so I don't know the grind quite yet. It probably does feel good to have John. It probably does feel good to have Johnny's wall completely filled, though. But yeah, we still have more stuff to do, chat. We still have we have all this stuff. Hold on. We have all this stuff. I gotta finish all the VR fights with you guys. I gotta finish Rebirth hard mode playthrough because I was getting my ass kicked in chapter 14. We gotta do boss fights tier list. Maybe we do that next week. Bonds of friendship. It's gonna be something. Lots to do, plenty of time. As we saw, there's about 300 days. 300 days to go before the next game comes out, if it's like mid-April. So this has been a hell of a stream. How long is it going now? We're at 7.5 hours. God damn. Is there anybody to raid into on Twitch? I could have raided to Max. Holy shit, he started chatting. He's doing MK2. There's no one else I really know to raid into. So I was raiding to Max, sure. So if you're on Twitch, we'll raid over there. On YouTube, we have what do we have? I don't have this filled out. Our next stream will be Thursday. Hold on, let me hold on. I'm ending it a little bit like abruptly. It's just a long stream. It's a long stream. My throat is tired. But thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out for so long. It has been a very, very long stream. We've taken the whole day to go through the dev quotes. There's more stuff. I'm sure there's videos we could watch. We watched the videos on the Warriors of Hype. I'm sure there's more good stuff to check out. If you're in the Discord, if you could drop links to videos that you think are worth checking out, and let me know. And I'll probably check them out maybe next week. We have Nier to get back to next week. We're on Path B for Nier. We will be able to talk about a lot more things. Obviously, Revelation is I'm sure there's gonna be another 50 fucking interviews this week. So I'm sure there'll be plenty to talk about with Revelation. We'll get to some other things. We'll get to Nier. On Thursday, we'll be back to FF8. I just walked with Renoa to S-Star. So we are entering S-Star in Disc 3 of FF8 on Thursdays. If you've been missing those streams, they're really fun. They're really, I'm really enjoying FF8 quite a bit. Way more than when I was a kid. I just don't think I appreciated it at all. I think it's pretty good. I'm like shocked. I'm genuinely pretty shocked. So with that, let me start the raid process. Hold on. I hope you all get some rest and relaxation. I hope you've all been excited. I hope this stream lived up to what you guys are hoping for, because it has been forever since I've been here and since we've talked. You know, it was a great stream, and I hope it hit the spot. But I'll see you all next week, or sorry, on Thursday, and then eventually on Sunday. I'll hit the ending soon screen, so you can all say goodbye before we get into the raid. And I'll see you all. Thank you so much.